Do you know if you can ask them to not, if you can like have them do yours in the daytime or something? Right. It ain't been Comcast in forever, but Xfinity. All right, YouTube, we should be back. Let's see. Yeah, we're back. Okay, the YouTube is back up and running. Sorry about that, y'all. All right. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. Sorry that conversation took so long. It was a good conversation. And I haven't really been able to have a conversation that civil with a believer in a very long time. Oh, that'll stop it if I do that? Yeah, it was a very productive conversation. Paychecks, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Oh, okay. Thank you, Hannah. I'll do that before every live then. Everybody don't went to sleep. All right, y'all. If you are 21 and up and you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. Selena, are you awake or are you asleep?
I'm awake.
No, okay. Did you know you fell asleep on the stage, or was that your husband?
That was me.
Oh, okay.
That was me this time.
Yeah, you are not.
What
For
time is it?
I'm
Oh,
trying to see. Annika.
my hold on. My music just started playing out of nowhere. That scared the crap out of me. I think when I start talking, it just do what it want to do. Good Lord. Sorry, what were you saying?
Annika was asking, "Are we back to 21?" And I said, "Yeah." Until
Oh
a
yeah.
21-year-old, yeah, until a
Come and
21 year
mess
old
it up.
fuck it up. Yeah, I think they were on punishment for what 2-3 months.
Yeah, it's been about 3 months.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
well,
we put them in the corner.
yeah. We'll see what it do.
My iPad about to die. I'm not on the iPad. I just like to have it just in case.
Y'all come
Sorry.
on because
I know
don't
they.
want it to get too quiet in here.
The last two times I've been here, they shut down early. I
Man,
don't like that.
we
Let's
had
see.
over 100 people. I did reset the gift go. Y'all can't see it.
Yeah, I see it.
It was
It's
just
still at
pinned.
0, y'all.
Yeah, it was just pinned at the bottom. We were over 100 people on the YouTube, and that knocked off damn near everybody.
Okay. Oh, invite y'all friends to go to YouTube. That's some good.
Have a good night, Gargar.
Bye, Gaga. I'm trying to see who in here. Oh no, that ain't that Ken.
I wonder, like, okay, so the super fan is member level, and then what if they just like, okay, so Sophie is member level, member. What's a super fan?
I have no idea. And I was looking at it trying to figure out because it said you got your view the super fan. You can enjoy 6 additional benefits at the same subscription price for the next 3 months. So I'm like, okay, cool. Um, Superfan status won't become frozen. Upgraded badge. Entrance
Why do
spotlight.
they think this badge is upgraded? Because I missed the
Yeah,
other
I
badges.
don't like
This is
it. I
not
like
an
to see
upgraded badge.
I like to
This
see
is
my dragon sitting on the side.
this is basic as fuck.
It's got basically the same stuff.
Yeah, like I don't know. And then they made it girl, what are you doing back? Then they made it where we can only have 15 emotes.
I was looking at that and I'm like, Jezebel not in here? What is going on? We need Jezebel. Okay, now I can't get back to the screen. Okay, there you go.
Y'all come on. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. I know RP to the dragon stats like that.
And then the fact that you got to keep these TikTok emotes.
They are not cute. I don't
Use
know.
them. Dang, I missed. They said Chicago was on Christina's live explaining it.
Oh, okay.
I missed that because I would like to know what their thought process was behind this one.
Miss Paychecks, it keeps putting you in the box.
Where's she at?
And I don't see a comment from you saying that you're requesting on purpose. I keep taking you out, and I've asked if you are in there on purpose or on accident. But it keeps putting you in there.
Yes.
Look, as soon as I take her out, it puts her right back in the request.
Wow.
I didn't see it. I don't see a comment from Miss Paycheck.
I didn't see it either.
Nathan? Hello, Nathan?
Did he? Oh no, that's just his picture. I started. Did he go on Teeth Up immediately? That's just what his picture looked
He's
like.
on mute. Nathan? Okay.
Looks like a child.
Like it's got her back in the box. Like, are you requesting on purpose or on accident, Miss Paycheck? I got it. Oh, okay.
Oh, she's okay.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't at first. It wasn't on purpose, but
Oh,
you
okay.
had asked about the super fans, so I was coming up to explain it a little bit.
Okay.
How y'all doing? Good morning. Well,
Good. How are you?
Good morning.
good. I'm good. Yeah, you was slumped, friend. You was slumped for a bit. But no. So they changed the subscriptions, so now they are super fans, and it to people whatever your like whatever you were paying has been like grandfathered in till about December, and then it's going to change in January, unfortunately. But people that have not subscribed, the new subscriber price is $9.99 a month.
Oh
And
yeah, I
you,
know that. I'm just trying to figure out
and
like
you
the badge levels.
So
Like
there's not necessarily like badge levels. They didn't. There's not tiers anymore. You just
it
level
has to
up.
be because some of them say super fan and some of them just say member level. So
So the ones that are super fans are ones that were subscribers before, and the ones that are not super fans are the people that are just on your team. Like when you would get your heart means and just join your team
it's
like normal.
oh,
Those people are not subscribers.
that's gonna be a problem because that's like it
Mm.
because they have the same name as nerd, and
I
I don't
know.
want that.
The only like difference is the super fans have like a circle around the heart, and the ones that aren't super fans don't have a circle around the heart. It's very,
Yeah,
very difficult to tell the
I,
difference. Like I think
I don't
it's
like that at
terrible.
all.
It's absolutely terrible.
I think that's stupid for TikTok to have people subscribe and people who are not subscribed get to be called a nerd. Like I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if maybe I don't know if there's a way you can go in and change the name of like your team that's not your super fan team. But I mean, you would want everyone, not everyone be called the same thing, but like, then
No,
you got to come up with a whole new thing
yeah, no, I don't. I don't want everybody. I want the ones that are subscribing to be
to be
um
different.
the
Exactly.
nerd.
But yeah,
Yeah,
and the other people
like
to
there are
not
people who
remain.
follow me just to hate me. I don't want them to be called no nerd. There are people
Exactly.
who click that fan thing to follow just to hate. I do
Yeah.
not want them wearing a nerd badge.
So you see how Sophie doesn't have like the circle around her name? She's not a super fan, but Nikki is. So because Nikki's a subscriber.
Well, and see, in the last guest, when I asked her if she paid for her subscription, she said she paid for it and she subscribed. Because I said, "Did you pay for your subscription or did you get gifted?" And she said, "I paid for it. I subscribed." But she's not. She's not a nerd, and that like the yeah, no, I don't
Yeah,
like
it's
I
gonna
don't
be
like
really
this.
hard to distinguish between because the badges look. I mean, they look almost similar, and the only way you're gonna be able to tell is if you have somebody click on the person's profile and look and see like what if if you click like if I click on your if I click on the Giselle's profile, it says super fan level 31. So like that shows that they're like a subscriber, so to speak. And if it doesn't say super fan, then they're a subscriber. But that's annoying. Like you shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. I really don't want to do it during the live, but I'll figure it out.
Yeah, Chicago John was I mean basically like Brian was talking about it a little bit too. I'm gonna have to work with Christina to try and figure out some ways to maybe distinguish between the one and the other. Also, make it a little bit easier for you guys to tell who's who, because it's very annoying for sure. Also, I love
Yeah,
this prompt. It's fabulous.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I said I love this new prompt.
Oh, thank you. What's up, Oso?
That new name is crazy.
Did
Yeah.
you have anything else?
No, that's it. I don't know. That's it. That's all. You could drop me down.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
All right, have a good one. I need to use the bathroom.
I'm trying to read up on this thing. It's just a way for TikTok to get more money.
Yeah, like they done fucked up some shit. Is it Chef Cat? Chef Cat? Okay. Give me just a second. One moment.
All right, y'all go ahead and tap up the screen. Let's get up to 400K before the top of the hour. Um, if you if you are not a super fan, go ahead and subscribe. You will enjoy 3 months at the $2.99 price before we go up to $9.99 per TikTok rules. We don't want to do it, but they're forcing it.
How many
If you
come?
didn't
Oh,
already, grab your heart knees. Okay. I
no,
know
go ahead.
it's
I'm sorry.
grab your heart knees. Use those emotes that TikTok provides. Then you go ahead and collect your points because we are number 23 out of 100 in the popular space. So y'all, let's keep us up. Use the which one is it? The super popular, and you get double the points. So let's do it, y'all.
Athena?
Yes, hi, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Well, how are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
48 and deconstructing.
Okay, and
And
what are your thoughts on the topic?
um, I don't like either one.
Well, it's not asking like who do you like. It's asking whether the people who follow the supremacist ideologies or pacifist ideologies are following the teachings of Jesus in the Bible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, if you're following the pacifist, then you're just outlandishly lying to yourself. And if you're following the supremacist, same, same.
What do you mean you're lying to yourself? What do you
Like,
mean by that?
okay, I heard one person say, it wasn't in your live, it was in another one's live, that she kept trying to interject saying that let's just dismiss the Old Testament. Let's just focus on the New Testament. And I'm like, what? How is that even possible? How can you just say the Old Testament doesn't even exist because it has all these horrible things, which it does throughout the whole entire Bible, but more so in that and there. Um, Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused about the whole thing. I know that if and when I make this next move for myself, I'm going to be the black sheep of the family. I'm going to be the heretic. I'm going to be the heathen. I'm no longer invited to the cookout. And that's hard.
Um, so what I'm trying to understand is what type of like what is it that you either agree or disagree with about Jesus in the Bible, right? Is it the Jesus that tells people to turn the other cheek, or the Jesus that calls people dogs for not being of the chosen? Like, which Jesus is it that you're saying you don't agree with, or that you see in the Bible?
That's what I'm saying. I see both.
Oh, you see both, and you see
I,
both
s-
as problematic.
I,
Um, so
yes,
okay, and so when you say that they're both lying to themselves, what do you mean by that? Because like, if the white supremacists are following the supremacist ideologies of the Old Testament and Jesus in the New Testament, then they're actually following the book, right? They're following the Bible. If the pacifists are following a like a reinterpretation of Jesus and his pacifist ideologies, then they're following the Bible. So what do you mean when you say they're both lying to themselves?
well, because the white supremacist part, where he condones slavery and, all these other horrible things. They're lying to themselves. And the pacifist part, like you were talking about earlier, turning the other cheek. Um, I just don't see how that's a realism.
How are the white supremacists lying to themselves? I'm still confused. What are they lying to themselves about, though?
Well, they're lying to themselves because, I mean, he 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 didn't come for them unless you're Jewish, unless you're, an Israelite.
But they're Christians, right? They're followers of Christ. So Jesus was an Israelite supremacist, right? And he did teach supremacist ideologies. So the Israelites rejected him. He built his own cult, which are now called Christians with those same ideologies. So, what would the Christians who follow Jesus with supremacist ideologies be lying to themselves about?
Mm, that's a good question. Um, I'd have to say treating people equally, loving one another equally without judgment or division.
You're saying the supremacists do that and they're lying to themselves when they do that? Or Jesus wants them to do that and they're lying to themselves about supremacist culture?
I think Jesus wants them to create division amongst themselves, and they're lying to themselves because they look at it as a whole.
The supremacists do?
Yeah.
So okay, so wouldn't supremacists have like a select group of people? Let's say Christians are the supremacists, like their religion is superior to any other religion on earth, which they do say. You're saying that Jesus wants them to create division amongst them instead of being a whole?
Well, yeah, I mean, we do it in our own community. I'm Hispanic, yet, where do I fall in that category?
Are you a Christian?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know anymore. It's like the more I know, the more I don't know.
So if like let's say you're not a Christian, then you would not be in the whole, you would be on the outside. And let's say your family are in the whole, then Jesus would expect there to be division in your family because your family should be trying to either get you to join the whole, and because you're resisting it, there's the division. But I don't understand you saying that he wants division amongst Christians. I
Well,
don't
I,
get
w- I, w-
that.
I wouldn't say division amongst Christians in that aspect. I mean division amongst humanity, division amongst, you know, um, uh, how do I say it? Division amongst the people when it comes to um race sometimes.
Well, I mean, there was no race back then. White supremacy would be the one that wants division amongst
Well,
race.
yeah, that's what
Jesus,
I'm talking
Jesus
about
was a,
today.
but we're talking about Jesus right now, right? Jesus was an Israelite supremacist, so he would have prioritized ethnicity, the Israelite ethnicity, those that were ethnic Israelites or Jewish people, which wasn't seen as a race then. So even now, right? Like there are Jewish people of all different races. So race wouldn't have been the thing that Jesus prioritized. When white supremacy took on the teachings of Jesus and the structure of the Israelites and created white supremacy, they did it based on race and not ethnicity.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but Jesus did, he prioritized the God of Israel and the cult of Yahweh or the cult of Israel, and those that were outside of the cult were considered second to the Israelites. Yeah, and so the the question that I'm basically asking, I see believers pointing fingers at other believers all the time, saying, "Oh, they're not Christian. Jesus wouldn't want this." But as I'm watching them do this back and forth, scriptures where Jesus is saying to do a thing, or the history of the Israelites is coming into mind, and I'm like, but he really is a Christian. He is following the Bible. Like, why are they saying that? Like, I've talked to several believers, and it seems everybody has a different version of Jesus based on how they read the book. And so I'm just asking, like, how do they know they have the right Jesus?
Yeah, that's a good question. I watch your lives a lot, and a lot of people don't read the book.
Yeah. Yep. Did you have anything else?
No, no. I mean, I'm just like I said, transitioning and having a hard time with the realism of I don't know. I guess I'm gonna be put on Leper Island, you know.
On what island?
Leper Island, like
Oh, what is that?
Oh,
it's like, the man who had the plague, or he had something, and he
Oh, the lepers. Oh,
yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah. That's yeah, my father's an ordained minister, so as soon as I begin to start to ask the important questions or going against the grain, you know what it's about, the indoctrination and all of the BS that follows it. I'm gonna have to set some really strict boundaries.
Yeah, that would be the best thing to do. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, thank you for having me up.
You're
No, I don't
welcome.
live at home.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Bye bye.
All right. Ariel, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? It says she was a theologian.
and then it had pagan at the end.
Yeah.
Thank you for typing in caps, Ming. You'll be back in
There is
5
not
minutes.
only one race.
Right, I don't know why they say that.
There's only one race, and it's the human race. Black people were better off doing Jim Crow. Wait, is this who? No. Haruna?
Hi.
Haruna?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. I'm fine. Where you come
You
from?
have you have a lot of noise in the background.
What?
You have a lot of noise in the background. Your background is too loud. I'm gonna drop you, okay? Have a good day. And then I did y'all hear him say where y'all from? Like I think I don't even know if he came up here to like talk about the topic. Ariel, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Ty, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I'm gonna guess TikTok just threw them in there.
Yeah, because I'm watching the comments too to
Yeah.
see.
Oh, okay, Ty. Um, Kayla,
Oh, man.
did you come up on accident?
Yes, I like it.
Kayla, was that her that said all
No,
men, or was that you?
that was me.
Oh,
Sounded like she was wrestling.
I don't know, Lynn. We're gonna have to figure it out. I'm gonna figure it out after the live and see what, because I didn't know they were gonna look like that. So I'm really sad that the levels are gone, but I'll figure it out. TikTok be doing the fucking most. Hey, Ty.
Oh, nobody asked for this.
Well, that is true because I was waiting on getting my
Okay.
dragon. I'm on my ninth month. Hey, how y'all doing? I was waiting on that dragon.
I'm good. How are you? I know. I'm so sad. Like, man,
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Um, so I did come up to kind of ask something kind of off the wall, crazy ish. This is not about deconstruction, but it's something that I thought about today, and the whole Kirk situation. It's crazy to even say, but the way that they're memorializing this man in front of the United States, like, is there any way we think that this is like all of this is a setup?
I don't know. I don't even get into that.
You know what? I had thought about that today. I was like, it feels like a setup to like, because that I think it's gotten to a point where they realize like they can't rile us up and get the response that they want because then they're gonna look bad. Like it's not gonna be water hoses again. They can't do that. Like sick and dogs, they can't do that again because that's gonna look too bad. But to rile up their own base, it was like we have to do something extreme.
I don't even know. Like, I don't want to assume things because then it'll be like I'm spreading misinformation. Yeah,
Right. And then
you cut out, Ty.
oh yeah, sorry. I don't know why it always does this.
What'd you say? You're back.
Usually I'm good, but I don't know why it always does that. Like I think it's like one part of the house where it does that. But I think like I was just thinking that today, and I'm not saying like to spread anything or like to say any certainties, but definitely that's what it feels like.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Like it's yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right, and
I
I
try
get
to
that. You don't want to comment
yeah
on that.
yeah
You don't want
yeah
to comment on that. But yeah, I get that. I just wanted to come up and ask that and see how you might have felt about that. But at the same time, you don't want to comment about that.
yeah. I try to stay out of those conversations and whatever I can validate, I'll talk about like openly and publicly. But like I typically keep my opinions very close knit where it can't, if possibly, not cause any harm or anything like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking to myself, like, it kind of feels like in 40 years, this is one of those things that's going to come out in like the classified documents. Like, that's what happened. Is this really what happened? But yeah, I just wanted to ask and see if you had any opinion on that. But that's cool.
Yeah. No, the what I can say is Tyler, what's his Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens were making their claims as to why they think it happened, and they were saying that he was about to turn against Trump and Israel, and that
I
they think,
seen that.
yeah. And so I'm like, this shit is getting really muddy, and ain't no telling there ain't no telling. I'm just
Where
I'm
like
just sitting and listening, huh?
or like yeah, where this was like what rabbit hole we're about to go down with this.
Yeah.
But all right, that's it. That's all. Y'all have a great night, and I'll be listening from the chin.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one. I have got to use the bathroom. Oh my gosh. Sophie, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. It is 5:10 a.m. Eastern, 4:10 a.m. Central, 2:10 a.m. Pacific. Let me see if I can guess. It is 8 a.m. South African time. Am I right? 8 a.m. 8:10 South African time. Um, Is there anybody in here from South Africa that can confirm? Not AM? Really? I thought they were only 4 hours behind me. 4 hours in front of me. It's 11:10 a.m.? Oh, okay. So I don't know why I thought it's 11:10 a.m. So y'all are 7 hours ahead of me? Okay. Who was 4 hours
He
ahead
was
of me
4.
yesterday? 4?
Was
It's
South Africa?
4:11.
No, that's South Africa now.
Yeah.
For you, it's 4.
No,
Yeah,
4
7
hours from
hours.
now would be 8. What do you mean? It's 11 their time. So there's 6 hours.
So I'm sleeping.
7 hours. Huh? 7 hours.
Not
ahead.
sleeping, but
Yeah.
let me switch my internet connection. Hold on. Let me switch to the one upstairs. Okay. 21 hours.
Where are you at, Michelle? Every time I see Kamaya's PFP, I think that's Mezzo.
Me too. I was like, oh, mess up.
Annika, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I'm sure it's an accident because you don't ever come on stage. Oh, you're in the West Coast. They're like 12 hours. No. Yeah, they're 9 hours ahead of you. All right, y'all. Welcome to Tuesday. 21 and up, believers, deconstructors, or atheists. Let's not get too quiet in here, y'all.
Yep, y'all know Thinker will shut it down. And while we're waiting, let's go ahead and bust out that gift goal. Get subscribed while it's still $3.99.
I know.
$2.99, sorry.
I'm trying to wait. I'm trying to get somebody on stage so Selena could talk to them, so I could go to the loo, so I can go to the bathroom.
I didn't even try.
Man,
Oh,
somebody
just
come
popped
up here
right
and
back up.
keep Selena company, so I can go to the bathroom. I don't want it to be silent while I'm gone.
Right. Yeah. Who's that?
The loo, the lavatory, the restroom,
lavatory,
the bathroom,
the
the
head,
toilet. The what?
the head. They call it the head in the military.
Oh, the water closet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh, you
The
can have
golden
fun with
throne.
this one, and I'll be back. I just want you to know your hands will be full with this one,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, yep. We already know, Loop. How are you?
I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, but thank you, host, for platforming me. I appreciate that.
It's fine. What do you
How you
think of
doing?
the topic? I'm great.
Good,
Oh, you
good.
said, how do I know you, or how am I doing?
No, I just said, how you doing? I
Oh,
hope
I'm
you're doing
amazing.
good. I hope you're doing good.
So what do you
Yeah.
think of the
It's an interesting
topic?
statement, quite honestly, because the belief in God, the teaching of God, we're taught about Jesus through the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit resides in our heart. So, when you think about the teachings of Jesus, if you're not necessarily hearing the Holy Spirit from your heart, you probably won't get taught about Jesus, because no human's going to be able to explain it to you if you're not necessarily feeling it in your heart. So who
Okay,
has the
so
right
the
teachings?
question
Your
is
heart
asking
is the
you,
one.
no, is asking who has the right teachings of Jesus? Those
Right,
that
you
are
yourself.
pacifists or those that are supremacists?
Yeah, those.
You got to listen to you. Hold on, hold on,
What do
hold
I
on.
got to
Loop.
do?
I understand I understand you're eager and you're ready to talk and you're ready to get this out.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we got to answer the entire question that Thinker has up there. She wants to know,
Okay.
is it those that are pacifists or those that are supremacists?
It could be
Which
either.
Jesus?
Yeah, it could be either. I'm
That has the
presenting the
right teachings
concept.
of Jesus?
Both could arrive at that same correct spot, so to speak, because the Holy
What
Spirit
would
will
be the
guide the
same
heart.
correct?
The Holy Spirit will guide the
What would be
hearts.
the correct spot?
Yeah. So if you're a pacifist and you want to know Christ, the Holy Spirit in your heart can take you through that path. Now, if you're a supremacist and you want to know Christ, the Holy Spirit in your heart can take you to
No.
that path.
Jesus as a pacifist and Jesus as the supremacist. Which one?
You know, being the creator of the universe, he could be all things. He could be both and he could be neither. There are the people who had their tables overturned in their church
She's
would
asking
find him
who.
not to be a
Hey,
Yeah.
pacifist.
she's
He's
asking. Yeah, I told
I know
you.
my
I told
answer
you
is
he does. He
insufficient. I
does the
understand.
most. No, you're just probably refusing to answer the damn
babbling.
question. She's asking you, out of the believers on earth, who is following his teachings the most? That's what she's asking.
Yeah, I understood. And the answer is probably insufficient, which is okay.
You Javarius will drop a person.
He does that shit every time he comes on stage.
He does it on
He
purpose.
he just comes to waste time. Dr.
He does it
Sister,
on purpose.
Good morning.
good
Good
morning. How are you?
morning.
I just came across this live as I was scrolling, and I thought it was an interesting question because I've actually been discussing this with some friends recently.
Okay, can I get your age and let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or an atheist.
44, deconstructing,
Okay.
grew up in the church,
Okay.
a more charismatic Pentecostal background.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
So this is going to probably be more existential. I don't believe anybody can have the right teachings of Jesus. So I am a clinical psychologist by background, having learned how the human brain works, how our minds will shape because of how we're shaped, because of our parents' beliefs, all the social media and all the things that we consume. I think inherently we're incapable of actually knowing who actually has the true teachings of Jesus.
Even though there's a book with historical context that you can study and research to understand the historical context, like basic reading comprehension.
So are we speaking about the Bible specifically right now?
Yeah.
So comprehension of the Bible has got to be rooted in the context in which it was written at that point in time, as well as who it is written to. So, example, one of pieces of the Bible and the way that the books are constructed were letters. So if I wrote a letter to the host, what I'm saying is very specific to her. And I don't know if you use she, her pronouns. I apologize for assuming. So if I write it to her and then 1,000 years from now, let's say Michelle in the comments is like, man, this is gospel. This applies to me. It might not. It applied to the host in 2025 in that moment in time. And the problem with how folks interpret the Bible today is they read themselves into the story. They're taking today, overlaying it on top of the narrative and putting themselves in the place of who's coming out on top.
Yeah, that I know. But my question is, based off of reading the text, right? For example, Jesus was an Israelite. We can gather that from reading the text. The character in the story belonged to the cult of Israel, right? During first century Rome. We can read the Hebrew scriptures and learn what the culture was like and expected of for that cult, or the different. There are multiple cults within, and multiple sects within the cult of Yahweh. But what the overall expectation of that cult was to put the God first, like you give allegiance to the God, and then you give allegiance to another Israelite. And the understanding of Israelites was that they were superior to all other humans on earth, and that they were chosen by their God to rule other humans on earth, and to bring them to bring them to Yahweh, to serve Yahweh, right?
Right.
We know that Jesus in the Gospels believed in the law of Moses. He taught his followers to follow the law of Moses. He taught an Israelite to love an Israelite. Like we can see what the character does in the text even before we do any type of like reinterpretation. Does that make sense? And so
Yes.
what I'm asking is, like, I know that the text has been reinterpreted for a modern day audience, and it has been, more than once. Jesus has changed. The God of Israel has changed what he does, what he wants, who he is has changed over time. But if we look at the Bible and the words that are in the Bible, what I'm asking is, who would be following the teachings of this character the most, based off of the Bible, based off the text?
So are we discounting what society is right now?
Well, I said
Because if
based
that's
off
the
of the
case,
text. I'm not
okay.
asking based off of someone else's interpretation, based off of
hmm
the book that we have, based off of the quotes that we have from this character and the things that the character said in the book. Who would be following his teachings the most is my question.
So if we're holding that to be true in today's society, who would be following him?
Yes. Would
Gotcha.
it be the supremacists who say Jesus is, that they're following Jesus and Jesus is their Lord and Savior, or would it be the pacifists?
I think in a way, I don't love binary questions. I think I lean more toward being a pacifist. So if we look at Jesus and assuming that the Bible that we have is correct,
Why would you assume that it's
Jesus
not?
was, it's been passed through too many hands at this point, and people have manipulated it for their personal uses.
Do you have any proof of that? That it's been manipulated?
Me personally, no.
So why
But that
would
is
you?
that's not my personal background.
Right.
It's
So
a
why
more
would you? Why would
historian.
you? Right. So why would you? Why would you state that without being able to back that up?
Pretty sure if I go, we'll just use King James, right? So in the interpretation for him with the King James Bible, he was taking it, had it interpreted into English to supplement his rule.
And what did he do? What did he change from the Hebrew to supplement his rule?
Well, it's always going to change. We will always lose meaning the minute you change languages. And
Right.
that is
Right.
true.
I'm not ask. Yeah, that's different though, right? But you're saying that he changed it to supplement his rule, so he would have had to like change, like an entire meaning of something in order to do that. So I'm asking, like, what specific things are you saying that he changed from the Hebrew to supplement his rule? That's what I'm asking.
I can't give you a solid example at this moment in time.
Like, I get a lot of people that come in here and say that, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm always interested in knowing exactly what he changed from the Hebrew. Like, I like to research things like that. I am in my third semester of Hebrew, and I've found some things where, in the King James Bible, they'll take, like, a Hebrew word has like several different definitions or contexts. They don't really deal with definitions, but they deal with, like, context of a word. And King James would choose a specific context, right, to give a specific scripture a meaning, but he didn't necessarily just like completely rewrite large portions. I think each translation has a lot of variations, but I don't see any like big rewrites from King James from the Hebrew, or at least I haven't found any. One of the things, and King James didn't force this translation, but the text about man shall not lie with man as with a woman, that's a forced translation. Like, the Hebrew doesn't necessarily say man shall not lie with man. It it's ambiguous, at best. It's broken Hebrew, and no scholar actually knows for sure what the writer was trying to say there. But whoever translated that verse first before the King James forced their translation. I do think that there are errors in the translation when people were trying to translate, but I don't necessarily see any big rewrites from the Hebrew the to the King James. And then we have access to, like, the oldest copies of the New Testament, and there have been additions, but they were added way before the King James. There have been redactions that were redacted before the King James. So I think a lot of times people think that King James added slavery in the Bible so that they could go and enslave in America, but that's not true. Slavery was always in the Hebrew scriptures.
Oh, I'm not purporting that. Oh, no, ma'am.
No, I said I think sometimes people think that King James added slavery. So that,
Oh,
yeah,
gotcha.
but that isn't true.
No, I love that you're studying it. So I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Do you have
Sure.
um, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I said, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to be respectful. How do you feel about the books that were dropped out? So the Apocrypha.
I mean, some of them are interesting to read. Many of them were were written during the common era time. Some of them were written, like, for example, the Book of Enoch was written around. The first book was written around 299 BCE, but attributed to Enoch. The biblical Enoch would have, if he did exist, he would have lived about 600 years after the biblical Adam. So there's no way he wrote the Book of Enoch. That book would have come like 3,000 years after Enoch would have lived. And so I think a lot of it is fan fiction that was created by people throughout time to try to fill in the gaps for the stories that they already had circulating at the time.
Oh, interesting. I have not finished reading them. I do have them. Thank you for stating your thoughts on that.
You're welcome. There is actually a book called 54 Accumulative Pre-Nicene Texts, like for the New Testament, where there's a lot of texts that were in rotation at the time before they decided which uh, text would be scripture. Some were written before the Gospels, but they're pretty interesting to read too.
I'm gonna have to pick that up. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So You getting your MDiv?
No,
Okay.
no. This is a part of my deconstruction. I actually started studying because I was trying to get closer to God, and it just one thing led to another. But I find it really interesting, but also um, it it's a part of my deconstruction. Let me say that.
I think you're doing a lot of justice to the deconstructing journey for yourself. I run into a lot of folks who don't go down and do that deep dive, but it's more of thought exercises. So that's really cool.
Yeah, and I like to learn, and it feels like a scavenger hunt now.
Wait, where's the
Yeah.
information?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you letting me come up and hang out
Yeah.
with y'all for a little bit.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
For sure.
All right. Have a good one.
You too. You too.
Have a good one.
Unique, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. 21 and up. The stage looks so empty tonight.
I
Goodness
know.
gracious.
And the funny thing is when it's on the, because you said 21 and up, when it's 25 and up, all the 21 and 24-year-olds want to jump in the box. Now
Yeah.
that you have it at 21, none of them want to show up. Like, that's just wild.
Granted, we
When they
did have a
can't.
3-hour conversation. And that was a good conversation though, but we
But it
did
was
we
a
did
good
have
one. Yeah.
yeah, we did have a 3-hour conversation. Hey Trinita.
Good
What's up?
morning.
It's
You just
pressure
scared
day.
the shit out of me.
Well, I'm sorry about that, sweetheart. You know, I really don't mean to do that.
Wait, is this Tariq?
Huh?
Sound like it.
Is this Tariq?
Why would you ask me that?
Because you sound like Tariq.
I taught that boy everything he know.
And so who is this?
This is highly evolved Oso. This is Oso that's been through the ringer.
Oh.
Oh, this is Oso's higher self.
This is his final form.
Oh, okay.
Oh, goodness.
Greetings, sisters.
where is the lower form?
Yeah.
The lower
We want to know.
form is no longer. I
What?
had a I had a battle of the minds last night.
Wait, did the higher form merge with fucking McCoy?
The higher form murdered the lower form in order to succeed and succeed the power structure of the mind.
Oh my god, you sound like you got a McCoy haint.
Oh, no.
Wow, um, that's very powerful.
I'm getting scared.
Don't be afraid, sister.
Did this also form watch the Demon Slayer movie? Is that what we
I don't watch any of that devilry.
Mm-mm.
The vibrations is too low for me to watch that. Too low.
Oh, okay.
You sound like you go back and
You
forth
missing out.
between Tariq and McCoy. I'm gonna start calling you Takoy.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about that is You have an untrained spiritual ear.
Actually, we're gonna name you Takoyo.
Wow.
To yeah, for Tariq, McCoy, and Oso. Your new name, like for all three of your personalities and the spirits that you got, the haints that you got, we're gonna name it Takoyo.
I'd rather you call me by my Christian name,
What's your Christian name?
Nebuchadnezzar.
Your Christian name is Nebuchadnezzar?
Yes.
Nebuchadnezzar was a Babylonian. When did
Uh-huh.
Babylonians become Christian?
Nowhere in history to my knowledge. Is that,
Heretic
that a
said
problem?
Heretic said your name is not Heretic said your name is Never-Knesar.
Um, okay, but like, he's a heretic, so like, joke's on him, right?
No, joke's on you.
Oh, hmm. Hadn't accounted for that. Hmm. Fuck that guy.
Can you go get Oso?
I mean, I'm on the way to go see him right now. I assume that you're talking about base form, aka lower form, also.
The one you said you murdered?
Base form?
Yes, I'm gonna have to go. Yeah, I'm on the way to Sheol as we speak. I'm gonna go pick him up and bring him back to the land of the living because I am merciful.
Cause you miss him?
Because I
It's
am
merciful.
merciful.
Oh, you're merciful. Oh my gosh.
Mm. I'm going to bring him back.
Tell him we miss him. And ask
I
him if
would
he
say
can
on
let
that.
us know. Yeah. When you get there, ask him did he see Biggie Smalls and tell us if he was in a juicer.
Um, I'll have him contact you.
No, I don't want him to contact me. Just ask him if he seen Biggie Smalls and if Biggie Smalls was in a juicer.
Yeah, I don't necessarily. It's too low vibrational for me.
You about
I'll
to
have
go
him
to
contact you.
Sheol.
Uh huh.
You about to go to Sheol. How low vibrational can you get
That's actually a common misconception. The vibes are really nice.
in Sheol
Yeah.
and the ground?
Uh huh. It's
Oh,
nice and cool. There's no like bills and shit. It's okay. Oh, look at that! I just pulled up to the gates right now. Hold on, brother. Brother. Also, they want to talk to you. Hold
Why
on
is
one
he
second,
like
guys.
this?
Hello.
hey, you okay?
Um, I've seen some shit.
Was Biggie
Mm.
Smalls down there?
Not only Biggie Smalls, but you'll never guess it was Betty White too.
You saw
Not Betty.
you saw
Mm-hmm.
Betty White in
I saw Betty
Sheol?
White. Yeah.
Not Betty.
Why would Betty White be in Sheol?
Betty ain't supposed to be ugly.
Apparently the process got backed up, so they got a backlog back to like the fucking 1800s.
Oh,
To the 1800s? I bet
Yeah,
what
Harriet done it? Tell me
was
Harriet
Martin
not
Luther
done
absolutely,
King
it.
down there?
absolutely.
Oh.
You would think he'd get in off of special exceptions, but I guess having all those orgies with white women behind his wife's back
Oh my gosh.
probably didn't get him the auto stamp that he needed.
Oh my gosh. Was Abraham Lincoln down there?
Oh, he did.
No, he already got processed.
Oh,
What
okay,
the
he got
fuck he
processed.
get an exception for?
He ain't go where you thought he went.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wait, hold on. So the line in Sheol is just for people getting into heaven?
Yeah. Well, not necessarily heaven, but you either go to a place where you are one with creation, living eternally in bliss, playing video games, and the other one's just separation from it. So,
Mm.
They both sound boring as fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, you get unlimited free 2Ks. So, I don't know.
Did you say unlimited free toothpaste?
2K.
Oh, boring.
You also get unlimited books.
Are you trying to make Sheol seem? You trying to make heaven seem interesting?
Did my other me tell you about the no bills thing? That's pretty cool,
Oh
huh?
my god.
It's like thinker, go to heaven. There's a lot of books there.
There's a lot of books.
There's
It's
so
like
much
Belle
research.
and the Beast castle.
Loki, it's
Hold
an
on, I'm
allegory for
trying
Sheol.
captive. Mm,
What's an allegory for Sheol?
dang.
Beauty and the Beast.
Beauty and the Beast.
Mm. Miss Andrews, are you up on purpose or on accident? I can hear it. I can hear the snore.
The pouring, the pouring, the purring.
All right, y'all. It's been what, 30 minutes? No, not 30 minutes. Was it what, 10 minutes? I forgot the last guest that
No, no,
came
not
in.
yet.
Yeah,
Not yet.
not yet.
A
Maybe
little
10.
minute.
Yeah. Sister Doctor or Doctor
Yeah, I
Sister?
forgot. I forgot she came on stage because it didn't. The conversation didn't last that long.
Tinker, what do you think about the new stuff?
I don't like it.
Mm,
Like all the badges look the same. Even like people who aren't subscribing and that join the team get the nerd badge, and I
mhm.
literally could not tell the difference. I can see the difference now, but I couldn't tell the difference when they came on stage.
Yeah.
And I had a 3 hour conversation with somebody that I thought was a nerd the whole time.
Oh shit. Well, they aren't done doing rollback or not rollbacks, but like updates to it. I suspect that your uh, team name and your like super fan name is gonna be different.
What do you mean? I added the team name and the super
So
fan name
like,
last night.
yeah. I don't think right now
Oh,
it
you're saying
shows.
no? The team name has 10 characters.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it's not called team name. It's called the super fan club. The super fan club is has the name, and then the subscriber, the team name is nerd, and then there's a super fan club name, right?
I'm not entirely sure which one's which. I know that
Seems that way.
the longer one is the one that is not going to be showing up yet, from what I can tell.
Yeah,
But once they start doing that one, then you'll be able to tell more differently, or tell more easily, because it'll be a difference in like the amount of names they get.
but that won't have a badge, right?
I'm pretty sure they'll, uh,
I
not
think
like
I thought
the
it.
Superman has a badge, yeah.
Yeah, the super fan has the nerd badge, but the super fan club name, I thought that was for like this the super fan only chat.
Oh, interesting. They
Yeah, because
combined your
huh?
they combined the nerd thing with your gifter level in the live. I just noticed that. So you see, I got like a 4 in the heart next to my nerd.
I can't see it. It's so damn small. I don't like that everybody has the same badge. I don't like that. Like it
It's
takes away like
technically
the
different,
dragon.
but it's not
Huh?
what you. I said it's technically different because it's the badge is dependent on how much you've been a gifter in the live, but it's not the same like it was. I don't know if they're gonna change that back.
I don't see no difference in nobody badges.
So like, look at if you look at like Birdie, Birdie has 3, a level 3 heart. Onyx has a
Yeah,
level 2.
I can't see
Uh,
that.
um, I
I
don't
mean,
know
I
if
see I
it's
see little bitty white writings in it, but they so small I can't make them out.
yeah.
Yeah. And then like everybody like I can see that some have a light color orange and some have a dark color, so I guess that's like how long they've been subscribing.
Hmm.
But I can't tell the difference between a new nerd or a seasoned nerd. Like I don't
Yeah.
like it. I don't know. TikTok fucks shit up all the time.
Yeah, I think we got a couple more
Agent
days to kind
nerd.
of see what they're going to settle on.
Yeah, I think they said it would be rolled out. I think by the 17th, completely by the 17th.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
something, bro.
Sweet Beast. Hello, Sweet Beast.
Playing 2K.
Oh, cool. So,
Chapter. You're in the guest request box, but I don't see a comment from you saying that you're in there on purpose. From you and that you're in there on purpose. Magos. Mytho.
Hi.
ZP?
Mythocozy.
Whoa.
It's Mzimbi.
I'm sorry. No, if you open, hold on for a second. Okay. Also, if you click on the bio and look at the other name, it says Mythocozy.
No, I was
Oh,
I'm still doing paperwork
Mtogozis.
to leave Sheol. That was different. I wasn't allowing
Sure, sure.
it.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Mtogozis, Kamalam. It's my name.
Yeah,
It's
I know. I
my
was trying to pronounce. I was trying to pronounce it right, and I clicked on your bio, and I pronounced the one you have in your bio. It says Mythocozisi.
Mtogozis. Yes, that's my name.
Okay. I don't want to mess it up. So can you say it slowly so that I can say it slowly for me?
Oh, it's
Mito.
Mtogozisi.
Mitocozisi. Did I get it right?
To. To.
Oh, tocozisi. Is that right?
Yes. Thank
To.
you. Yes,
Okay.
that's how you properly
Oh,
pronounce it.
okay. Awesome. Tocozisi. All right.
And
Awesome.
that's what I
Yes,
said
that's how you
earlier, but
pronounce it.
That is
yeah.
not what you said, but thank you, Tokozisi. So I see in your bio it says that you are reincarnated.
Thank you.
Are you a believer in the God of the
Yes, I
Bible?
am. Not of the Bible.
Okay. Are
Not
you
entirely.
deacon?
Let me say not entirely.
Not entirely. What do you mean by that?
Some parts I would agree with, but some I won't. I feel
Oh,
like
okay.
there's a certain narrative that is being pushed by the patriarchy. Yes.
Okay. Um. All right. But do you like is the God of the Bible like? Do you believe in a God?
Yes, I believe there's a source or a higher power.
Okay. And is that source the God that's in the Bible, even though you don't agree with everything in the Bible? Is that the
Yes,
same?
yes, to a certain extent. No, but I can't give him human attributes like no, not the way that the Bible describes him to be, but I believe there's a higher power, yes, a source of all life, the source of happiness, yeah.
Okay. Well, the conversations that we have in here are about the God that's in the Bible. I don't necessarily talk about like source or spirit or anything like that. Like we do deconstruction conversations regarding the God in the Bible and Jesus.
But I do believe in Jesus.
Is it the Jesus in the Bible?
Yes, exactly, yes, the one in the Bible.
But Jesus is not God. Is that right?
No, I think so. His teachings are not in the Bible; they are hidden. So I thought maybe you wanted to find out what his real teachings were outside of the Bible.
No, no. Um, no. We're discussing the God of Western Christianity and deconstructing from that God.
Oh, so you're an atheist?
Yes.
Okay. So can I ask a question? Were you once a staunch Christian?
Why are you asking that?
I want to find out where you're at psychologically, because a lot of bent out Christians are angry at God. You know,
The thing is that
is
well, you're
the
not.
atheist.
The thing is that you're not entitled to that, and then you don't believe in the God that we're discussing. So why would that matter to you?
I actually was an atheist before.
Yeah, but
Staunchly
why
or
would
no?
I used to be an atheist.
Staunchly?
I used to be an atheist.
Like a staunch
Sorry?
atheist?
I can't hear you clearly.
Yeah, like a stout atheist or what?
No, a staunch Christian, like somebody who followed the word to the T, somebody who went to church religiously, like every
Yeah, I'm
Sunday we were
saying,
at church.
were you like a staunch atheist or no?
Yes, definitely. At a young age, and I used to feel guilty because a lot of people would tell me otherwise. I used to feel super guilty. This was at a very tender age, like I was still in primary school.
Well, my people say staunch. So, what made you decide to abandon reality?
No, because I woke up, like I woke from the simulated reality that I was living in, and I was able to see that actually there is a higher power, but it's hidden from the average person because there's a certain narrative that is being pushed. You know.
That's interesting that you think that the imagined reality is atheism and the belief in a magical, powerful, supernatural God is reality. I think that's interesting.
No, I don't believe it's supernatural in a way that you would.
Does it transcend nature?
Does it?
I'm asking.
I couldn't hear you clearly.
Does it transcend nature?
Yeah, obviously,
Yeah,
yes,
okay, so it's
definitely.
a supernatural thing.
It, well, yeah, but I don't think it has the kind of influence that you would think it does. Or maybe I'm yet to witness it because I believe that we are living in a prison, in a mental prison. We are being like on purpose. It's done on purpose that we don't really feel anything. That a lot of people walk around questioning, asking themselves, where is this God? Where is this God? Because it's done on purpose. Like our food and our water is being poisoned in real time so that we don't awaken spiritually. That's what is happening. That's what I believe is happening in society.
What does the spiritual awakening grant you?
It brings me clarity. It brings me, the ability to connect the dots and see things from the bigger picture.
Like what?
Like the fact that we need to all come together to to dethrone the powers. We are the ones that are gonna do it when we awaken. All of us, when we engage in spiritual practice, like one language, one spiritual language. Like when we all meditate.
Didn't France already do this?
Who?
Didn't France do this?
The country.
Yeah, didn't like the people band together to take out those in power?
I don't know about friends. I don't know, but I'm saying that we need to come together and actually to remember who we were before colonization. Yeah, that's how it is. Because before colonization, people actually knew how to communicate with the spiritual. And I'm
Really?
actually yes, they did. I'm actually from South Africa. I'm Zulu from South Africa, and in my culture, we still have people that actually practice. I've actually had a spiritual awakening, so I can tell you that
That's
ancestors
interesting
are
because I'm
actually.
Hulu from social media. But the thing about it is, all that spiritual awakening, did it stop any colonization from happening? Or,
It has never happened. When has it really happened?
so when you said before colonization, you meant
Yeah, before colonization, people were spiritual.
so
No,
colonization happened?
yes, when colonization happened, people were subjugated using the pew pew.
Oh, yeah.
They
So
were
that
made.
connection to that
Yes,
spirituality, what did it do in real life?
no, they like a lot of people hid away, like they stopped and conformed because they wanted to preserve their lives.
So it
So
didn't
that's
really do
what
anything.
stopped it. That's why a lot of people. Sorry,
So it didn't really do anything.
do anything to what to fight the system.
I mean, it didn't do anything to stop colonization, did it?
They couldn't do anything at the time.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't
They
do
were rounded
anything.
up. They were rounded up. What would you do if somebody came to your house with a PPU?
That's well, that doesn't have to be a hypothetical. That's actually happened to me.
Oh, so yeah, like what did
Yeah.
you do when that happened? Didn't you
Um,
submit?
no, I got beat
But
up
how are
pretty
you
bad.
still? How are you still? Also, you had a PPU of your own, so you fought back.
Let's just say I retaliated.
Oh, okay, yeah. But my thing, so you saying, so you're actually insinuating that spiritual awakening or enlightenment bears no significance if it couldn't stop the powers from overtaking, like the patriarchy from overtaking and ruling the entire world.
I mean, if it didn't have a tangible difference on stopping colonization from happening, then what is going back to it going to do?
Yeah, I understand you, but the thing is, right now it is our freedom.
I mean,
Right
you're
now, things
fine.
you
That's you can
can't.
do that
No,
for sure. 100%. I'm not
yeah, but
saying
you
you can't.
can't.
I'm just asking what the utility is. That's all.
No, the thing is, right now, you can't compare us to those times, those slavery times. It's different right now. People can do whatever they want. Unfortunately, they just missing the moral compass that is their spirituality. Even if we did what we do, what we need to do, nobody would come. Actually, they could come, but it wouldn't be easy. It won't be like in the days of apartheid here in South Africa. People have free will right now. They can do what they want, but they are missing the moral compass because we've been indoctrinated into thinking individualistically, like to chasing individual brilliance, and we are pitted against each other. That is why a lot of people don't get along. Like that's why there are so many dysfunctional families, especially in the BLK community. Our
Oh,
families are
damn.
super dysfunctional. Yeah, so if
My
we
family is
went
not
back,
dysfunctional.
Yeah,
Y'all
my
dragging
family's
people
straight,
into
dog.
y'all. Like, what?
then
I
you are
had a
blessed.
FaceTime
My
call with
family.
my sisters and my dad last night, man. My family's straight. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, if your family is not dysfunctional, then you are super blessed. I envy you because my family is in shambles. It does not work. Nobody supports the
What are
others.
you calling dysfunctional?
Like the inability to collaborate on anything.
Damn. That sounds like a y'all problem for real.
Yeah, we have a serious problem, and it's because of colonization, and it's because of the spiritual disconnection. Because it's because of white supremacy that it has come to this, and the most painful thing is that my people don't even realize what the cause is. They are just in it. It has happened over a lot of many years. So people think it's just nature. It's who they are, and there are those people like me who still feel like something could happen, something different, like we could have an entirely different reality to what we are experiencing right now. So you know what that does? It actually antagonizes people. It actually polarizes me and puts me in it marginalizes me because I'm not willing to conform. And the fact that I'm not willing to conform, it means I am isolated. So yeah, but I think I have to continue trying to enlighten like people.
So your answer for centuries of indoctrination into the spiritualness of Jesus is to reindoctrinate them into a new brand of Jesus?
It's not no, it's not re-indoctrinating.
It
It's who
is.
we were. It's not
It,
indoctrination is something else.
it's
Indoctrination is
indoctrination.
actually no, indoctrination is teaching a certain amount of information, the right amount to push your narrative.
Wrong.
That's it. That's what indoctrination is. That's what has
That's not.
happened
That's
over the
not it.
years. Would you say so? It's not it. So you
Indoctrination is
saying
teaching
right now the
someone
state?
to. Indoctrination is teaching someone to accept a belief uncritically.
I believe. Oh, okay. Blind faith of sorts. Is that what you say?
That would
Yeah.
be
Then
kind
then
of a
then what?
bastardization, but if that's how you can understand it, then sure.
Yes. Then definitely what I'm pushing is not indoctrination because I don't tell people what to do without actually having them pose questions at me. So it's not indoctrination.
It is because you're
Definitely
saying
not.
that it's who our ancestors were, right? But you're still pushing Jesus. But like I'm reading that our ancestors believed in the Great Mother, the Great Spirit, right? Right. People who have ancestors in South Africa, let me say that. The goddess creation, like there's no Jesus in the history, the oral traditions of the Zulu nation, of the Zulu people.
Zulu
Not in
people
the
believe
or
in balance. There's no. Okay.
Yeah, but it
Okay.
wasn't
Sorry.
Jesus. It wasn't Jesus. Like you came here and asked me if I wanted to learn about the hidden teachings of Jesus. Like it'd be different if he was like, "Hey, have you ever heard of Indaba?" Right, Indaba, my children, and like the oral traditions that were passed down through the keeper of the stories. Right, like, but you're just re-indoctrinating people into a different brand of Jesus.
No, I think
Did his voice change?
I think he might be
is.
experiencing
I'm talking
some
about the real one.
technical difficulties.
They call him Yeshua, and the thing is, he said something time to time.
What is happening?
100%. My brother, I think that you are having a technical difficulties. If you could find a better
No, it's. I
stadium,
think it's been sorted. It's been sorted. So no, it's not re-indoctrination. The thing is, with Jesus, he said something that resonates with me. So I feel like he was like he really did existed because he said something that is true. So when
Wait,
people
where
say
where did he say this at? In the Bible or in the hidden text that you're talking about?
in the Bible,
You said the
but
Bible
it was not
wasn't.
revealed.
You said
Yes,
the
I said to a
Bible.
certain
I'm
extent.
sorry. I'm sorry. You said the Bible wasn't Jesus's words, though.
Yeah, I said to a certain extent. There's a dead hand. There's somebody trying to control the narrative using like the text. They
I'm sorry.
removed,
I'm sorry.
in
Say
my
that again.
theory, they removed some of the.
Wait, I didn't hear you. What'd
They
you say?
removed some of his. I said there's a dead hand. There's a dead hand. There's somebody. Uh, it's only like I could say maybe 60% accurate. That's my estimation because there's information that's been hidden there. When Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within, they don't show what he meant, and they just say that Jesus said the
Oh,
kingdom of heaven is within.
oh. So you're
Yes, it does
doing
not.
the? Do you do Kundalini and all of that? Like,
No, 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 not Kundalini. No, Kundalini is long division, and it's risky.
I
You have
thought
to
mm,
you have to
Kundalini
be
was when
super
you ate
brave
a.
to do it.
mm.
Kundalini. Kundalini it's like it's an awakening. You have to dance. I think you even drink a concoction of sorts, like a psychedelic, and then you dance.
Oh, I'm
I
thinking
think
about Kundalini. It's my fault.
unfortunately I
And
can't hear
so
you
and,
properly.
and so you're saying that
Somebody.
because Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within. That's the most revolutionary thing that Jesus said in the text, and people just didn't catch that. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And so all the people that are saying like that he's not necessarily talking about a physical place, he's talking about you being a spiritual being, and you just have to find yourself, right, and raise your awareness and your consciousness, and that's what Jesus was talking about, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Do you think
Yes.
that I have not heard that before?
You've heard it, but do you have the formula what he actually did to raise his vibration, to actually emancipate himself, to move to a higher, to connect to his higher self?
I mean, he didn't connect to
That's what is.
his higher self. The stories that were written about him weren't true. Like he didn't walk on water. He didn't raise the dead. He didn't do any of that. So, like,
Yes, that's the.
what is it that you are saying that he did in this book that says that he raised himself to like he didn't even say anything revolutionary. Like it'd be different if he connected to like a different source of knowledge and he gave information that wasn't already in Egypt's writings or in Babylon's writings or in the Hebrew scriptures. Like he didn't say anything revolutionary.
Yes, that's the brainwash. That's the part you should check. That's what they
What
are
did he say? What
using.
did he
That's what
say
they.
in the text that? What did he say in the text that was revolutionary?
He told
That,
people
that had never
exactly
been
how to
said.
emancipate
Hold
them.
on, hold on. No, no, I'm saying, what did he say in the text that had never been said before by any
You
other
don't.
culture?
Yes, my sister, that's not how revolution works. You don't say anything that's not been said
I,
before. You tell
I'm
people the
talking about
truth. You reveal the.
a
It is true.
revelation, something that is revealing, something that never has been said before. What revelations did Jesus have that has never been said before?
So that's your belief. That's what revelation
I'm
is. You
asking
tell
you.
people
That
that
is
something
what
they.
revelation is. It's revealing information.
No, revelation.
Like revelation is
Yes.
a revealing. What did Jesus reveal that hadn't already been written in other people's scrolls and cuneiform tablets and stuff? What did he say?
I can't answer you. I think you already have the answers you seek. So I can't really say because even if I said something myself, I don't think you
No,
would
don't gaslight
like
me
take
now.
it
If you said
seriously.
that you came in here to wake black people up, and I'm asking you, what are you going to tell us that Jesus said that we can't already read? Like, what did Jesus say that he didn't get from Egypt or Assyria or the Hebrew scriptures or Rome? Like, That's what I'm asking. What did
I
he?
don't the thing, I don't
What
think
was
that is.
unique to Jesus's teachings? What was unique to Jesus only, and that Jesus said?
I can't answer you. I don't think I have the answers. I only have the answers that I believe Jesus was trying to relay, and they actually gagged him so that
What was he
he could
trying to
not
relate? That the
help
kingdom of
people.
heaven was within? That you didn't need a God,
Yes,
or
no, he was trying to teach people that heaven is actually a state of mind, like happiness. You can find it by enlightening yourself by actually meditating.
where does
Basically,
he
I
say
believe that
that?
he was meditating. He does not.
What?
That's what is hidden.
Oh, it's hidden because it's in your head and other people's heads.
Wow. Okay. No, it's cool. I don't have to say anything more because I don't want to be, controversial. I just came here because I thought actually people wanted to learn how to properly
You asked
communicate with
me
the
that.
spiritual
She's
world.
asking questions, dude. The fuck?
Exactly. And you asked me that
No, but the
question,
thing
and I
is,
told you
the
no.
questions.
No. You asked
No,
me that
she sounds like.
question. No, wait. You
I don't. You
asked me
see,
that
the
question.
next thing
I'm
that I
sorry.
say is gonna
You
it's
see,
gonna be
you're talking
triggering.
while I'm talking. You asked me
You
that
see, you're an
question,
angry
and I
Christian.
told
You're
you
an angry,
no.
burnt out Christian.
I'm the fact that you have this Kundalini, Jesus kingdom energy, and you keep talking over me as if you have some right to do that. You asked me the question if I wanted to you to teach me this stuff, and I said no, and you stayed and kept doing it. And then I'm asking you questions about what Jesus said that we haven't already read, or that he hadn't read in Egypt or any other culture. And then you start saying, I can't tell you that. I don't know. I can't tell you that. And then the whole thing that you came in here to tell us is that Jesus was trying to teach you that the kingdom of heaven is within, and that heaven is a state of mind, hell is a state of mind. Like we hear that all the time. That's not new to us.
That's the thing, my sister. It does not have to be new information. It has to be information that's already there, but you have to practice it with precision. You have to be precise. You have to get the best results out of it. That's what I'm saying. The truth is
And I
already
asked you
there.
that, and you said you couldn't tell us. So, like, what do you want us to do? Beg
The thing
for
is,
it?
right now in your tone, I'm sensing like one of those Christians who got burnt out and now they are angry
I don't. I
at
could give
the
less than a
Oh
fuck what you're
no.
sensing. I could give less than a fuck
exactly. You see, in
what you're
our
sensing.
it's
Your and what I'm sensing right now is a fragile man who don't have any confidence in whatever he's calling his spirituality, and being pushed back.
really.
Right? Yes, it's making you act out like a child, and then you don't know how to handle when a woman tells you no. You don't know how to handle when a woman puts authority behind her voice, and you shrivel up and you start throwing ad hominems. I'm asking you questions about what it is that you are trying to teach us. And because I guess we already know what it is that you're trying to teach, you're getting offended. You came in here like you were, I don't know, the Jackie Chan of spirituality, talking
Hmm?
about this is what's going to get black people out of colonization, out of the patriarchy. Like, we're asking you logical
What?
questions.
What? Oh my word! No, I never said this would like get people out of colonization. I know. Thank you for your time, timekeeper, program director, all protocol observed. I think I should sit this one out. I'm actually from Africa. I'm not from America. I'm not
Yeah, I'm
really
actually
that.
from Africa as well.
No, then I think you.
Also, didn't he say that this is what black people needed to do?
He did
Didn't
mention that.
he?
Yeah, but the
Huh?
thing is, when I tell
He
you, it's
did.
like you're gonna tell me that it's
Like, I
not
don't
new.
like
It's
to
not
be
new.
gaslit. Like, you're like this is, you're no different than any Christian. Like, you come in here with this spiritual um like message that you believe that you have, and then you gaslight the hell out of me after I sit there and I listen to you talk to Oso asked you, like, why would we need to go back to this if it didn't stop colonization in the first place? Right? You said this is what black people need to do. We need to become one voice, one sound, one band. Like, And I'm paraphrasing that. So
Wow.
I guess I have to like tell ya that I'm paraphrasing.
Okay, all right. I know. I think it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, guys. You already have the answers. You have everything figured out. You don't need my
I mean,
take on
obviously
anything.
you don't have any answers because we're asking you questions and you're whining because you're being asked questions.
This is
Exactly.
cool.
I thought when I came through, I thought I had the answers, but right now I'm humbled. I'm conceding. Yeah, I'm humble. You guys have humbled me.
No, you're being very
Nah.
facetious and condescending.
I'm
Like you
actually
came in
playing the
here,
game that you're
you
playing.
came here. Like if you fold under pressure, bec- I'm not talking about my baby pressure, but if you fold under pressure because somebody is asking you questions, like what do you think that we're gonna think your so-called spirit or Jesus message is gonna do when you gotta fight back against this patriarchy that you're talking about? Like literally, you are about to run because we're asking you questions.
No, the thing is, what I've seen is that people are disingenuous at best. So even if I told you, even if I gave you the answers, you'd never give me credit for it. You
Why
understand?
do
Oh
you
So
no.
want credit?
I'm not,
If it's about credit,
because
then
it's
you
my
like
it's
you
my
definitely
life.
ain't got nothing. This ain't about no damn spirituality. Like you trying to make money or some shit. Like do you want us to like go around and say go some z? Hold on, wait. I gotta pull it back up for a second. Hold on. Do you want us to go around and say toko zesi gave us the answer to what Jesus did? And y'all need to go and holler at him, and then they can pay you or
Yeah,
something. Like, what do you want? Did you
I
just
have
say
no.
yes?
The thing is, I have to
A
gain
100%.
credibility as a spiritual healer, as a teacher, as a spiritual
Are you
teacher.
trying to
Like
charge people for what? What? Oh my gosh! Did you come in here to advertise yourself?
no, I did not come here to. I came here to make a submission, but unfortunately, I see that you guys already have everything figured out. You don't need my input on things, so it's fine, guys. You
Oh
understand?
my
How can
gosh!
I
You came
trick
in here
No,
to
you?
advertise yourself.
okay.
This is rich.
No. I'm actually a published author. So you're saying that people should not be buying my book? Is
We're
that what you're
I
saying?
didn't know you ain't about to advertise your book up in here.
No,
Don't do
I'm not
that.
gonna advertise. I'm asking you: is it wrong for somebody who's written a book to want people to buy their
But
book?
you
Is it
you
wrong?
don't know me. You don't know me, and for you to come in here and try to advertise your spiritual services on the platform that I built, right? Like that's fucked up. For one, you didn't even come and try to even get to know the community at all. You just came in here and started trying to advertise your services. Like
I'm
that's
not.
fucked
I never.
up.
No, you're the one who brought this to light. You're the one who pushed
Yeah, I
this
brought it to like
conversation
that's
to
how
where it.
that's what happens when you ask questions. That's why people ask questions to understand one what your intent is, whether you have any truth, right? And you're worried about getting credit. You're worried about getting credit because you want us to say go see to go. Hold on, I keep getting the
Material,
the last
son.
syllable wrong. No,
I
I want
like
to get
how
his
you, I
name
like
right.
how you're
I want to get
trying.
his name right.
I like how you, I like how you're trying to really pronounce my name. It shows me that maybe you do deserve a bit of credit yourself because you're
I
not
don't
butchering it
care if
like the
anybody
rest of
gives
the
me
people.
credit, but
You want to be his vice
I,
president?
You don't care about that's the problem. A lot of atheists. That's the problem with atheists. They don't care about a lot of things because they're
I don't
angry
care about
because they
no
feel
damn credit. Credit for what? What credit for what?
okay for I'm actually looking to win a freaking an award like a Nobel Peace
What?
Prize because it's my trauma.
What?
Yeah, yes, I deserve a
What? You
Nobel
want to
Peace
win a
Prize because
Nobel Peace
it's
Prize off of trauma?
What?
of what. Yes, exactly. That's what I
I don't
stand
think
to
that's a
win. That's what
category,
I
bud.
stand to win. That's what I stand to win because like actually I don't want to talk anymore. I don't wanna polarize myself even further than I already have right now. So yeah, no guys, it's
what,
He
what?
cool.
said he got to go back
Thank
in
you
the
for your
lab and
time.
learn how to do this in front of a bunch of people better.
Thank you for your time, guys. Thank you for your time. Thank
Oh
All
my
you.
right, man.
gosh.
I don't wanna do more damage than I already have. I'm only one person.
Go back to the lab, buddy.
All right. Hold on. Let me pronounce your name right though. Umtokozesi. Umtokozesi. Have a good day, okay?
Okay, sharp, sharp, guys. Hey, yeah, what's in
Bye.
hand? Cake.
Bye.
I'll take.
I also like cake.
He said I'm trying to win a no He said I'm trying to win a
I can
Nobel Peace Prize.
I stand to win a Nobel Peace Prize, bro. How do you stand to win one? Off of my
Oh.
trauma. Nigga, what? You know how
Oh
many
my
Nobel Peace
god.
Prizes the black community would have if that was the fucking criteria? Come on, man.
Oh my gosh, that was hilarious. Jammer is not connecting.
You mean Jamrock?
I don't know. I just saw Jammer.
Mm, mm,
The flying tangerine. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Consciousness.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Well, let me turn my volume up. I can't hear anything.
That's probably because I moved the microphone away from my mouth. Is this better?
This is good. This is good. I saw the board. I just wanted to know the rules. Like, am I talking on the subject or what?
Good morning. I so first I need to know your age. Hold on, you need something, love bug? Okay. First, I need to know your age, and I need to know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing from that God, or an atheist.
Atheist, and I'm 23 years old.
Okay. And so you would go ahead and give your thoughts on the topic.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I've been deconverted for about a year now. It's just about to be a year this week. I've been looking on your page for a while, and in terms of this topic, who has the right teachings? I think everybody has their own interpretations that they believe are right. I don't think I'm saying anything new in that regard, but why I'm bringing that up is because recently, with the incidents that happened over there in America with CK, a lot of Christians have been coming out and saying that this is not what Jesus wanted. People shouldn't die for the shouldn't people should not be taken out for opinions. I've been hearing that a lot. And one thing I'm thinking to myself is when I was a Christian, as much as pew pew is bad and people being taken out is bad, there comes a time where you have to stand on what you believe, right? And you want, as a Christian, to see a world where your beliefs are dominating. Why am I saying that? A lot of what I'm hearing is it's just opinions. It's not a big deal. It's just opinions and opinions on facts, and we shouldn't be taking these things too seriously. Yet, if you were to tell a believer, Jesus, I don't believe in Jesus Christ. I believe he was just spoken about by people, written in a book. You would hear so much attack about how you're wrong and you're denying the truth, right? So I just think that there's a lot of hypocrisy and contradiction coming out where, one side is saying these are all opinions and no one should be taken out for opinions. Yet when you voice, I don't believe in God, I don't believe in this, it's now you're denying the truth and unrighteousness. On top of that, um, I just when you look at what happened with voting and everything, when Christians voted for Trump, they were voting for, they were hoping for a Christian nation. They were voting for a community of people that were all under one belief system. So when I hear Christians say that, we need a world where people can have their freedom of speech and people should be able to have their own opinions, I just don't think that's the truth, because when people were voting, or at least I'm thinking back when I was a Christian, in my mind, Yes, I'm here from South Africa, but in my mind as a Christian, I'm thinking, let's vote for someone who's going to usher in more Jesus. I don't think that they believe in free speech, because when you use your speech to say, I don't believe, you're denying the truth and unrighteousness. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I agree, and in fact, he actually promised, them that he would make America more Christian. And I think it is about like controlling the society and the the narrative and what's being the information flow, right? Like what's being said and taught about America. Period. And I also agree that there is a lot of hypocrisy right now. Before I go on, are you where, are you on the continent of Africa?
I'm South Africa. I'm in
South
South
Africa.
Africa. The
Okay.
last caller, I think he's from my place. I could hear his accent.
Oh, okay. The reason why I asked is because
Yeah.
I did see that in Nigeria there were Christians in Nigeria crying over Charlie Kirk, and I was so confused. So I was going to ask if you had seen that, but
Yes.
the
Christianity is very big over here in Africa. It's very big here.
oh yeah, I know. The hypocrisy when it comes to them saying don't wish violence on anyone, but they've come in here and they've threatened my life. They've threatened the lives of other atheists in here. They've prayed that their God does something to me to make me come back to their God. My grandchildren were in a fender bender a couple of weeks ago, and they were literally upset because they thought that this was their moment, right, where the God had answered their prayers, and they were upset that my grandkids were okay. And I think it's very hypocritical that they will celebrate or hope that something happens to a non-believer so that non-believer will have to reach out to their God or feel like they have to reach out to their God so that it validates that they have chosen the right belief. And then they'll say don't hope or wish or celebrate somebody else's death. And well, why I don't do that at all, but I think it's very hypocritical for them to do that. And the whole conversation that's happening right now around that is what sparked this because they're pointing fingers at Charlie Kirk and saying, or people who support him and saying Charlie Kirk was not a man of God. And then you have the other side that's saying that he was, right? And I had made a video and I'm like, which one of y'all got the right Jesus? Because y'all both saying the same name. When you pray, you say Jesus. When you talk about your Lord and Savior, you say Jesus. When you talk about the heaven you want to go to, it's Jesus is heaven. So which one of y'all got the right one? And the way that I know to determine that is just by the book, right? Because I don't believe in Jesus, but I I can't go by all of their interpretation because everybody done made up a different Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
but I
but you know
agree.
what? I feel like I hear, but the tough part is you have to look at the psychological framework of a believer, right? You firstly have these verses like a friend of the world is an enemy of God. It's been a while since I read the Bible, but these verses are still ingrained. A friend of the world is an enemy of God. I don't want to be God's enemy. I have not come to bring peace, but a sword. I'll divide the households, right? Um, the wisdom of man is foolishness to God, and the wisdom of God is foolishness to man. Already you have a verse where if you are conforming to this world, you're an enemy. I don't want to be an enemy. Jesus said he's coming to bring a division, and I need to be on Jesus' side. Um, my wisdom is foolish, and God's wisdom is higher than mine. I should not lean on my own understanding. So, I mean, when you have like these Christians who will say what is it? What can I say? Um, Charlie Kirk was a man of God or whatnot. It really doesn't matter what his political views or how he demonstrated himself in public, if he's supporting Jesus, irrespective of who that Jesus is, you're going to side with him. You don't want to be on the wrong side of history. And in that history, it's the side of Jesus. And when we can look at them and be like, how can you Christians support these type of things? Again, they have to deny themselves. They're not allowed to lean on their own understanding. Um, there are verses that can justify being against your own household. Again, because you want to be on the right side of history. So it's kind of sad, but it's predictable. You know what I'm saying? And I think the last thing I wanted to say is I saw a video from a African American guy, and he was talking about, you know, as a Christian, we must love people and we shouldn't judge. I have gay friends, but I don't want them to live that lifestyle. And I thought, well, I don't think you really like your friend, because if you like them, you would allow him to be whoever he is. But you don't really believe in that, again, because you don't want him to be who he is. You don't really want anyone to live any way that they want to. I think simply I could just put it like this: they don't believe in agency. Their agency belongs to somebody else. So I think that's
Absolutely,
why I'm just not
yeah.
surprised by anything that I see. It's unfortunate, but yeah.
Hey, Yala. I thought I said hi to you when you came in the room the first go round, but yeah, I agree. They don't believe in agency, and the very fact that they advocate for, pray against the agency of the people that they claim that they love is a clear contradiction to that, and is the thing that perpetuates a lot of hate towards the person that they're claiming that they love, and they'll look the opposite way. Like it won't be enough to get them to stop spreading that the hateful rhetoric, because they want to make sure that they're doing what they believe Jesus' will is or God's will is, so that they can get into eternal life or just look clean on earth, pure on earth, or feel like they are.
Mm. The last person that you had in here, okay, again, like I said, I could hear he's from my country. I could hear it, I could see it in his name and in the way he was talking. And there's a lot of this spiritual type of Christianity, and the rhetoric that he was speaking about, I've heard it recently. There's someone there called Aaron Abk. I'm mispronouncing his name, but he's very popular in the. I don't know if I should call it New Age, but the very spiritual version of Christianity, where the belief is that your salvation is hidden in wisdom, right? Your salvation isn't this I need to believe and 3 days he rose again, but it's more of coming to a knowledge of the fact that, like, like Jesus did say, he did say that the kingdom of God is within you. He did say that in one verse, but again, based on whoever's interpretation or however you want to interpret it, uh you know uh it is a hidden type of salvation that everyone needs to look for and find within themselves. But one thing I've realized is, I feel like, and again, I don't want to be the police of who can be whatever, but it feels like this progressive type of Christianity and this spiritual type of Christianity, which can differ in belief system, is still people, especially African people, trying to hold on to Christianity in general. And I think I don't know. I don't like it. I don't know how you feel about that, but I feel like it's still people holding on to this toxic thing, irrespective if the interpretation is different. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, definitely. With They carry the same characteristics, and they carry the same risk of being abused, right? Like being vulnerable and open to abuse, and then people get upset when you enact agency, as we saw the last guy do when he was on the stage. So yeah,
Oh
I
yeah,
agree.
for sure. Yeah, well, thank you for having me. I'm gonna head out now.
You're welcome. Thank you. I hope you have a great day.
You too. Thank you so much.
All right, y'all. It is 5:35. Welcome to Tuesday morning. Y'all better get your asses up in this box before I start falling asleep. It is 21 and up today, and we still have five. We have four. We have 5 hours left. Let's get a deep conversation going. We had a 3 hour conversation tonight that was really good.
Really? Believers?
Huh?
Believers?
I forgot her name.
Oh, like, was she a believer?
Yeah, she was a believer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's the one that I was telling you that I thought it was a nerd because she had a nerd badge.
Oh, interesting.
But it was a really good conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Like, she's just like she's dead set on the love your neighbor as like just the three things that she believes Jesus represents to her that she sees in her godfather, and she interprets the text through that lens, through those three things.
Hmm.
Yeah, like no matter what text I brought up, she interpreted it through those lenses, and I'm like, where are you seeing that?
That's just the context, baby.
Yeah. Amir asked a question through super chat. This is for the chat in the panel in the chat. Amir says, I heard Christians refer to tithes as charitable contributions, but I see it more like taxes. Some of my taxes to the social programs infrastructure. Question for the panel. Should tithes be considered charitable contributions? Also, what are your thoughts?
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
I think the tithes gives people who are like middle income and like like low to high income a write off that
Hmm.
they otherwise wouldn't have. It keeps them from having to pay high taxes, and most of them are probably still paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that it is beneficial. Mm, Uh, from that aspect, I do fear that it does encourage the behavior, though.
The behavior of what?
Going, giving.
Going to church?
Hmm.
What, from the person the person that's giving the tithes?
Hmm.
You think them getting a tax write off at the end of the year is why they go to church?
I mean, it wouldn't discourage me.
Really? Can't you just mail your tithes in though? Or pay through? Now they got apps. You don't have to go to church to pay tithes now.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, but either way, it's still supporting. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not opposed to like people being able to use it as a tax write-off. I don't think that's a bad idea. I'm just not a fan of how you get it. That's all.
I think like as long as they can use it as a tax write off, that's less money going to the government, don't you think? What are you eating? What are you drinking?
I'm so sorry. I
What are
didn't
you
realize
eating?
it was that audible. It's a mucho mango Arizona.
It sound like you was enjoying the fuck out of that. It mango.
I'm not gonna lie. I
It
found
sound
a
like you
high
had
ass
the
tree.
you what?
I'm in an incredibly tall tree, so it tastes amazing right now. It's cold. Just came out the fridge.
I thought you had the damn mango in your hand. You was drinking the juice. You enjoying that shit.
Oh man, it is good.
But no, yeah, I think that is a benefit of it. I'm trying to think of a con other than the fact that the person that's getting the tithes, the church is not being taxed on that tithes.
Hmm.
Like, yeah, I don't know,
I
Emir.
don't think there is a like a practical reason why you wouldn't or why it shouldn't be.
I
I
agree.
mean, if I take my bias out of it anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I know it helped me a lot when I was in church, and I have to pay large tax bills. So,
Yeah.
um, y'all come on and hop in this box. Let's get a conversation going. A good one. This is a good topic. I want to know. I want to know how y'all know who got the right Jesus. Don't be scared. But we will do a 15-minute countdown.
Oh, you guys are fucking up.
It's almost 700 people in here. Johnson Parker? See, I don't know how many more we're going to get. Johnson Parker? All right.
Mike Jones.
Oh, goodness. It's starting to get cold. Like, I'm not ready to turn on the heat, but damn, I'm freezing in this house.
Oh, I love it. I love it so much right now.
Johnson, am I Johnson? I
Yes,
feel it. Hi, how old are you?
fine.
No,
Damn.
how old are you? Johnson? Okay. Uh, okay. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna drop you. Mac. Mac said 5 years old. Oh my gosh.
Mac is top four funniest people on TikTok.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If people didn't hate him more than they hate me, I'd say he was number one.
Oh my god. How many people he got hating him?
It's incredible. I can't even put a number to it, but it really does piss me off when I feel like I'm in my bag. You know what I mean? Like I'm really just giving it to them. And they still come up and be like, "Don't you talk to me, Mac." And it's like, brother, I have been fucking people up all goddamn day. Why don't you hate me?
Oh my gosh. That's it's the way Mac say fuck and motherfucker.
So you just came up here to be a dumbass.
Juan? Why do I feel like this is Johnson Parker again? Juan? It, it looked like that was that same picture. I don't know. All right, come on, y'all. It is. almost 6 o'clock. Don't let me get sleepy sitting here trying to wait on one of y'all to get in this box. And there's almost 700 of y'all in here. First, there was no one and they left. Oh my gosh. Are y'all okay? Wake up, wake up.
Get your ass up now.
Get up, get up. Do you remember the rap
Oh, rap.
for the first of the month?
Nah.
I usually know that shit like the back of my hand.
I'm gonna say something a bit controversial. Uh, Bone Thugs is not my jam.
Oh, really?
Nah.
Why?
I feel dirty.
What?
I don't know. Something about them bars make me feel like I must be
Are you serious though?
dead ass.
Pure peace. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Is that a nerd? Pure peace.
Uh, nah.
I don't,
They're
why
not
that?
even a follower.
I don't know why that picture looks familiar. Pure peace.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay.
Can I get your age and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, please?
I'm 37 and I believe in the Bible.
All right, and what are your thoughts on the topic?
Who has the right teachings of Jesus? I think the Israelites do.
Are you an Israelite?
Yes. Well,
And
not officially. I'm just an African American. I'm not linked up with the Israelites or anything. I've just been learning about them for the past year.
what do you mean not officially? Like, are you of the? Are you
No, I'm
a? Are
saying
you?
I believe I'm a Israel. I'm from. I believe I'm originally an Israelite, but African Americans don't know exactly who they are. So you know,
Well, I do. I know my ancestors came from Nigeria, from the Igbo tribe, so I'm not an
well,
Israelite.
a lot of black people don't have the money to do that kind of research.
So does that mean you just pick somebody and claim
Well,
that?
that's what you say. I could take your word for it. I could take the Israelites. I choose to take the Israelites.
I haven't given a word. That was a question.
I mean, you said that you're
No,
from the
you're talking
tribe
to
of
two.
Levi.
Oh,
No. You're talking to two different people. I said my people are from. My ancestors are from Nigeria, from the Igbo tribe. That's me. Fee is somebody different.
In mine are from
Okay.
Transylvania.
But you also said you was a African American, so you probably speaking for a portion of the African Americans, if not all.
How? What do you mean? I'm speaking for a portion. I didn't say.
Because you saying that's where you came from, so obviously, if you came from there, of a portion of the African Americans who came from Africa also came from there.
I'm not speaking for anybody but myself. I said
Okay.
my family, my ancestors came from Nigeria. I'm not speaking for anybody but myself.
Well, the Israelites do believe that there are Africans in Nigeria and in those locations that are also Jewish because we know that when Israel fell originally after Jesus, the situation. Well, they ran to West Africa, or at least that's what they say. But I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Well, first, that's not true. That there's nothing historical that even says that. There's no
Yeah.
archaeological data that even says that. But I don't want to focus on you being an Israelite. What I want to focus on is you saying that the Israelites are following Jesus' teaching the most. And is that because you believe that black supremacy or African supremacy is the right teaching of Jesus?
Well, I think that they study more closely. I've listened to a lot of different pastors over the years. I've been a Christian all my whole life, and they teach the Bible more thoroughly, and they can teach the Bible more thoroughly than anybody I've and uh, encountered. So, I just go with what I'm more convinced. I go to a regular church; they don't even preach the Bible at all. Some pastors do preach the Bible, but I just feel like that's better. I don't know.
But do you hear the supremacy ideologies and the teachings
Oh yeah,
when
but
you say
I
let,
grew up around white people, so
Let her
white
finish.
people. I'm sorry. I know she was
I'm
about to say.
asking, no, I'm asking, do you hear the supremacist ideologies and the teachings that where you go now, like the where you're saying the Israelites are teaching you the
Hmm.
right way? Like, do you hear the supremacy ideologies and those teachings for like
Hmm.
black
Yeah,
supremacy and stuff?
yeah. So, yeah.
And
And
you agree with that?
I grew up around white people. I've had experience with lots and lots of white people, and I do believe that there is black supremacy. Well, that blacks are supreme. So whatever you want to say, like, I'm getting a little nervous, so I have to
That's okay.
speak.
Supremacy. So you say you do agree that there
Hmm.
is black supremacy. So, like, are you saying that you agree that that's the right way? That because let me answer the question. I ask the question. Do you agree that that's the right faith because that's what Jesus is teaching, or you agree because you think black supremacy is right? Like, which one are you
Okay.
saying?
Okay. So I'm gonna say black supremacy is right and it's necessary. It's the only way that the black children will have some kind of self confidence. They automatically assume that they're beneath white people, and that's not the way to go. You have to worship something that look like you so you can feel better about yourself. It's just even if you didn't believe in God, it actually works. It's like a formula. You know what I'm saying? So you have to believe that. You white people should believe it too because that's going to protect them. But they don't. But they don't love their neighbors. Their neighbors are their people, and that's why they're going through what they're going through because they don't have any real love for their own neighbors. They just have self love, and they're not even capable on the level that black people are to love each other and be there for each other.
Like I don't know what it is that you think white people are going through right now, and then
What we
I mean
know
I
is
think
been shoot.
let me finish. I wouldn't necessarily say that black people love each other at a higher rate than any other community of people. Now, black we do have the sense like the we care a lot. Black women do. I will say that we have a high sense of empathy for a lot of people, and that's because we've been punched down a lot. Like we're at the bottom of the freaking hierarchy, and we carry the bulk of the load a lot of times, and so we know how to empathize um, with people upper, further up that hierarchy of white supremacy. But I think that supremacy culture damages everybody involved, right? Because then there is always hierarchy within that. There is privilege within that. There is dehumanization and restriction of resources within that. There is greed within that. Like I can't understand why you would say that supremacy ideology like black people should all of a sudden become black supremacists when we've seen what the idea of white supremacy has done to our community. Like, why would we turn around and do that to ourselves? Because white supremacy hurts white people too. White supremacy only serves those at the top of the hierarchy, and it's not just it's not all white cishet men that benefit from white supremacy. Like what the goal is of it, right? Like power and wealth and land. It doesn't benefit them all. It makes them think that they're all benefiting from it, but they're not, and it hurts everybody in the hierarchy from the top down. So why would we turn around and do that to our own people?
Well, white supremacy is not what it used to be, decades or hundreds of 100 years ago. And it did work for them because it made them most dominant on the planet to this day. They took the Bible and they used this formula and it worked for them. That's why they are dominant. And even if they got some people at the bottom, those people still benefited because they're still living on a land that was stolen. So they're still benefiting, even if they, and I believe people get what they want in life. So whatever somebody's current situation is not the point. The point of supremacy is survival. The point of black supremacy or white supremacy is about being able to survive. And if you want to survive, you have to be able to stick together and work together and not fight all the time. And, because now you got these young white men who like to shoot up places and they do the schools and stuff like that. So they are actually going through a lot. And that's why they're so angry, but they don't understand what's causing this to them. And it's
Like
mainly,
you're kind of you saying that like you're completely ignoring the fact that yeah, there is a 1% at the top of the hierarchy with white supremacy. And I don't know if you think that black supremacy is going to make like all of the black community like have all the resources that they need. Like there's still going to be lack. There's still in the supremacy ideology. There has to be somebody who isn't supreme. There has to be somebody who isn't who is inferior. And even within the cult of Israelites, the women were property. The women were dogs. The men, the male Israelites, had all of the privilege. So like I don't see how you are saying that this is something that black people should adopt when it's been the thing that has harmed black people the most. And then, like you're on here right now claiming to be an Israelite because white supremacy stripped you of your ancestors' identity, your ancestors' history, there's religion, and gave you theirs, right? And now you have no idea who you are, and you're on TikTok today claiming to be the characters in this book or descendants of the characters in this book. Like, why would you
well,
want to turn around and do that to your own people? I don't understand.
well, I'm saying that black supremacy is not the same as white supremacy because
What's different?
white people are not the same as black people mentally.
But we're talking about supremacy. What's the difference? Like supremacy
Well,
culture is supremacy culture.
they apply it differently because as long as they're supreme over other cultures, yeah, their group dominates and they flourish. But the thing is, they don't care about their own people. None of them do. They just care about themselves. In black supremacy and in per what the Bible teach, you have to love your own people. Every last one of them. You can't hate not one.
It's in a hierarchy.
That
Like
ain't not. It's
that's
not
what I'm
about.
trying to
It's
explain to
not
you.
about
No,
the hierarchy. You
yes, it
keep bringing
is.
that
Like
up.
literally,
I
it
don't
is the
find that
hierarchy.
relevant.
Hold on. It is very much so about the hierarchy. When the tribe of Benjamin tried to sodomize the Levite priest, he threw out his concubine to sacrifice her for him. But then when it came time after the God destroyed all but 600 of the Benjamites, and it came time for them to find wives for the Benjamites, they went and annihilated a lesser tribe because they wanted to make sure that the 12 primary tribes were still around. And then the Benjamin was like, we don't want them. They're not of our quality. Right? There is a hierarchy within the Israelites. I don't know why y'all think that every tribe, everybody in the Israelites were these patriarchal holy people. Like literally, there were priests of Yahweh that they claimed Jezebel killed, but who were they? You don't even know their names. You don't even know how many Jezebel supposedly killed because they were not that damn important. There is a hierarchy. I, I don't see how y'all don't see that.
I also don't see how positing doing to another group of people what was done to your people to makes it right. Like the one of the most nefarious things that religious beliefs do, specifically these kind, pitting one group of people against another, is it forces you to believe or it convinces you that the way something was done is the only way it can be accomplished. And what you're speaking about isn't even unity. It's just a different type of subjugation. How is that pride? How is that love? I don't understand how you can speak about the atrocities that were done by one group of people and you see it as atrocious, but when you speak about it from the standpoint of your own people doing it, it changes meaning. It's still atrocious. It's still not loving. It's still not kind. Supremacy of any kind is problematic. What do you think it's going to solve other than to ensure that, say, black people did get on top and start subjugating white people? The only thing it's doing is creating future generations of white people that hate black people, and the cycle perpetuates itself. That doesn't solve anything.
Can I respond? The whole time you've been talking over. No, I didn't mean to do that. I'm really sorry about that. It's just something I do. It's not on purpose. Because I have something in my head and she keep going and it's like I'm going to forget it if she just keep going. But, the people in the Bible, they weren't perfect. And it's it's a process to get us to this perfect union. And so Jesus had to die for the hatred that they have for each other. In order for that concubine to meet her fate, they had to hate him enough to do that to her. And that's the problem. You can't hate your own people. It just can't work.
How about you can't hate anybody? Why is it okay to
Right.
hate anyone? Why are y'all
Well,
so,
because
hang on a second, hold on a
there you
second.
go. There you
Hold on a
go. I
second.
can tell you.
Why Why are y'all so short sighted and so myopic when it comes to human beings? They bleed just like you do. They want safe environments for their children just like you do. This can be accomplished without the subjugation of anyone if folks learn how to zoom the fuck out and realize that we are all on the same rock, zooming through the same space, circling the same sun. Why do y'all do this? This is so like this is troglodyte mindset in that we are not in the ages. We know how to communicate with each other. We know how to say, hey, don't do that because this is harmful to me and I can explain to you how. We know how to translate languages when two different people don't speak the same languages. Why are you looking to archaic resolutions when there are modern day resolutions that don't result in bloodshed? Because if what you're saying is the way I'm proposing is the only way it can be, then this isn't about peace. This is about your ego. This is about your need to subjugate. And that's more of a character flaw than anything. That's not godly.
So, in order to love white people, you have to hate your people. You just have to.
That's not
The
true.
heck?
That is
That's
absolutely untrue.
an actual fact.
May be an actual fact for a flawed individual, but it's not true for normal people. It's not true. You don't need hate to love. I don't hate anybody. And I love a whole ton of
See,
a whole lot of people. And I don't care how much melanin they have in their skin. I
I
care
don't
about the
get you.
character. I care about how they treat other people. Why do y'all think
Me too.
hating a
I
certain
care
group of
how white
people
people
make
treat black people.
why do you think hating a certain group of people makes your love more intense for the people that you look like? That's ridiculous. Do you teach your children this? Do you teach your children to go to school and be mean to people who don't have the same amount of melanin in their skin? People who, just FYI, had no control over that whatsoever. I had no control over the fact that I came here as a black woman. Wouldn't change it. Even if I could get reincarnated, put me with the black folks every single fucking time. Because I love our culture. I love our humor. I love our connection, but that can exist without subjugating other people. And until we realize that, the Hebrew Israelites are just the recent upshoot of this type of hate. There'll be another one as long as people like you keep buying into that lie.
It's weak and simple minded. That's what it is.
Exactly. It's like that stupid ass peace through power, love through hate. What the fuck what does that even mean? If you think love can be accomplished through hate, you don't understand love.
Like I don't understand. I just got back. I had to go fix me some coffee. But I don't understand this desire to take that back. I do kind of understand why y'all are saying why you want to do supremacy, because you've seen what the white supremacists have done, and you believe that white supremacy is successful, right? And you think that if black people go and do the same thing, that black people will be successful doing it, right? That's what you think.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can
Wait,
if you love white people because if the thing is,
hold on. Let me ask a question, because you say yeah. So, do you think that Asians practice like Asian supremacy?
no, they don't love their people at all.
Do
They
you
do
think
that.
Asians? Do you think Asians are successful on Earth?
Yeah, but they
They
have to
they actually do.
they have to beat
They
their kids to make them get those straight A's. They got to get straight A's and all that
what? What
Amy
kind of
type stuff.
supremacy do you think that, like, I
Well,
don't, I'm
well,
confused right now.
I'm 37, so I know back when they was doing bad now, and they used to make they people can't even have nothing but one baby now, and they did they people crazy.
What is it that you think black supremacy? I'm so confused right now. Like, do you think like the black supremacy is gonna be like um Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs?
Thinker, you're
Like,
confused because she's basing all this on just lack of information. I would venture to say that you don't have any white friends. You don't have any Asian friends. You don't break bread
I've
with
been
these
around
very
the
people.
white people all my life since I was 8
Living,
years old.
being around white people is not being friends with people. Unless you are willing to diversify your
Well,
space,
I
you can't
never
say
liked
these
them,
things.
so I never
Well,
liked them.
that says something about you.
what
That
she
just simply
say?
says something. She says she never liked them. She's been around white people her whole life, that she's never liked them.
And see, I
That's
think,
you're the common denominator there, not them.
yeah, and I think like a lot of what I've seen, a lot of people that gravitate to this Israelite cult, the way that they do, like with this black supremacy ideology, is because of the hatred or anger that some black people have towards white people, like all white people, right? Not just white supremacy or racist white people. It's like it's all white people, and in a lot of those Israelite, black Hebrew Israelite cults, it teaches that the God is going to avenge black people and make, black people the new masters on earth, and I don't know, chariots are going to come down, and your hate is driving your desire, and not like a love for a God or a faith in a God, and your I don't know if it's greed or a desire for relief. I don't know which it is, but one of those is driving that. But as Fee has pointed out, it's like a lack of knowledge, because Asian people support Asian people. They shop with each other, right? They support each other businesses. As you stated, like education is highly important to them, right? But within their community, they have people who aren't the smartest. Like everybody who is Asian isn't highly educated, just like everybody who is black isn't highly educated or can't dance. Everybody who's white isn't highly educated or don't know how to play the fiddle. I don't know what is something that's unique to
She
white people.
said
I'm
flip the
trying to figure
Banjo,
out
banjo.
the
No,
band.
wait,
No,
no,
barbershop
no.
quartet. No,
Yeah, they can't wait. Yeah.
plug walk. Yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
plug walk.
He said, "How you gonna wait a minute?"
Plug walk. But like every like
You didn't have to
people
come to me
within
with that dance remark though.
what I
That
don't
dance
know how
remark you
to
ain't
I
had to come
can't
for
do
me.
some dances. Like some people some black people can move me
Okay.
where I can't. But like it's there's every they white supremacy has like told the biggest fattest fucking lie and made each community think, oh, these people are this way, these people are this way, and there's no diversity in either of the groups. That's not true, right? That's not true. But when you try to implement this um structure of white supremacy or black supremacy or any type of supremacy, you're going to end up hurting your own body because and you're right, those at the top don't give a damn about how much they're pressing down on the caste system, right? They don't care how much weight they're putting on it. They don't care who they're smashing as long as they can keep adding to themselves. And that's what supremacy ideology does. But you can support your community. You can put your community first and not be a supremacist.
I think if you want to show how a group of people are supreme, show that they can unify themselves without subjugating others. That's supremacy. That's the real supreme position. Because if you're only elevated when other people are on their knees, you are not superior. And I don't know why we keep gravitating. To Thinker's point, I do know why, right? You see a thing done, you see the people doing it, you think that that template works, and you think you have to replicate it in order for you to get where they are. And that's where they have control over you, and you don't even realize it.
You can come off mute and talk now. And I muted you in the comments because you're not paying attention to what's going on up here because you're busy typing down there.
That's not true. She said something about the people at the top not caring about nobody, but she talking about white people at the top.
Do you know that it's not just white people at the top
Well,
When you
the
talking about the
hierarchy? Like
government,
there are people there, the elite. There are people of all nationalities in the top
who's
1%.
the
They just like
majority?
literally like if you would like listen, like what we're talking about is the hierarchy of white supremacy. But in the top 1%, it's not just white people. There are Africans in the top 1%. There are Asians in the top 1%. There are I don't know if there are any natives in the top 1%. One thing I realized in the startup community, I've never met a native in the startup community.
Well, I'm not surprised, just based on what's been done to their community by those in power. And I think that's the thing too, Thinker. Like realizing this isn't black people against white people. This is the haves against the have-nots, and that group of haves is very diverse.
Yeah, that's the lie that white supremacy tells that white people are the only ones in the top 1%. That's not true. It ain't true. But but at the top of like white supremacy in America, um, the white people, the majority of white people do own the wealth in America, and they are still that those that are under them, right under the top 1%, they will smash the motherfuckers down to preserve what they have at the top. It because supremacy only cares about supremacy. We see in the book where Yahweh will kill a Israelite in a second if it goes against whatever his will is, because the will of the supreme deity comes first. He ain't got Yahweh ain't got no loyalty to no damn Israelite, but the Israelites better have loyalty to Yahweh. The loyalty goes up the chain, not down it.
It is not bi-directional. But the crazy part about it is that the real power play is getting folks, especially poor folks, to believe this bullshit and have y'all making enemies of people at your own level, thinking that that's how you're going to move yourself into power. That's what the major flex is, and that shit is working year over year because people don't educate themselves. They hear something, they don't want to read, they don't want to study history, they don't want to study the systems that have been put in play in order for this to perpetuate. And then they come on the internet and saying things like this, like you can't trust any white people. What are you saying? Like, and it's not even about like white people. It's about people in general. Humans are humans. Their bodies function just like yours does. We have different cultures. We have different like preferences. We have different things that our families like to do, but they are families just like we are families. There, like Thinker said, there are good ones and bad ones in every single community. But the real flex, the real supremacy is being demonstrated by having people who are at the bottom constantly fighting each other about who the problem is. My religion, nope, it's my God. Nope, we have the truth. Nope, we do. Like that's by design. That works. It was the same thing that was going on in this book, fighting about what the rules are, fighting about who has the right to interpret the rules, fighting about who should have the money. This isn't new. It's just a recycle.
I was
I
bi-directional
don't.
in college.
Now I was going to let you speak. I was going to say I don't believe supremacy is based on money or education or things like that.
No, because you believe
Well,
it's
you haven't been paying attention.
But
yeah,
that's just what
you
I
believe it's
believe.
based on race.
I believe supremacy is based on how you carry yourself, how you treat other
What?
people, how you carry
What the
yourself, and how you treat other people, and just having sense, being smart, just knowing how to be a good person, I guess.
you
That's
just
not
came up here saying
supremacy. That's
well
not
go ahead.
supremacy.
What
That
the
is
fuck?
not supremacy. You don't make feet curse. That is not
I guess that's
supremacy.
the difference between us.
Sure, you're supreme. Listen, supremacy
No,
ideology.
no, we both black. I'm not trying to say I'm better than you.
You just said that's when
No,
you
no, no.
say
I
that's
said the
the yes
difference
you are.
between me and you is
No, go ahead. What was she saying? What were you
no.
saying?
The difference between me and you is we don't have the same definition for supremacy. And I do believe a lot of black people or people in general think being supreme is having this power to do harm to other people, and I don't think that's supremacy.
Well, you can't just change the definition of a thing,
No,
and you can't.
supremacy
Hold
is
on,
what's
hold on,
better.
hold on.
What is
No,
better?
Yeah, that's why you keep getting
hold
muted,
on.
peace.
So when we say the word supremacy culture, right, and supremacy ideologies, what we mean is the ideas that people hold in for themselves. And they make them their core values, right? They live those beliefs and those teachings out in their lives, right? They implement them into their daily living and their legal systems and their homes and their schools, right? In their churches and their communities. That's what we mean when we say supremacist ideologies. And so when we say white supremacy and Israelite supremacy, there were, a group of the so-called chosen or the superior race, right? That's a ideology of supremacy culture. They had special privileges, right? Israel had land. The God gave them like rights to ancestral land. In America, when they came in and decided all of the Native Americans here, and they gave the land to 21-year-old white men who had to work the land for 5 years, and then the land became theirs. While the elite kept eminent domain, but only you had to be white and you had to be 21 and up and white and male to get land, right? You have uh, special special rules and special laws that segregate or separate to keep you separate from those that are outside of the group, right? These are supremacist ideologies. This has nothing to
Well,
do with you just like being nice to
okay.
people.
Well, we talking about the Bible based on what the Bible teaches, and I think that's more of a privilege or a benefit, but not. I think supremacy would boil down to who is better, who is actually just a better version of a human being. Who's a better version of a human being? And I think that that's based on how you judge. And I say, a lot of people say don't judge, and I say it's not that you can't judge, it's how you judge that actually matters. And personally, I judge, this is just me, based on your children, how your children behave, and how you treat other people. So when I say supremacy, I say the person who treats people better is the most supreme. That's me.
Who judging the contest? Like, how is that gonna?
I
I don't think
know, but you saying I believe in black supremacy, so we talk about what I believe.
you
And so
said that you believe in black supremacy. I didn't.
yeah, yeah. Well, white supremacy. We talking about supremacy, period, because that's what you. I believe in Israelites, and you brought up that they believe in supremacy, and I said
Yeah,
yes, I
that
do
their
believe
supremacy
that black
wasn't
people.
about morality. Their
But
supremacy, the Israelite supremacy wasn't about them being good people. It was about domination. It was about them dominating the land, conquering the land,
that's
right? It had nothing to do with their morality and being
I'm
good
trying.
people.
I'm
And
trying to think.
how rich are we to come up here talking about morality when one of your first sentences was you can't like white people. You can't love white people. What are you saying? Like, did
Well,
that go out of the way when
I
you
judge
hold on
white
hold
people.
on a second. Hold on a second. Does that go out of the window when you're in your judgment criteria?
No, I
It's
judge
how you
white.
treat people that look like you?
No, I judge white people the same way now, based on their children and how they treat people.
You
That's
just
not
came
what
up
you
here and
started
said that black
with.
not at all. You just came up here and said that black people cannot love white people and also love black people. That came out of your
No,
mouth, not
no,
ours.
no,
She
because
said, "What?"
it's detrimental. It's detrimental to the black race and the black person to
That's not what
love.
you said. You didn't.
But you,
It wasn't. It didn't have anything to do with detriment. It didn't have anything to do
no, no,
with
no. They
anything but
can't.
the fact that you said stop.
They
You
can't.
said you cannot love black people if you love white people, and you said you didn't like white people. That was your statement,
Okay.
all while talking about being supreme. That was
Yeah,
And you
you.
can't
None of us
right.
said
And
that. None of us.
yeah, yeah. You
I'm
said it
sorry,
exactly
Selena.
right.
And so you
It's all
can't
right.
tell me that you're judging. You can't tell me that you're judging people based on how their children treat others and how they behave and how they are to other people when you just said that it only applies to certain people. Like
No, no,
if
no.
it's only
I didn't say that though. I said that that's how I judge supremacy, and I judge anybody like that, not just
then you
white
don't know what
people or black
supremacy
people.
means. Then I would suggest a dictionary because you don't know what supremacy means if you're using it that way because that's not
Yeah,
how it's used at all.
yeah. So supremacy culture is violent.
Yeah. Okay,
It's
well
not
then maybe I
peaceful.
don't.
It's
Maybe I don't.
violent.
Well, no, that's just how people judge it. They think that it's so better. They think that white people are so great because they can kill a bunch of people. That's not cool to me, and that don't make nobody better than me. So I would never believe that. If that's what you're trying to say.
Well, when you say that you
That's what
believe
you
in
said.
black supremacy, like supremacy of a specific group of people, right, is one
Mhm.
racist. Like if you become
Okay,
the
I get it.
supreme race, hold on.
I get
If
it.
you become the supreme race, right, and you are the one who created the ism, the system, and you participate in that system, then you become the racist, right? You become the one that's powering the system, right? And keeping
Mhm.
it going. Then, in order to keep that system going, you have to oppress other people within the system. You have to and do that violently,
Mhm.
right? Like I don't know where I don't know like where you're getting this idea of you going around. If you don't necessarily mean like the white supremacy, I mean the supremacy culture, like white supremacy, you might want to stop using those words
Okay.
because black supremacy is you saying, or somebody's gonna think that you are saying that you want to like go out and just
No.
be
No.
violently do some crazy
Okay.
shit.
I guess we got our wires crossed because when you said supremacy, I just thought, okay, who's better? I didn't mean, oh yeah, let's go do something. But I believe, based on the Bible, that based on what Jesus said, a divided house can't stand. So white people are so divided, especially in the United States. I'm not going to speak for everybody else, but they're so divided that they're going to self-destruct. I believe that's prophecy. That's just what I believe. And so it's not about black people doing anything to white people. They're going to do it to each other, and they're going to do it to themselves.
It ain't gonna be all. It like it's those that are fight like doing the it's the white supremacy, right? Like you got to remember that there are people who are white who are also victims of those that are empowering the
Yeah,
system.
I understand that
You
too.
see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those people, unfortunately, they don't have the balls, they don't have the intellect, they don't have the strength, and they don't have the love for their own people. They don't have the love for their own people to overcome and even defeat their own people for their
That's
own
not true.
survival,
Like let
for
me
their
ask you a
own
They
question. What?
need
survival,
more testicles. They
Oh,
need more
so
testicles. I agree.
for their
oh,
own
so
survival, for their own
well, let me.
survival.
How do you have the balls to help black people overcome white supremacy?
Yeah, I can help anybody, but I just have to
Yeah,
speak because
give
I'm a
us a
female.
recipe. Give us a
I
how do we
can't do
overcome
it.
white supremacy?
Well, we have to love each other. We have to stick together, but a lot of black people won't, so they're going to perish with the white
Wait, I
people.
thought you said white people don't stick together. Like so now black people
I
don't stick
said,
together either.
okay, well, it's under the umbrella of Jesus Christ. So if you get under that umbrella, you good. It's going to be
Wait,
sticking together.
Jesus, the thing that came to bring the
Keep us together.
division. No,
Yeah.
he said no. He said he did not come to bring peace. He came to
Okay,
bring a
yeah.
sword.
Yeah, but
Right.
he's
So
going to divide us from the people who can't join into that unity because they're too busy chasing after white people. You can't chase after white people and stick with your
where
own
did
people.
Jesus say don't chase white people? Like the book says, Jesus' face was white, his hair was white, in his
Well,
hair.
I know you said that before. I don't think it said his face. I
It said
don't
his
think that
head.
Jesus was white. It's based on because not just because Jesus, they say Jesus is black, but I'll say because King Solomon also said, "I am black but beautiful," and Job said, "My skin is
You
black
you
upon
you
me." And
wait. You know
is another
that
verse.
when
Because he
hold
was
on.
sick.
That what first off, like wasn't that Sheba writing or the woman writing when she was talking about how she's black but beautiful and her breast was like hard waiting for Solomon? But it that was the woman that was writing at that time. And then when they talk about them being black, they're talking about um the sackcloth and ashes being on them because they were in mourning. It's not talking about a race. It's not talking about a phenotype. But in Revelation, that's not talking about a phenotype either. Right? There's nowhere in this book where Jesus said don't love white people.
Well, the Israelites are only supposed to be together. They not,
That's about
I just,
ethnicity. That has nothing to do
yeah.
with race. That is ethnicity. An Israelite loves an Israelite. That has to do with ethnicity. So when the Christians took it over, it's a Christian love a Christian. And at that time, Europeans introduced the idea of supremacy based on race, and it was no longer this religious, like ethno-religious cult. So they introduced the concept of white supremacy in order to divide. Like when I tell you, like they did what the God does in the book. When the people were together during Bacon's rebellion, all people that were still indentured servants, right? And the elite were fighting about some native land. They took their eyes off the people, and the people rebelled while they were over there fighting amongst themselves. And they said, "Never again will we take our eyes off of them." When we have to handle business amongst ourselves. And that's when they created race and they created the hierarchy. They gave the lowest white men, the poorest white men, a status above every other ethnicity to make him feel like he was something. And then all they got to do is poke his ass. They will go and they will poke the lowest, dirtiest, uneducated white man to start all that shit. And then they'll go and fight amongst themselves, take them eyes off of everybody else because they just gonna keep it going over here. Like that's literally the divide. that they have created to make sure that we don't speak one language, that we see each other differently, right? So
But
that
we
we
all
don't
get
rebel. Like if y'all read, have you ever heard of Bacon's Rebellion? Have you ever heard of
no,
that?
no.
Read the history of that. Read the history of that. Them people lost all kind of money. They took their eyes off of the people, and then people did a rebellion, and a lot of slaves got their freedom. They lost a lot of money because they were the elite were fighting amongst each other over some native land.
Mm.
But they
Yeah,
created race to keep to so that wouldn't happen no more.
yeah. So yeah, I just think that the perfect law is the law in the Torah for the people to actually live, thrive, and be together. But other
She's not
than
going to read Bacon's Rebellion or Sausage's
No,
Rebellion.
she's
She's not going to
not.
read either of
She's
them.
okay,
not. She's
well,
not.
I'm
And the
sorry
thing
about that. You
is,
said read it. You said I should. I didn't know I had to, but I can write it down and maybe check it out later. What you say? Can you spell it? Yeah, just spell
look,
it for me.
I took a
Because I
page out
can't
of Rita's
understand
book
what
yesterday.
I
I'm
can't
like, I'm
understand
tapping
what you're
out. Like,
saying. So I just want
I
you to
can't.
spell it so I can write it down.
You know how to spell
Yeah,
bacon?
I think bacon need a more testicle.
Is it spelled like bacon? Like
Yes.
the
Yeah.
the food?
Like the breakfast
Bacon's
bacon. Yeah.
rebellion. I was wondering. That's why I was like, spell it. Okay, rebellion. Okay, I'll check that out. Yeah. You
But do
know,
you
white,
100%
understand why?
more testicle.
white people fighting amongst each other does not surprise me. I'm just saying.
No, it's the elite, and right. It's not. They were not even considered white back then. Like it's the elite. It's the 1% that was
Whether they
fighting
white,
amongst each other. The
white,
bourgeoisie,
whether they rich or poor, they gonna fight each other. But
and so are any other
Everybody
race.
fights. What
black
the?
people wasn't like that before they
Yes,
intervened
they
and did
were.
How
they
you think
did
we
Like
got?
why are you
not
acting like
not
why are you acting like black people was just like all peaceful on the earth? Like we literally were tribal, right?
not the way
Like what do
we
you
are today.
mean?
And I don't know that history because I just know that we were slaves, then we was free, we was
What?
working
Wait, wait,
hard,
wait,
doing
wait,
our
wait, wait.
thing.
When you say hold on, when you say not the way we are today, what do you mean?
You
Like
know
the
the
men
rampant
wasn't. Hold on, the men weren't
young boys,
disrespecting the women.
and yeah, men and all that stuff. But yeah, all that hatred
Wait,
that they got, it's just
like
because.
no, but
are you saying that men were not disrespecting women?
No, I'm not saying all of that. I'm saying that the way they treat us now is worse, in my opinion. But
Right.
I'm
Wait,
just saying.
how can you say that if you haven't studied? Like, are you aware that they were when in the lower delta the Nubians who they call Ethiopians then
Don't sound
when
like people though.
they were then like they this is on the continent of Africa.
But the continent is full of countries. Not all Africans are the same people now. It's like
Never mind, because I
what?
don't know how. And I literally
This
I'm
is
talking
way,
about history, and I'm not talking about today. I don't know. I don't know.
but those
This
not
is
yeah.
my
this is
people. Those
this
are
is
not
the
my
type
people.
of dangerous mind. Like if I'm glad we ain't talking about violent black supremacy,
But they not my
because
people. I'm not gonna say that.
if this was this would be the dangerous type of mind that would agree to do dangerous shit. But she's not saying doing dangerous shit. But I don't know what else to
But I think it's
like.
only a matter of time until she gets affiliated with
Hmm.
a church that does. Like, and this is what I'm talking about because when they constantly talk about our people perish for lack of information or lack of whatever it is, this is what we're talking about. There is history that we can read to see the patterns that have played out on this planet that we live on. But instead of doing that, you're listening to someone give you a revisionist version of what has been the plight of black people. Think or said talked about the other countries in Africa. And you're like, well, it's not. Africa is a continent. She didn't say it was a country. But you're so primed to respond to or assume that people are going to think Africa's a country, and you just said this as if Thinker referred to the
No,
continent as
you
a
was
country, and
talking
she
about
didn't.
my people though. You talking
No, I wasn't. I was talking about black people as a whole. And you said that black people, right, didn't disrespect their women that way. And I said, well,
Especially African Americans.
what do you mean African Americans? When we became African Americans, when we got stolen from the continent. Like I don't understand what you mean. Are you trying to say that we always been here? That you always been here or something?
She might be one of them that believe that.
Not if she call herself an African American.
No, I don't necessarily believe that. I do think that we was transported here from Africa, but I'm not sure about all that. But I can't prove that one way or another. I'm just talking about my people. Big nose,
Y'all gonna let me say this. Y'all I keep
Black
hearing
America.
people say, I keep hearing some black people say, man, we the only ones whose name keep changing, whose identity keep changing. We the only ones that went from nigger to negro to African American, blah blah blah. Now some of y'all out here calling yourselves FBA, Foundational Black American.
But that's really sad though, because I always used to think about that as a child. That's really sad to think that you don't know where you came from, and all you know is slavery.
Oh,
You
you know
the
it's
one came up in here
slavery.
and
You've
said
been a
that.
Right,
slave?
you read.
I'm just saying that's the facts though. A lot of kids
Oh,
they
you
don't know
you a
none of this.
slave? All you
But
know is slave
I
shit?
believe everybody in America is a slave now.
Everybody?
Yeah, well, y'all got to
One of the
If everybody's
work
a
your
slave,
for a
social
living.
security
Y'all got to work
card
for a
allows you
living
to.
instead of just living off the earth. And
nah,
you know,
I live
it's
for a
great to
work.
pay
I don't
taxes, but
work
we
for a
pay
living.
taxes on everything. Taxes
I
weren't
live
even
for a
supposed
working.
to come out of our check.
I
I
don't pay
know
taxes.
that's true. Well, I'm not talking about you in particular.
Oh,
You said everybody. You're not part of everybody.
Okay,
Okay.
most people are correct that.
I think a lot of black people think about that, right? Like a lot of black people
Yeah.
wonder, but there's so much access to resources now. You don't have to sit and wonder anymore, and you don't have to play make believe, right? You can research and find out where your ancestors come from.
Well, you think you said you come from a particular place. Like I said, I do think that our people came from West Africa. So if you say you came from Nigeria, I'm pretty sure that's West Africa. So if there's some Israelites in West Africa, that does make sense. I do know that most
I am not
Africans.
an Israelite. These people are from
Oh my
Mesopotamia.
God.
Okay,
These
but
people are Aramaean. I'm not an Israelite. Like
okay.
if you wanna keep the what is them I keep every time y'all
I didn't say
talk
you.
about
I
this
didn't say
book, I
you
think
were.
about those little, y'all remember those little books where the little dress, the dolls were on the paper, like the drawings, and you
Oh
could
yeah.
like put the dress on. Every
Mm-hmm.
time they talk about this, I see that. Like they're
I
like,
had thought about that in years.
what type of doll? Like this is what I think. Like I'm not that. Keep me out the book. It was, yeah, it's what they call paper dolls, where you can just change the clothes and the dolls were drawn on the paper. That keep me out the book. I don't want to. I don't want to play.
I wasn't trying to put that on you. I'm just saying that a lot of people, a lot of Africans came from West Africa. So if you're not one of them, I mean, that's fine. But you know,
Girl,
most Africans
not
have
you, not you,
small
poor piece.
noses.
I listen. The book says that these people came from Mesopotamia, from Padam Aram, from Iraq. I am not that. I am not that. And if y'all want to get up here and claim that y'all are Israelites from Mesopotamia, that's on you. But I'm not that.
But the crazy irony is, let somebody try to prove paternity using a book, and they're going to be like, nope, where's the DNA test? You don't want DNA tests to figure out where you came from, but you rely on it to determine who you pay child support. Like, the dishonesty is just insane right now. We don't identify genealogy through a story in a book. It's never been done that way. It can't be done that way. But when we say things like this, it's like, no, you're so dead set on protecting your narrative because you are crafting an identification from I guess a popular story, that's not how you identify where you came from.
Having an identity is better than no identity.
Just picking up an
What?
identity doesn't make it
Sorry,
yours.
what?
I don't know, y'all. Like, I
What?
promise.
I'm gonna steal
I
your
told
identity so that I can have
I
one.
told y'all I feel like we playing paper dolls.
Well, if I actually believe it's my identity, I'ma claim it. You
That
know.
doesn't make it
Baby,
true,
that's
though.
sad.
Okay, it don't have to be true. We Most people believe what benefits them anyway, what works for them to help them get through the
Not
day
those
or
of
get
us
through their life.
No, 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 no.
not those of us who want to ensure that what we believe is true. Because there are some beliefs that I've had to put aside because the evidence showed me otherwise. But when
No
you
one
choose
knows
your
what is
beliefs,
true.
when you choose, there are ways to determine whether something comports with reality or not. And we're not talking about hard solipsism. Like that's a whole philosophical realm that I don't even think you're referring to. But that's not how you identify whether or not something is true. But choosing an identity because it makes you feel better does not make it true. And if ultimately you're just going to decide to pick up something because it feels better, then you're just gaslighting yourself.
Well, I feel like I've been through in my own process of verification to that pleases me. So I really think it is true. But on another point, it it doesn't matter if it's true. People have to feel okay.
Mm,
You know what I'm
mm,
saying? They have to get through
mm.
this life the best way they can with the hand that they were dealt. And whatever works, works.
And I think that's fine as long as what you're choosing to believe is not harmful. And that's not the case with this particular belief system that you have adopted. So
But
I'm
I'm
not
not,
saying that you have, hold on a second. I'm not saying, and I do not believe that people need to go through life seeing the world that the way that I do, because that's just impossible. But I do think we have a responsibility to others that we share this planet with to ensure that the beliefs that we are accepting as true are not harmful to other people. And you came in here talking about the fact that black people need to be supreme and white people need to be subservient. That is harmful in any way, shape, form, or fashion that
yeah,
you put
no,
it.
that's not what I said though.
It's what you
I
said.
said,
It may
So
not
let
have
me ask
been
you
what you
something.
meant, but it is what you
I
said.
said black people are better than white people. But I'm not
That's
saying
not,
that
it's not better.
I'm
That's
just
not,
saying we
that
are.
clarification, that's a distinction without a difference. Like black
Okay, but
people are not better than white people. I don't consider myself better than any other human on this earth. I just don't. Because what
I
does
do.
that get any of us?
Yeah, well,
Like, what exactly is it that you think
And
that we're better at? Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what is it that you think that black people can do that no white people can do?
be decent.
What
What? Have
define
you ever heard of
that?
Mr. Rogers?
sorry.
Define it.
I'm
Define it.
sorry.
Yeah,
Define
define decent. Like, what do you mean?
being fair, paying back what they owe, not doing
What?
not doing harm to
Now
Yeah.
you
others.
know your mama used to tell you to tell them bill collectors that she ain't home.
Okay, well, I'm
So
just
come
saying.
on now. Come on.
Okay, so another thing I wanted to touch on is because y'all was talking about how supremacy means that we have to go and attack other people. Well, that wouldn't even work because they outnumber us. But the main thing I wanted to say is, damn, I just lost it. It was right there. But the main thing I wanted to say is, if they do it to themselves, that's not what I wanted to say. I can't even remember. But let's just keep going. If I remember, I'll bring it back up.
I mean, the thing about it is that I don't think that there's anything wrong with people within a culture loving certain things about their culture. For example, I think black people are amongst the funniest on this planet. Like when the way I entertain myself on TikTok with the comments and the witty and funny things that come up in these comments in these lives, I think that that is hilarious. And I think that there's a certain type of humor that is that grows from the lived experience of being black in America. I also think there's a certain type of humor that grows from the lived experience of being Asian. Like each culture has their unique things, but when we are not able to recognize that through line of humanity and the separation of cultures, it results in the things that you are saying, and that's harmful. That's very dangerous. You're blaming the folks that the elites in power that did horrific things to multiple minorities, black people, indigenous people, Japanese people, like Irish people. They did horrific things, those in power. And you're now looking at the folks on your level, on your plane of existence, and saying, oh no, they're the enemy because they don't know how to treat people. And that's just simply not true. Everybody in here knows, we know each other, but my son was in a horrific motorcycle accident back in May. And the variety of people that showed up to take care of me and my family, it included people of black people, white people, Hispanic people, Asian people. They showed up because they care. They didn't give a shit about what color we were. They saw a need and they filled a need. So when people come on this app and they say things like that, that are sweeping generalizations, I take it personal because it's wrong. And it does nothing but perpetuate more hate that keeps us divided for no reason. This God is not going to come and save you. This God hasn't stepped in for any group of people. The God of the Muslims is leaving the Gazans abandoned right now. The God of the Americans, the Christian God, is leaving every Christian in St. Jude abandoned right now. The God of the Israelites have not stepped up to elevate the black Israelites, and I am using air quotes, yet, and he won't. The only thing that will resolve the issues that we face and deal with on this rock is realizing and recognizing the humanity in other people. But when you come in here and you spew nothing, and I don't even think it's intentional, you spew not unintentionally spew hate and division, that is not helping anything. People have the propensity to be good. They do. But when you tell them that they are inherently bad and it's nothing that they can do to change it, and that we have to stick with the people that look like us, what are you doing? How is that helping? What is that growing and what is that developing? But you don't stop to think about that because you're only thinking about how it benefits you. You don't live in a vacuum. None of us do. And it's unnecessary.
It helps us survive better together because that's the only way we can survive. That's why so many people are, being unalive so much in this world that we live in today, but throughout history, is because nobody really wants to stick together the way that they should.
You didn't listen to a thing Fee said. You still on this us against them BS that you want to tout. You didn't listen to anything Fee said just now.
The
Well,
people in this
I
community,
did.
hang on, Pure. Hang on just a second, Pure.
Hold on. She
Pure.
asked me what.
Stop, peace.
Yeah, the people in this community is so diverse. We've got people from other countries. We got people from other cultures. We've got people of varying races. We've got people of varying nationalities, socioeconomic status, all of that. The way people in this group supported me, like I couldn't even dream of. So when you say the things that you say, because that has been your experience in the myopic bubble that you live in, and you assume that your experience is going to be extrapolated across this globe, you are wrong. And when you hear people tell you there is another way to look at this, there is another perspective, there are pieces of information that you are missing that could maybe reframe this for you, you do nothing but protect the divided position that you're proposing. And that does not help humanity. And I don't know how many times and how many different ways we can have this conversation with religious people because you think associating with this ideology of the Israelites is going to be the panacea that's going to cure everything in the world. It is not, because there are sects of this organization sprouting up all over the globe, and they want to do harm physically to white people. They think that this God is going to make white people their slaves. And tell me how that makes anything better.
Well, it's a law of reciprocity. Like if I do something for you, if you ask or demand something from me, you have to pay me back. At the end of the day, you have to. And an inheritance is written into law according to God, according to the Bible. So whatever is owed me or my people, we're going to get it one way or another according to God. If anybody believed in God.
I remember when I was growing up, I thought I was Aurora Monroe. And then I realized I couldn't make storms with my hands. And I had to set that aside because it was a story. At some point, you got to
Well,
grow up. At some
but
point, you
I've
got to
seen
grow
it.
up and realize that you are not the people in this book. At some point, you got to realize that the deity that you waiting on is not there. At some point, you got to grow up and realize you are not an omega level mutant. At some point.
I had my prayers answered too many times to believe that. I can tell you each one of them.
Did you have your prayers answered, or did you convince yourself that you did? Because you just showed us that you told us that you can just choose a belief as long as it makes you feel better. And that's the danger of doing that, because you can validate anything you want to believe when you don't have to do it externally.
Somebody said something about harming other people, and I just wanted to say I don't think the biblical principles harm people. You have to prove that. I think that the harm comes from uh, white culture.
The harm comes from your Bible, and you would know that if you read it. It's rampant with violence. This God commands rape as a grape as a punishment for women. This God made a baby sick for a week and then killed it. This God commands the genocide of entire people groups. So if you're talking about as white people, then is your God. Your God is a white people because he's the one who gave those commands. What are you saying? Like this God does nothing but murk people throughout the whole Old Testament. Jesus used a parable about putting swords through people who won't worship him. What are you talking about?
A lot of those stuff is just a representation of what's going to happen to people who don't worship him.
And that makes it better. And this is why I say this is dangerous.
It's a prophecy, and we
It's
all
not a
get
prophecy. It's
reincarnated.
not. It's not a prophecy. It's violence. It's gratuitous violence. It's the ego of this narcissistic ass God that has y'all convinced that y'all should be on top. He's created pockets of narcissistic people that do nothing but look at other folks and place blame as opposed to locking arms and figuring out how to solve the issues of this world that we live in.
If hell is a state of mind and somebody is already in hell, like perpetually throughout their life, and they're doing things that not only harm themselves but other people, is it better to just end their life, give them a fresh start when they reincarnate?
I don't. Are we living? How old did you say you were?
37.
And at 37, you felt like that was an intelligible sentence to
It's
ask another
about
adult.
it's about survival. If you want to live, these are the things you should do. Otherwise, the only option is death. If you're gonna die
It,
anyway, you might as well die now.
yeah, like I think
What?
you need to like I don't even know what to say. I'm gonna take a page out of Rhea's book and go on mute because this is ridiculous.
I
I don't
think
know.
we need more
Selena,
testicle.
I'm sorry, Selena. Do y'all want to talk to her? Because I can't. I
No,
simply cannot.
I
Anybody
can't
who is
either.
yeah, anybody who is this dead set on lack of information and such a violent and negative take, it has pure peace
Mm-hmm.
as their name. I don't know if that dissonance is something that can be corrected.
But you
Yeah,
ain't
it's the
verifiable
fact of
information.
your name. That's what blew me when I first heard you talking about it. And I had to look twice. Like, her name is Pure Peace, and she's talking about being the people in this book that's going to enslave other people. Like, what? Do you have children? Did we ask that? I can't remember. I was
But
ignoring
it's
some
an
of the stuff
eye
you were
for
saying.
an eye. It's an eye for an eye in the
No,
Bible.
do
What you
you
do
have
with other people.
children?
Yes, I have 4 children.
So you tell God, 4 people. Okay, are you teaching them this?
Yeah, I teach them everything I know. It works for me.
You don't know much, but you're teaching them this bad, this stuff that you have
I
come to
refuse to insult
ascertain
y'all.
from
I don't know why y'all keep
I'm
insulting me.
saying that because you have demonstrated that you don't know much
But I
about
don't think
this world
y'all
that
know
you live
much
in. You don't even know
either.
much about the book that you claim is about you and your heritage. You don't know much, and you're demonstrating that up here, peace.
I know a lot,
You're
but I can say the
demonstrating
same
that.
about y'all, and that's just
I don't
your
claim to know.
opinion.
I don't claim to know everything. I know enough to know that
I know
wanting to
enough. That's what
enslave
I
other
said.
people is not peaceful. I know enough to know that wanting to be superior to other people doesn't mean just me
But
being
we
better than
are.
other people. I know enough to know, see, right there, we are.
We are
You're
superior.
barely superior. Girl,
Who burns in the sun? Do we burn in the sun?
I burn in the goddamn sun. My mama burned in the goddamn sun. What are you saying? See, you
I
don't
ain't
know
never met a
much.
black person
You
that don't
don't
mean
know
it.
much. You
That's
don't know
crazy to me.
much. You don't
And
know much.
and the
You
crazy part
really
about
don't
it
know
is,
much.
like I
I
was
can
saying
hardly
earlier,
believe you, but okay.
if you if you zoom out, like again, pure peace, you'll realize that the people that evolved and cultures that evolved closer to the equator have more melanin. It's not only in Africa. It's across the whole equatorial line. And there is a reason for that. But this religion has convinced you that because we have more melanin in our skin, and black people do get sunburned, by the way, then that makes us superior. This is ignorance. Ignorance in the form of you are not taking the time or the effort or the energy to challenge your own beliefs. You just accepted what feels comfortable to you. And you are wrong.
Hello, is that my
It does
internet?
not,
Can anybody hear
it's
me?
not your, unfortunately, yeah, we can't, but you go ahead.
Y'all let me know.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. No, I missed the last part. I think my internet went off for a
Missed
second.
the first part, so don't even worry about it.
Yeah, I think you
Thinking
missed
It
the whole
need
we
more
conversation.
good.
But we're,
testicle.
Y'all are so mean.
we're
Think and
not
protect
When
our
mean.
people are
Me?
peace.
mean, when people are mean, I know they already kind of in hell. So
Like
Yeah.
That's
you're
probably
literally
true.
up here, like the same
no,
way that we
I'm
would,
not
the
talking about
same
you,
way that
Tinker.
we would. No, what I'm saying is like the
You
same
get
way
to
that
go.
we would treat white supremacy, right? Like we're not gonna be nice to black supremacy, right? Like
Well, I'm nice to everybody. I might
supremacy
not like white
ideology is
people, but I don't like it.
harmful.
I don't
You
treat them
are literally
crazy.
like you were saying some very harmful stuff, right? Like it's the it's so crazy that believers will come in here and say that we're spreading divide, but you as a whole as the believer is saying that you don't like white people and you're not the one that's spreading division. Like that is crazy as hell to me.
That's a
This
personal
is why
preference.
this is exactly why this topic exists, because who the hell has the right Jesus? Like, who has the right Jesus? If like y'all don't ever say to yourself, it's the demons that saying, live in unity. It's the demons that saying stop killing each other. It's the demons that saying stop raping children. It's the demons that saying stop subjugating women, stop taking away people's rights, stop stealing land. It's the demons that saying stop doing racism. Like y'all don't ever ask yourself that? Like why is it it's the atheists that are screaming at us Jesus followers to stop fucking up the world, to stop causing
I agree
division.
with all that. I agree
No,
with
you
all that.
don't. You literally said you hate white people.
I said that's okay. That's my personal preference. I do believe what the Bible say. I do believe white black people are better, but it's
The
not about
Bible does
me.
not say that. There
It's
ain't
not
nothing
about
in that
me.
book that says that. There ain't nothing in that book that says any race of people. It says an ethnicity of people are better than or not even better. I'm gonna tell you, this is a fucked up thing.
Well, I don't know
Oh
if
no
you
no no
read.
wait, hold on,
Because
because when I talk, hold on, because I don't want to have to talk over you. My back is hurting right now, and I'm feeling like I'm starting to feel like a grandmama. The that book literally says that the Israelites were chosen not because they were good, not because they were righteous or they were some talented people. Like it says that they were chosen because he made a promise to their ancestors. He said, y'all are stiff-necked, wretched, just like the rest of them. Like they weren't chosen because they were special. Then he had to give them intellect. He had to put his own spirit in their minds to give them the intellect to be able to build. They ain't had that shit. Like they're not better. So whether you put you color the Israelite white, whether you color the Israelite black, whether you color the Israelite Asian, they are not more talented or more moral. They just got away with shit. They got away with shit because they had a chosen status. They got stories written about them claiming that they had some supernatural ability that allowed them to automatically have knowledge without studying. They made them superiorly intellect, but was doing dumb shit and saying dumb shit. But like, there's nothing in this book that says any race of people are better than any other race, because race did not exist. Race did not exist back then. So that book does not say black people are better.
Yeah, so yeah, Abraham was chosen, and then it wasn't really nothing special about them. You're right about that. But when God blessed them and they became superior, they were superior. That's the end.
DC, you know what I mean. I don't know what color Asians are all different kind of colors. You got black Asian, brown Asians, white Asians, I guess tan. I don't know. You know what I meant. I'm sorry, I didn't hear nothing you said. I was looking at DC. What'd you say?
Oh, not you return the favor.
Yeah, I said, yeah, they was chosen, and they was not at first special, but once God blessed them to be special, they were considered special and superior. So even though I got the blessing on me, it still makes me. If I'm still
You
superior,
do
I'm still
realize
superior.
that, hold on, pure peace. You do realize that in this book, you got a group of people who claimed that a God that nobody saw said they were chosen. And then Europeans did the same shit.
Well,
And
this was
then and
passed
then
on from Abraham.
listen very carefully to the words that come out of my, what's her name? Pure pressure? Oh, listen to the words that come out of my mouth. Okay? Listen. A group of people in the biblical days claimed a God that nobody ever saw gave them chosen status. Okay? And then Europeans did the same shit. A God that nobody saw gave European Christians chosen status. And now black people 400 years later are saying we're going to do the same thing. It doesn't
Listen,
make you chosen. Like y'all are choosing yourselves, but they're putting violence behind it, right?
hmm
To try,
which will
like,
automatic.
to you, because with supremacy ideologies, it's violent. That's why the Old Testament is filled with
Well, that's
violence.
white. That's white tea people, but yeah, violence
No,
is
that's
throughout
the
history. That's
Israelites in the Old Testament. In the Old Testament, there is a lot of violence in the Old Testament because it is filled with supremacy ideologies. It's filled with dominating other cultures to be the superior race. And y'all can't see that. Y'all keep looking at this book as if it's something holy and spiritual. And this is literally a war guide for colonization and supremacy culture. Like, And ain't now one of y'all ever seen a God. These are humans telling y'all that they are chosen. Just like the Hebrew Israelite church that you've been going to. That is a human telling you that a God chose you
But
and
I
that
don't
your
base
race is a superior race.
I don't base my belief of us being superior based solely on the Bible. Now I can see that with my own two eyes.
No, you can't.
Yes,
No,
I
you
can, because all
can't.
I gotta do is look at white people and then look at black people.
And black, like, do you realize that? Let me stop because you ain't going. I don't know. Maybe black people are superior at smiling, because you keep talking about being nice. Okay.
Nice, I don't believe in being nice, but decent and kind, yes.
What's the difference? Pure peace
Also, what's
Being
between
nice,
being
peace
nice.
or
Like, what's the
kind?
difference?
being nice people are usually just
We not we. I don't know what else to
We
say right now.
pre-Nicean
nice
over
just so
here.
they could
Pre nice pre nice foundational blacks. No.
no.
That's gonna be our name next on the birth certificate.
No, I was gonna say some people will lie just to be nice. You know what I'm saying?
I hear exactly what you mean, pure prejudice.
Oh, so
Y'all hear me?
Hold on,
Hmm?
who's a dragon? Who's a dragon that's trying to come
Some
on
people
stage?
will
Are you trying
lie
to come on stage, gaming cat?
just to be nice. Being kind is telling the truth. Being honest, being real.
what's the definitional difference between those two words?
And black people are the most real people I know.
Shit. Nah.
I,
I don't know about y'all, but I've been holding it down for the 99 and the 2000, so I'm
Yes,
probably
enough.
real as it get. Uh-oh, Gaming Cat trying to flex the dragon on your ass.
Look, I think are you trying to come on stage, gaming?
Yeah, they say yeah. Oh,
come
well,
on,
No,
maybe I'm
gamer.
no,
That's
they
just the
said
way I
they
look
said
at it.
their
yeah.
anxiety
You
won't
know
let
what?
them.
You're talking about the dictionary.
Oh,
Go.
That you're talking about the English language in the dictionary that was created by white people who do sort.
Girl, you know what?
the dictionary was created by white people?
Wait, don't you speak English? You don't speak any other language?
Now, I'm gonna give you your option right
Kapara,
now.
you're not a dragon, right? You're not a dragon. You're not a nerd.
No, no,
Only a
not even,
nerd can
yeah.
come on stage. Only a dragon can come on stage. But you that's the language that you speak. What do you mean?
You should start speaking an entirely different language like you've been speaking it the whole time. Make it up if you have to.
Yeah, so I'm saying that dictionary in the English language was created by YT people. I don't trust nothing they say. I don't believe
Yes,
anything
you
what
do,
You
because
say
you
what you
using
say.
the words that you claiming
that's the
that
only
you do
that's the
trust them.
only that's the only language I know, but
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
so you trust them. Do you trust that
but
you
I don't
saying shit that you do? You trust that you are saying shit that makes sense right now?
well
That
I'm
we understand the
communicating
words that are coming out of your mouth?
as best I'm communicating as best I can. And so when
No,
you
you
say
are as
nice,
best you
I
can.
don't
No, the
believe
only
in
thing
nice.
that's failing right now is your understanding of what you are saying. But
Okay,
the
so
words
y'all
that
keep
you are
saying
using, listen, what I'm saying, the only thing that is in your control, right? With the language that you're using is you being able to understand the things that are coming out of your mouth, but you trust the words that you are the language that you use to communicate. You do trust that. I don't know why you're saying you don't.
I think they conflate definition. I think they use words to just be trickery. But I do think it's a difference between nice and kind. That's just me, I
Oh
guess.
Lord,
That's a lot of European
y'all
words,
done
friend.
went to that etymology of nice, and somebody done went to that website where it says that nice used to mean ignorant, and now
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think I saw that Facebook post years ago where it was like, stop saying nice, because when you say nice, you're literally telling people that they're ignorant, or stop calling yourself nice because you're literally saying that that you're ignorant, right? But not
That makes
realizing
sense to
that
me.
words change over time, right?
Right.
Words evolve, language evolves over time.
Well, if you be kind rather than nice, if you just
What?
I think her internet is the unpaid victor here, because if English and dictionaries can't be trusted, why should I trust your use of English words to explain your beliefs? Like literally, it makes what you're saying makes zero sense. And I keep saying I don't think you're doing it intentionally, but I don't think that you realize how detached from reality, logic, and reason most of what you said in this conversation truly is.
Fee, I think you called it before the knockout, because her internet took her out.
Good
That
grief.
man, but honestly, she is a victim of the lack of information and the misinformation that is spread throughout the black community as they search for truth, right? And
Hmm.
as we search for knowledge, and she's just regurgitating the stuff that people are finding. They don't check resources, right? They'll see a YouTube video or a Facebook post, do a quick Google search, and then all of a sudden they're an expert and they've got secret knowledge, and next thing you know they got a platform.
When you talk
Like,
about pure
that's what it
peace,
is.
yeah, I would be peaceful too if I stuck my head in the sand and ignored reality. So up here rejecting dictionaries while using English is like rejecting money while paying in cash. What are we talking about? What are we actually saying?
And saying that she don't trust it. And to me, it sounds like that lady that was on Christina Line that day that said that she don't trust man. But then when we brought up the fact that it was man who wrote the Bible, and she was like, "Well, that's the only man I trust." And then she and then she went and told Christina that the Bible say trust no man, and we're like, you are just fucking confused. Like, how are you gonna say that you trust the man that wrote the Bible, but then tell Christina that the Bible say trust no man, but the Bible was written
Exactly.
by man? Like, that's what that sounded like to
She
me.
said it. She said it. She said she'd say anything. She don't even have to believe it, just trying to get you to believe.
Yeah, I remember her saying that.
Like
When
Gabriel
also called
did
that woman pure.
yesterday.
Oh, I think I missed him. But when also called that woman pure prejudice, I almost spit out my protein shake.
He called up pure prejudice. I did not hear it. Oh my
He
She
said it in
was
the back.
she was acting a certain way. I think she needed more Tessa for real.
He said pure prejudice. Oh my gosh. That is hilarious. Lenora Leah? Lenora Lay? Okay. It must be getting ready to rain today. Oh my gosh. Hey, Gaming Cat, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Pure Peace?
It's
Y'all,
already
Pure
raining here.
is it? Man, my back hurts so bad right now.
Mhm.
What's up, Gaming? What?
Hey, fat boy.
Where do you go, Gaming? Pure Peace is back in the box.
Fee said she wanted to talk to her again. So
No, you did, Fee?
Hell no. Also, if you don't stop lying on me, I know I see now that I still have some major triggers when it comes to like just pure racism and bigotry and hatred. Like that just, oh, I don't understand it. I really don't understand it.
Request back up, Gabin. I don't know what happened. Who is they hated when I'm here? Like nobody is talking about you, knowledge. What? Who is they?
Probably the comments. He says a lot of annoying
We
shit.
just we just hit 6,000 subs on YouTube. Yay! Thank y'all. Appreciate
Hey!
y'all. Thank y'all. Gaiman, are you gonna request back up? Oh God, my back. Oh my God.
Do you have anything to take for it, Thinker?
Yeah, I'll take a muscle relaxer when the live is over.
Oh, poor thing.
I hate taking them motherfuckers too. Y'all better hope
I don't like those.
I don't feel drowsy that I get to come back tonight. Kepra?
Hey,
Kepra? Hey.
hi. Am
Hi.
I there? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
how y'all doing this morning?
Good. How are
Also,
you?
hey.
Yer.
Who has the right teachings of Jesus? The pacifist Jesus? The supremacist Jesus? I actually think there's like evil twin Jesuses.
Yeah.
One plays passive, one plays supremacist, and they give each other high fives when nobody's looking. And we all think it's just one, but it's really two of them.
Yeah. Me and Fee was talking yesterday about how I think the pacifist Jesus is more so like a tool for the supremacist Jesus to kind of like act as a pacifier for the people that they rule over, right? That they subdue and subjugate and indoctrinate. And it's a way to make sure that they don't have to. It's the tool that allows them not to have to like be the type of ruler that has to like lord over the people, because it teaches the people to self police. Does that make sense? And it keeps them docile to the point to where they're not going to rebel against the system or rebel against the king.
Yeah, because they got a playbook to go by in the Bible and the Jesus to talk to.
Yeah. It's almost they're begging they're begging the king to save them from the king, but they don't know that when they're in their secret closet praying to the king, they don't know that it's that king that they're praying to. Does that make sense? Like in they're praying to the same they're praying to the oppressor and asking the oppressor to stop the oppressor from oppressing them, but they don't know that they're praying to the oppressor.
I think it's kind of like the two sides of the same coin, right? Same coin, different faces. And the difference is the location of the controls. Like a
Hmm.
supremacist Jesus has like external controls where obedience or the directive for obedience comes from an authority figure. Like the fact that I am in control, everybody that doesn't believe like me has to do like me. But then the pacifist version is more internal. Don't resist. It encourages like guilt and shame and self-sacrifice, all these things that um, are control mechanisms, but they are internal controls. And I think they both accomplish the same purpose because they ultimately and then together, like they form this complete system of control. because there is no room for independent thought and there's no room for self-directed morality, which are the two things that can help to bolster community and societies. And it's the same thing with like the Republicans and the Democrats. I mean, maybe in a different way, but it's two wings, just the same bird. And ultimately nothing changes but the people that are getting shit on under that bird.
Yeah, like somebody in the comments just said you can anybody could teach the Bible, but God will have the final judge. And the thing is, which God? Like saying God, right, doesn't tell us anything because y'all are all praying to the same God. Like y'all are using the same names when you pray. You're using the same book, but claiming that it's a different God. I don't give a damn if you give it a capital G. It's still that's a title. That's like you might as well write CEO. Like you might as well do G.O.D. Like you still ain't saying the name. That's a title.
Right. And the ultimate goal is the same. Like I said, it's just different approaches. You strip a human of autonomy. Pacifist does it through inward restraint, and the supremacist does it through outward domination. That's the only difference. But the goal and the endpoint remains the same. You convince humans that they don't have the ability to be autonomous thinking, decent, feeling, kind, whatever you want to call it, human beings. And that reliance on this idea is what they have to do. The control is the same.
Like I'm gonna ask you a question, Megan. How do you pray in capital G? Like I want to I seriously want to know. Like how are you praying in capital G? Like when you pray, how does the God know that you are saying God in capital letters versus
You
God in
gotta say it.
lowercase letters?
You gotta say
Huh?
it with the back of
Kind
your
of like
throat.
50 Cent.
You gotta
G-unit.
say God,
Maybe.
God. That's how you say God.
I'm trying to understand.
It's gotta be
Emphasize the
God,
G.
God.
Also.
Emphasize the G. You- oh wow.
Like God. Like and
Yeah.
Good.
it don't make sense.
You got to get a running start. G-O-D. Like G-unit, maybe. I don't know. Like, it's something to count. The emphasis has to be on the right syllable.
Then they think we're crazy when we ask these questions. That's what you decided. There is no you. Then come up here and tell us. Like, how are you praying in capital letters? If it makes no difference, if white supremacists is praying and saying God help me, and y'all are praying God help me, please help me understand how your God sounds different from their God.
Well, I will say, so some people say Lord, and I wrote down LARD for listen, accept, regurgitate, and defend. And that's part of what's in that system of maybe basically self gaslighting and basically telling yourself, okay, don't ask questions. Like, you're doing the deconstructing. It's helping people to ask questions and question the Bible and question this God. But a lot of people haven't gotten there yet because it's to them, hey, I'm sinning. I'm doing wrong by even asking a question about anything in this Bible.
Yeah, maybe that's what they do. I don't know. Like when we asked, but the question is like this: something as simple as like to be fighting over whether the name has a capital G or not. It's just ridiculous to me. And then they act as if we're asking a demonic question by saying, well, if you're saying white supremacists are not worshiping the same God or praying to the same God that you are praying to, how do you know that? How would we know that? Because y'all say the same name. You say God, you say Jesus, you say Most High, you say Lord. You're using the same book. How do you know that? That should be something that you should be able to answer, not throwing ad homs talking about where you're a non-believer. You ain't gonna understand. Neither do you. You don't have an answer. Somebody need to put praise the Lord on a t-shirt and then say this the black one.
I had a question about Genesis, if I can ask you. Genesis 3:22.
Uh-huh.
So when the guy says that he wants to say the man has become like one of us, like who are you talking to? Who is us?
So the North, remember the North was polytheistic. And so they had a pantheon of gods that they worshipped, including Baal, Asheroth. Well, they had multiple Baals, the Queen of Heaven. So like they had a pantheon of gods, and they even worshipped some of the Egyptian gods. And then the South was monotheistic, in Genesis 2, you can see some of the North, some of the writers from the North writing into Genesis 2, like through the redaction. So the us would be the pantheon of gods that the North worshipped.
Okay.
Yeah, they were like, if you see, like in the beginning, there was no monotheistic tone really, right? In the with like Abraham and Noah, there was no command to worship only the God of Israel. They were polytheistic at first.
So that came the worship only me came later. Like when did that happen?
When they got the law from Moses.
Okay, like the Ten Commandments came.
Mm-hmm. But really, in actual history, I think it came with King Josiah around the 7th century. I think, to be honest, in actual history. But prior to that, they were polytheistic.
I'm just writing it down. Let me down.
I got you. Thank you for coming up. Have a good one, okay?
You too.
Hey, Gaming.
Hello. Sorry, it disconnected me earlier for some reason, and then it wouldn't let me reconnect.
Oh, that's okay. TikTok is glitching today.
So, Brett,
Seems so. Uh, I was just trying to come up mostly when Pure Peace was coming up. Sorry if there's a lot of background noise. Old household appliances. Uh,
Did you
but
want to say something about that conversation?
I do. It's it's that kind of mentality that she holds that scares. It scares me because I'm kind of like a big old melting pot of a bunch of different things. I'm biracial. My dad's white, my mom's black. I'm uh, I'm atheist, deconstructing atheist. I'm progressive, and um, I'm gay, and I live in Texas. So uh, I
You you
kind
went you went marginalization shopping and didn't stop. You,
pretty
you was like,
much.
let me get this one. I want this one.
Give me all of
So
them.
Yeah.
for me, it's kind of hard to find, people that I belong with, quote unquote. Um, because it's like I try to interact with other people. I've had like a lot of people, they'll be fine with me and they until they kind of find out more about me. Like for example, there was this old couple back when I used to live with my parents. They'd come walking by. They had these beautiful lassies, and it would always be like, "Oh, hello," and they'd greet and they'd smile and they'd wave and then they'd walk by. They come to find out that I'm biracial, and next thing you know, they start avoiding us. They start walking across the street when they come by our house. Uh, my brother was friends with their daughter. Turns out they said, "Don't go N-word knocking"
Oh
to
wow.
their daughter, and it's like this idea of superiority or supremacy based on all kinds of arbitrary things. It makes it hard for somebody that's just looking for somewhere to, like, people to connect with. And it's sad. It's really just sad seeing that, like, the supremacy culture that has been so prevalent, namely with white people, white supremacy. Now other groups are like going down bad on it, trying to uplift themselves, so to speak, at the detriment of others. And it's running prevalent everywhere.
I
And
think the thing that was, oh, I'm sorry, gaming. I didn't mean to
no,
interrupt.
go on.
I was just going to say, I think the thing that was the most disturbing about her rhetoric is that she claims peace, right? She claims that it's for peace, but anybody who's claiming, who's advocating for peace through violence, they're not promoting peace, they're promoting domination. And that's the part that I think she just simply was not going to get. Because actual peace can't come out of harm or destruction or coercion, because it doesn't bring harmony, it brings submission under fear. It would just be for a different group of people in her paradigm. And I think it's the most asinine thing to even try. It's the craziest circle to try to square, because actual peace requires justice, it requires mutual respect, and it requires understanding, and it cannot happen through force. It's the same way of being to thinkers, that song that you posted, and I love it. You cannot command love. That's not how love functions. And so when I hear people talk about, forcing someone to love them, or being superior, but also advocating for the subjugation of another group of people, it just sounds so oxymoronic to me.
I agree.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think too, like it makes me sad though, because I can hear the lack of knowledge and education level or intellect. Like, I don't know if she has an education level or not, but it sounds like she doesn't, right? And I know that a lot of this, when you hear people like Charlie Kirk say that black people are the only ones who haven't overcome what happened to their ancestors, white supremacy ignores what the fuck they did, right? And then blames people for not fixing them, for not fixing what they did. And not having access to the right type of education, or even thinking that education is important, a lot of that has to do with white supremacy. Like, and so I think about all of that too when I see and hear conversations like that we just had with Pure Peace, because I know that a lot of it is stemming from a lack of education, and unfortunately, that is where a lot of hate is allowed to fester and grow and be used by those who want to use it and will it whenever they want. And that it's sad. Like it hurts my heart that I don't it's like at one on one end I'm angry at the shit that she's saying, and on the other end my heart is broke because she's being used. Does that make sense? Like it's all a part of the
Yeah,
fucking system. Yeah.
yeah, they got her ass. And she started talking about how it's the only way for the kids to have their self-esteem and all that shit. I was just like, yeah, they got your ass good.
Yeah.
Well, I see it everywhere. It's the same thing as a parent beating their child into obedience. It's not respect. It's not love. It's none of those things. It's control. It's not peace. And I think it's just and I feel the same way you do, Thinker. Like, it breaks my heart and it pisses me off at the same time, because although I can recognize that each and every one of us has a very different lived experience, I can recognize that. And I totally understand if a person has been consistently harmed by a group of people, even if it's that harm was intentional or unintentional. I can understand that it's natural for there to be a lack of trust for that particular group of people. But at a certain point, and I think this does go back to like having your mind open enough to recognize that my small experience is not the experience. My experience of the few white people that I've been in contact with is not the experience that everyone across this globe will happen. And that's on the good side and the bad side. If we don't want people to stereotype us, as women, as black people, as gay people, as anything, we want them to deal with us on an individual level. But sometimes those ideologies get so deeply entrenched in the psyche of an individual that they can't see past it. And it's that mindset that perpetuates this hate and these supposed resolutions that do nothing but continue the cycle of harm.
Gaming, you there?
Yes, I'm here. But I just wanted to come up and say that because, oh man, it was just, it was sad, but it was like you said, it was making me angry, but it was also making me sad because it's like, I'd like to think I'm a decent person. I really do. Like, others might not think so, but I also like to keep to myself. I'm kind of like Fee in that regard. That's like, leave me alone. Um, but yeah, I just wanted to come up and say that I gotta get ready to go to work. I had a minute, but I'm kind of in a rush now. uh, so thank you for letting me up, and you guys enjoy the rest of your life.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have
I'll
a
see you
great
later.
day at work.
I'll be
See
listening.
you, gaming.
Let me down.
I gotcha. Y'all, did Charlie Kirk ever say anything about white women? We know he talked about Asian people. He talked about immigrants. He talked about black men, black fathers, black women. Did he ever say anything about white women at all?
I don't think generally.
So he just like talked about how women shouldn't have like control over their bodies. Um,
I don't know, maybe. I don't think he's talked about white women like specifically in general. I mean,
he talked about every other race of people but his own.
pretty much.
And people don't and Charlie Kirk and this is what like makes me, because there was a black man an older black man that was coming into my live. He came into my live yesterday, and he said, actually, I'm gonna read it because no, he was y'all know the video where the preacher, I stitched the preacher.
Hmm.
I saw that yesterday.
Yeah, so he commented and was like, "Thank you, young man, for saying what needs to be said." Right, and under his comment, a white woman commented and said, "Thank you for listening to Charlie Kirk," to the black guy. And I messaged her. I said, "What are you thanking him for?" I said, "Why are you thanking him for listening to Charlie Kirk for?" I said, "What? How do you benefit from him listening to Charlie Kirk?" And I said, what you should be saying is, "Thank you, black man, for listening to Charlie Kirk tell you that black women don't have the uh, brain processing power to be taken seriously, and that the black women are taking white men slots. Thank you for listening to Charlie Kirk." I said, because I can't find any reason that you would benefit from this black man listening to Charlie Kirk.
Hmm. Yeah.
Like it irritated the hell out of me. And then he responded to me and he was like, "I guess you never sit down and watched his entire videos as the man speaks." He said, "I don't have an issue with nothing that he said or ever said. Let's talk about the way black people are. We say we won't change, but yet we listen to music that destroys our people. Even the just of us listen to music. We glorify gang culture, jail culture, street culture, which leaves us with no culture or a tainted culture. I believe that we as black people are beyond God's help." This is what Charlie Kirk has put in the mind of this black man. And this is what the white lady is thanking him for listening to Charlie Kirk. And I'm sitting here looking at
Hmm.
this fucking conversation. And I said, first, you're talking to a black woman who has been on the cover of the Business Journal. Second, you listen to white people tell you white supremacist rhetoric that confirms white is right and black is lack. He told you that the problem with the black community is that black men aren't fathers, while ignoring that white men don't father their children at higher rates. While white men keep their marriages for optics and financial gain, while not parenting the kids in the same house. I said, most of the school shooters are white kids with both parents, but yet you eat
Hmm.
it up. I said, both races have high amounts of broken homes, but you let them play with numbers to make theirs look more successful. The problem is misogynistic beliefs regarding gender roles, and that shit just doesn't work unless a pretty picture is the only thing that matters, and what's actually going on in the house doesn't. There is a pinned video on my profile with thousands of white women in my comments talking about how they are single married mothers and how their husbands aren't ever there or don't have relationships with their kids. Many of them stayed married for optics, and when the kids got grown, they divorced. That's what they are taught to do is optics, but you eat it up. He said, "Let me ask you a question, young lady. What type of music do you allow your children to listen to? Matter of fact, what type of music do you listen to? Let's pick apart the lyrics of the disgusting crap that comes out of these entertainers' mouths and you entertain it and didn't want to go to church and try to cleanse your soul from the dirt that you just imported inside your body. Girl, get the hell out of here." I said, first off, my kids are adults. I'm a grandmother. None of them are in jail. I have 4 children. I said, I am divorced, but their father is in their lives and he's in his grandkids' lives. So he said, none of my children went to jail. All of my children went to college. I'm a grandfather. I raised my daughters to respect themselves. I raised my son to respect himself, not to be a victim. He's a man. This dude that's preaching is a boy and needs to be taught Charlie Kurt. Look, he said Charlie Kurt didn't say nothing racist. He showed black people a mirror and you got offended by the mirror. Charleston White show black people they get offended by
Oh my
mirror. Black
goodness.
people are beyond God's help. Charleston White, motherfucker. Like, first off, I said,
That's
good for
funny.
you. Right. First off, the way he talked, like he's lying about him going to college and all that shit. Like the way he's one of those like red pill guys. I
Hmm.
said, so this what I did, right? I said, good for you. I said, I didn't expect anything less. I said, but for some reason you did for me. He gonna say, I think we got a misunderstanding. Really, bitch? What was the part that made you all of a sudden, right, decide that you and I have a misunderstanding? Because the stereotype that you allowed Charlie Kirk to put in your head about yourself, your own community, you couldn't find in me. You thought that you were just gonna be able to pick some random black woman on the internet and see what Charlie Kirk told you to see, motherfucker. Now all of a sudden it's a misunderstanding. But you are literally spewing racist rhetoric about yourself and about your community, and then you have white people saying thank you, black man, for listening to Charlie Kirk. The
Yeah.
fuck?
I watched it. I can't remember the lady's name. She's a content creator. She usually talks on like issues in the black community. And I saw a TikTok that she posted yesterday about the fact that when Harriet Tubman was freeing the slaves, she had to leave a whole lot of black people behind that were more committed to their own subjugation than they were to their freedom. And I think that that's kind of what we're dealing with here. There will be some like that pure prejudice lady that was up earlier. There are some black people who will not, for whatever reason, be able to look beyond the idea of who they are that's been given to them by mainstream media, by people like Charlie Kirk, by these skewed statistics, as opposed to looking at the community that they live in, getting out into the world and actually talking to people. And I don't know that there's going to be much we can do about that. And I wonder if it's a like when you got to the point where you're like, yeah, y'all let me know when you're done. I think that that's where we're going to have to get, because if you already feel as though you have the right answer, and this answer is tied up in a God that hasn't done shit for you or anybody else that's ever worshiped it, I don't know what else we're going to be able to do. If you're so convinced that the picture of the black community that's been painted by the media is the actual representation of the black community, I don't know that you actually possess the cognitive abilities to even think through things like this critically. I don't know that there's getting through to people like that.
They don't. And the crazy thing about it is, like, I didn't even read this shit right here. Like when he said I think we had a misunderstanding, I just stopped fucking reading because I'm like, this motherfucker is just dumb. Like he's just regurgitating shit. The rest of what he said, but I do not condone people glorify and the unalive of another human being, and this man is doing it from the pool, POOL pit.
See?
Damn.
See?
As God is with him. And I'ma tell him to his face, God is not you. God is not in the church. Believe me, he would not step foot on knee around any of these people. And he's talking about the black guy. He's saying that
Hmm.
he's going to tell the black man to his face that God ain't in you. God is in Charlie Kirk. And this is a black man. Then he said this man is sitting here trying to destroy this man's character, like white media being Kobe Bryant. This is sick. And yes, I do agree that they all serve in the same guard. GUARD. I don't
Damn.
I don't know
Why
which
he bring
guard
Kobe
that
into it?
is, but it's not the creator.
I hate this person.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this
I
is
hate this
what
planet at this point.
these are the black people that follow Charlie Kirk's teachings, and they're usually unfucking educated. I just saw somebody say God sent Charlie Kirk to lead us, for us to follow, to teach us, and for us to follow. Well, evidently he didn't want y'all to. God don't like y'all because he sent his son for 3 years for y'all asses, and Charlie Kirk for what? 4? Because he took Charlie Kirk as soon as y'all motherfuckers found out about him. Evidently he don't like y'all. Evidently he didn't want y'all to learn. If that's why you think he sent them, well, if you think that's why he sent them, Zach, then why the hell he didn't keep him here so you can learn more? Why he take him as soon as y'all found as soon as y'all found his ass?
Reset your thing.
And y'all ain't gonna do nothing but go find another motherfucking statue to follow that fuels your fucking hate for black women, because that's all y'all look for. That's what y'all looked for in Kevin Samuel. Kevin Samuels told you that black women wasn't worth your time because you couldn't get a black woman to see you as the king that you believe that you were, because you haven't done shit. You haven't done any kingdom shit, and black women are not finna fucking play make believe with your ass. And you went and found the next thing that would feed that for you, and now that's gone. You're gonna go on the prowl looking for another one. That's what y'all look for. And you still, the crazy, here's the fucked up thing. Kevin Samuels has been gone since what, 2020? When did he die? 2020?
It's been a minute.
Like 5 years he's been gone, and y'all motherfuckers still doing the same shit. Y'all motherfuckers needed to latch on to Charlie Kirk to tell y'all the same shit Kevin Samuels told y'all, because y'all haven't grown. You haven't accumulated shit since Kevin Samuels left. So you're going to need your God to keep sending you these motherfuckers that can keep just feeding your fucking hate that you have for black women, because you hate yourself and you don't have it in you to do shit for yourself.
Mm, damn.
Y'all ain't even, like, it's crazy. Your God sending y'all these fucking teachers and y'all motherfuckers ain't grown one motherfucking bit. I'm convinced that your God don't like your ass. And stop typing in caps in my damn comments. Black Flag, are you trying to come up or is it an accident? Man, take your little hateful ass up out of here. Like, honestly, y'all just want to be hateful just to be hateful. Get the fuck out of here. Like, everybody know that your ass is hateful. Y'all be looking for attention and shit.
W, you happy?
And not even realize that when you blame others, you give up your power to change. You completely put it down because you don't realize that your ability to change anything about you only resides in you. So when you identify the source of your issues in other people, then you're never going to be able to change anything.
They don't want to change. They like exactly where they are. They hate themselves, so they need to find other people to hate. They're like somebody that was explaining the groypers, right? And why someone would become a groyper, and it's because they literally hate themselves, right? And they've gotten to the point to where they're like, what's the use, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
everybody becomes an object now. Like, they're not humans anymore. That's motherfuckers like that. That Swizzy person, right? Um, it, it, his dumbass in the comments talking about him, he's immortal. Like, it's people, it's grown ass adults like that. Like, those are the Charlie Kirk followers. Those are the Kevin Samuel followers. The Donald Trump like, Donald Trump literally said, and the crazy thing is the believer on Christina's live said this yesterday too. But Donald Trump said smart people don't like me, and the believer on Christina's live yesterday said smart people don't like God, and I said that's mighty funny.
Mm-hmm.
That right? Oh, that is so cool. I said the how fucking true that is, right? Because he was talking about how atheists are uh usually, and this was a believer, and he was talking about how atheists are more have a higher level of intellect than believers. But he was like that makes atheists more um susceptible to doing violent crimes. Like he was just making up shit. But he was saying that people that don't believe in God tend to be more educated and more intellectual. And they don't, he was like, intellectual people don't like God. Not knowing that Donald Trump said the same shit about himself. And basically comparing, saying that only um, ignorant people or less educated people like immoral shit. Um, Jerry Bell, Gurabel, Gur,
Say it the other way?
Jerry Bell,
Nah, you didn't say it like you said it the first time. You had a
Jerry
southern
Bell,
drawl to it.
Jerry Bell.
There it is.
That's how you say it.
Oh, Jerry Bell.
No, I should put a
Hi, how are
dash in
you?
between.
Huh?
I should put a dash in between my first name and my middle name.
Oh, okay. I could barely see the I. I didn't know if it was Gurbel. And then I had to like get really close up on the screen. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Okay, I've been deconstructing for a year, and I listen to you every time I get on TikTok. If it's on there, I listen a lot, and learned a lot. Um, you know, it makes me so sad that you fight so hard and people just don't want to listen. I, you know, I've I was a I was a Trump supporter, and my son kept saying, "Mom, you're listening to all that crap and it's feeding your brain and it's poisoning you." And I was like so convinced he was right. Trump was right and everything. And I stopped listening. I was like, I'm going to give this a try. And I shut it off. And that's what moved me. I quit listening and I was like, wow, I'm not angry anymore. I am literally, I felt so free because I wasn't angry about something every freaking day. And I guess my anger from other things is what was coming out. And that is what he does. He triggers you. He triggers you with the words. It's very well put. Okay. And people with deep racism that don't know history, that don't want to believe the truth, don't want to swallow their pride, like me. So your message is getting through, okay? It is. It's planting seeds, okay? They're growing.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And it kind of sounds like how people who are deconstructing from, the God, and they feel a sense of relief because it is a cult.
Same thing. It's the same thing with
Yeah,
what's going on in our political situation. It's the
yeah.
same thing because it's caused by the same thing. And how black people can endorse someone that is clearly clearly against every piece of history that got them where they are today. The Bible ushered in slavery in America. They justified it with the Bible. Come on. Come on. I can't. It's like choosing to be blind, choosing to stay blind. And now this, to polarize our society even more, they didn't even grieve. They just started attacking and playing the blame games, self-defeating games, right?
Yeah,
That's what little kids do.
they're on a
That's,
tour right now.
that's what little kids do. They blame everybody else for their problems. And isn't that what the church does? They blame everybody else, including an imaginary being they call Satan. Well, the pastor just fell into sin. He saw that cute little girl and he just fell into sin. No, he didn't. You hired a predator. You even did a background check and saw he had sex crimes on his record, and you still hired him. Megachurch pastor Robert Morris is the one that the Dallas Morning News just put an article out. The
Oh,
church.
another one done got caught.
Okay, so he was already arrested. He came forward and they arrested him. And the church put out a statement and said she was a young lady and she was 12.
Oh wow.
So they downplayed it. The reaction of the church is evident that when you really like someone and something bad is said about them, you don't want to accept reality. You're like, wait, we like this guy. He's our pastor. Something, she must have done something. Automatically goes blame to the victim.
Oh my God. They said the 12-year-old must have been the one that like come on to him. It
Okay,
was.
so what they did is they came out with a statement that said he has been caught or accused of an inappropriate relationship with a young lady. And if you go on to read their statement,
Wait,
they
what's the name
have
of the church?
Gateway. And his name's Robert Morris.
Let's see.
And he's being sued now for downplaying the crime,
Oh, I remember
minimizing,
this.
or I guess it's like defamation from the victim, because she was from age 12 to 17. He did this to her.
Yeah, I remember this.
Okay,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
it happens all the time. That's just one example. And the reaction of the church is how you can learn whether they are, really for something, really trying to do something good. Because the church is supposed to help the community when someone's sick. When villages were small, you know, uh, you know, uh, there were needs in the community that the church would fill. The church was supposed to do things that the government couldn't do. And so that's why they created the 501c. But now we know it's a complete fabrication. Now we realize, a lot of people realized before me, but now, I can see, if we had just studied history, we would realize that the church is just a guise. There's nothing good about it. It's only
It's
strong because of the Crusades, and so many people died because they didn't convert. So of course people started believing. Of course people started teaching their kids that it, that they should believe, because they didn't want their whole village to die.
Yeah, but and this part is I'm gonna put you on mute because you got a lot of background noise. But
Oh, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
that's okay. I
Picking up
agree. Like
trash.
the Crusades is a major event that increased the conversion of Christians, but they continued that, right? They had a lot of religious wars in their name, and like even to modern day. And I think that people think that when we're in other people's lands and setting up military bases over there, that they think it doesn't have anything to do with Christianity or claiming land for the chosen. It does. And in the name of this God, over 257 million people have died in the name of Christianity and in the name of this God. And a lot of times when we talk to believers and we bring that up and we bring up the PDF showing the body counts, the estimated body counts per religious war, they'll say, well, Jesus didn't tell them to do that. God didn't tell them to do that. That's not God. Because they want to separate themselves from that. But the reality is that it is the God. Like just because a person claims that this person isn't worshiping the God or isn't doing what they're doing in the name of the God doesn't make it true. Because can't nobody tell you who if God is talking to you or not, because it's all in your head. And if you can get buy-in and get people to co-sign the things that you are doing in the name of God, as we see Trump has, gotten a lot of people thinking that he is sent by God, then you can do as many atrocities as you want and still look clean, still look holy. And that's literally what the church serves for those in power that knows how to use the influence of the people who are indoctrinated into it. Bash, I don't know if Bash is in here, but Bash has a version of why he think Yahweh killed Jesus. And it was basically like, I can't tell it the way he tells it, but in so many words, he was saying that Yahweh wanted the people to give him permission to do whatever he wanted to do and never be held accountable for it, like never get pushed back. Man, the way he tells it is it makes me think about everything that's going on today and how they can do and say whatever and still be called holy. I wish Bash was in here. I don't know, but I wish he could tell that right now, because he has a whole idea of why he think Yahweh killed Jesus or sacrificed Jesus. Go ahead.
Okay, is it my turn?
Go ahead.
Oh, so I'm trying to think. I think it was I think what ushered in the terrible way I was thinking was I was so gullible and I would do that apologetic stuff. Well, God knows more than we do. We don't know why he told them that, when we do know why he told them that. It says it. But, I have yet, and I was raised in the Church of Christ. We went to church 3 times a week, and I never remember them talking about the Amalekites or slavery or child abuse. Or child abuse was rampant. My own daughter is a victim, and her father went to prison, and My grandmother blamed my daughter, who was 4 years old, my grandmother.
Wow, sorry.
And of course, I never told her that. I never told her that. I would never tell her that. But that is the way of thinking still in our society today. Well, what did she do? What was she wearing? Where was she? What time of day was it? Just all the questions to defend. And even in the courts, how many passes are they going to get? I'm and now we're going backwards.
Because they want more of it. That's why they're trying to lower the age of consent. Right? Like they were able to continue to do it because people were willing to turn a blind eye, right? And people were afraid to speak up against the pastors or the priest or the pope. But now that people are speaking out, they're losing control. And so now they want to make America great again, right? Make Jesus great again and take away the ability for people to hold people accountable, right? Make it harder for people to hold people accountable, and then make it legal for them to be able to do what they've always been doing, so that they don't have to be held accountable.
Well, that's just evil. I don't know how anybody in their right mind would vote on that, would vote for that. They're going to have to force him out some way. I mean, I don't, me and my son keep having discussions, and I'm like, who's going to save us? China? I mean,
The thing is like there are people that will vote on that, right? Like because you did vote for him, right?
no, I mean, to pass laws like that, that has to go through legislation. You're
Right,
going
but
to get,
the people in the Congress, right, would be the ones that would vote on that, and like the Republicans, like MAGA owns the House and the Senate,
and the
right?
Supreme
So
Court.
there are, yeah, so there are people in there that would vote on that because
Yeah.
MAGA put them in office.
Yeah. I mean, I voted for him the first time. When I saw what happened, I was like, this is,
Oh, you
um,
talking about you didn't vote? You talking about in
no, I
2000?
voted for Kamala. I
Oh,
thought she would,
okay,
I thought she was, I was so, oh my gosh, I was so hopeful. I was,
yeah,
yeah, no, I voted for him in 2016, and I got a hat, never wore it, and I took it to a white elephant Christmas party thinking nobody's going to want this and they're probably just going to throw it in the trash. Well, it was fought over by an ex-police officer and a young kid that was there, and I was just like, what? Y'all see what he's doing? And you want this hat? I should have just shredded it and threw it in the trash.
yeah,
And no, I didn't. I would have never, and it's because my son said, turn off the shit. It's feeding you. It's feeding your brain. You don't know how to process it. You can't critically think. And I was just letting when you just let that stuff feed your brain, it's like poison. There's trigger words. I know I'm repeating myself, but there's trigger words that are put in there. Can you hear the birds? I'm outside walking.
yeah.
Um, and it triggers deep-seated hatred and anger that you didn't even know was in there. and you latch onto that. Creates a mob mentality. Have you noticed? Of course, you've noticed. I mean, you're a witness to what's
I
happening in
didn't
our
even
society.
know there. I didn't even know there was a MAGA in 2016. I'm gonna be honest. Like I didn't know that MAGA and Donald Trump was like this until like 2020, like maybe 2021. Like I had no idea that
Well,
MAGA
he was
even
selling
existed.
hats, but I don't think people realize that how dangerous he was. The Democrats
Yeah,
thought he
I
was a
didn't know.
joke. They thought he was joking
I
when he
I
said he was.
remember I remember in when during his term in like in 2016, the Republicans started pulling away from him because they said he was uncontrollable and he wasn't following their plan. And
Uh
that's
huh.
when I started like look, I'm like, what they mean he not following their plan? And that's when I found the Heritage Foundation, and I was like,
Uh
oh shit!
huh. Yeah.
Like they wanted a figurehead that they could put in office where they could do what they did with Ronald Reagan, and
Uh
he went rogue, and they couldn't control him, and so they started pulling away from him during his term. And I remember that, but I didn't know anything about MAGA. Like I didn't hear the term MAGA until like 2020, 2021. So
Well, I mean, they were selling the hats, which was the acronym for MAG, Make America Great Again. Should have said Make America White Again. People still would have voted for him.
yeah, because that's definitely what they're trying to do.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, I live in Texas, and the people working in the on yards and stuff that have brown skin have wear full face masks. You can't see their face. All you can see is their eyes because they're scared. And this is Texas, the Bible Belt,
Oh
Dallas,
wow.
Texas. You know, and you can just go. I mean, there's so many churches. There's probably 100 churches within the Tri City. You know, Duncanville, Cedar Hill, DeSoto area, and we still have all this hate. Our society's getting more hateful. I mean, that's the evidence right there that the church is ushering in the hatred. They're not, they're not supposed to be political. They should all lose their 501c status for pushing this agenda.
Yeah, I think it was during this election though they made it to where the churches could. The IRS
Uh huh.
loosened that law around that and made it to where they could. I think they had like some some limitations. I can't remember what it was, but the IRS loosened that law.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm. Yeah,
That's.
it was a lot of crazy, like behind the scenes bullshit happening during this election
Mm-hmm.
with the Heritage Foundation pulling strings and stuff. But yeah,
It's so sad. Well,
but
thanks
I
for
thank
letting
you
me know.
for, you're so welcome. Thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Victor, do you mind if I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
And just FYI, like this space, I think one of the reasons I love it so much is because we're able to come here and exchange ideas. Um, I think that failing to give other people space to learn and grow is exactly why our society stays so very divided. None
Hmm.
of us have complete knowledge, and every single person has gaps in what they don't yet understand. So when people come up here and they're honest about where they've grown from, it's no different than when we were part of religion and we got
Yep.
access to new information and we shifted position. But when we deny someone the opportunity to change or evolve, when we have needed that very space ourselves,
I don't know how we don't see the hypocrisy in that. And it's the hypocrisy that we call out in others, but we have to be the mirrors for ourselves too. Because if our goal is unity, we have to realize that that's going to happen with growth. Because if growth doesn't happen, then everything remains the same. If you've never experienced a moment where new information made you reconsider your position, it might be a good time to pull up a mirror because that ultimately points to rigidity as opposed to growth. And we have to be able to be patient. We have to be able to be humble, and we have to recognize that everybody needs that. Everybody needs to, and that's not to say, oh, go out here with your guard down and believe everybody has good intentions. No, don't do that. But I do think that if a person has the wherewithal to come into a space and say, this is what I used to believe and I no longer believe it. Why can we engage in these conversations with a deconstructing Christian, but we can't do it from a political perspective? I don't think that's fair.
Exactly. Yeah. I agree. I agree 100%. And like I know if anybody knows that that's what I'm about, like the space that I created this live here, that's what I'm about. And I've always said that takes priority, because other than that, then I'm just wasting my damn time. You know, having the
Exactly.
conversations because like I always say that I'm not attacking the person, I attack the belief, because the goal is to attack the harmful belief so that we can have a more safe world, peaceful world where people are not losing their rights and they're not losing their lives and they're not losing their resources. I don't understand it. Especially like I can't say what people do in other lives or in their own lives, but in this space, that's I don't like that here. And as Fee said, like we all had shit that we had to deconstruct from. None of us came from a perfect place. Like we all had shit that we had
Exactly.
to learn and grow from.
And I get as Black folks, I get being wary about those who have claimed to be allies, but when it came down to it, no, they were not. I understand that. But those people don't represent everyone. And in the same way that we want to be seen as individuals who are dynamic folks that can pivot when necessary, we want to be malleable. We want to be able to adjust to new information. We've got to give other people that same right. So people who in the same way that we symbolically ate the body of Christ and drank his blood back in the day, but we look at that with disdain now. Why can't that be true for her? Why can't that be the same for her? I just think there needs to be parity there.
Yeah, but and that's one of the reasons why I say I love, because I want to see that everybody is authentic and honest about their growth and their intention of growing and their deconstruction when they come in this space. And I've already told you I may be naive because I do want to see the good in people when they say who they are. And sometimes my naiveness may cause me to have a blind spot. So I'm so grateful for like do like sometimes do that to be like, you ain't seeing something, like, and I'm grateful for that. But sometimes we can also see when it's not that, right?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so I just hope that everybody that is a part of the community remember what the community exists for, like why I created the nerds, right? Like
Right.
why this space exists, why I go live every day, because I care about humanity. I care about my life and the right, what I feel what's within my power to do is to have conversations and talk about the my deconstruction journey and have these conversations and talk about the beliefs and how they show up in the world and how they affect the world around us. And hopefully somebody will hear these conversations and they will think to themselves and say, wait, am I showing up that way? Are these core beliefs that I am holding? That's the best of my ability that I can do. And I would hope that people would give other people that opportunity to be able to do the same thing for themselves.
Because I think
Yeah,
about the fact that, like the number of people that I've talked to, from a religious perspective, Jehovah's Witness, I knocked on doors every fucking weekend, promoting something that I vehemently disagree with now. I was sincere then and I am sincere now. The missing variable, I think, often in these conversations is new information. And when that new information becomes available or you are exposed to something that you did not previously know, the concept of changing is what we want. Like it's almost like you're blocking the very growth that you say society needs when you take that type of positioning. And again, I'm not saying just accept that, like you were saying, like being naive. I want to assume the best intention, but I also pay attention to my gut. I also pay attention to actions. I also pay attention to consistency. And I just don't think that these conversations should be any different than what we've experienced and the growth that we've gone through in our lives.
I agree, and I definitely appreciate you for bringing attention to that and saying that. Because I think sometimes, like we may lose sight of why the life exists. So I
Mm.
appreciate you for saying that. Chicago, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Eddie,
Hello?
did you come up on purpose or on accident?
I came over an accident. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I'll take you down. Have a good one. Okay. What's his name? Eddie, or Eddie? Uh,
And then Nettie,
Eddie. Was it Eddie, or Eddie?
I might be.
Oh, it's
I
a
don't know that.
cartoon. Okay. I was trying to figure out. I was like, maybe he liked all of them. He couldn't figure out what to. Oh, he's still on stage? Oh, okay. It has the third D, the second D. I was trying to figure out. Okay. Chicago.
Hey, thank you, hey everybody, Fee and Ray, and good morning, everyone. This morning, how are y'all doing? I was just
My brother.
getting back with you, just see how,
I was gonna say, who is Ray?
brother.
I was gonna say, who is Ray?
Am I
But
breaking
never
up? Is
mind.
this me? Let me see my Wi-Fi. Hold on.
Hey, Mama Bash.
Morning.
Hey, Mama
Or
Bash.
Hey, I had a thought when Thinker was talking earlier. We might have moved far past my thought, but she was talking about the over 250 million people that had been converted through the Crusades, and how many people had been harmed with this religion. And I thought about, the scripture that talks about greater works shall you do. How in what is it, John 14, when Jesus says, I'm going away and I'll be with my Father and he'll be in me and you guys will do more than I've ever done. And I was asking Chat GPT the other day, how many people did the Father or Yahweh unalive in the book? And it said somewhere between 2 and 3 million people. And I thought, I've always thought that Jesus' disciples have not done greater works than him. But based upon what you said, those numbers you called out this morning, they actually have. Because
Yeah.
Yahweh got rid of 2 to 3 million people. They've gotten rid of over 250 million people. So I guess indeed they have done greater works.
Damn, that's a good ass point, Mama Bash.
It really is.
Isn't that crazy? Satan has 10. Yahweh has 2 to 3 million, and his disciples have over 250 million.
That is crazy. Yep. Yep.
It's
Wow.
it's bad, and that's why um, I appreciate your lives. You're drawing attention to the harm. And I don't think people, I think people really think that this Jesus, this God, is kind and loving. And I think that you're drawing attention to the fact that that's not the case. And like that lady who just left, sometimes I think people have to step away from their church environment or their, the indoctrination long enough to hear something else. And you're here when they do. And so I appreciate what you guys are doing so much.
Well, you as well, Mama Bash. Did Bash
Yeah.
tell you about the dream that I had about you?
No.
I can barely remember it now, but in the dream, some people had ran away from something, and you were like kind of helping them. But there was this like hot tub. But you were leading them to the hot tub, like you were leading them to the water or something. Like I can't remember the dream. I told him about it the day that I had the dream, and he was like, he told me to text you and tell you about the dream, but I forgot. And this
Oh
is before you
man.
started doing the lot. Yeah. Um, but that was probably about a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago.
Oh man, he forgot to tell
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
I'll reach out to him. I did reach out to him this morning to see if he was awake. He's supposed to be traveling to California, I think, today. So I was trying to get him on here to tell that story again. Oh, there he is. He's in the comments.
I know.
I had reached out to him
I
to see if he
told her
could
you
come up.
told me to text her. I forgot.
So
I
he didn't
forgot.
tell me, but
You know, Mama Bash, I hope you and what's her name, Miss Charlene get together so we can have the Golden Girls. We'll call it
I
Golden
know
Deconstruction Girls. Like,
we
thank
were
you for
trying to
not
do that.
believing in God. Do 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 do. You ain't never you doing hard. You got now free. Now you can go be in me. And if you don't want a car party, you don't have to have one fix on you. So
You
all
better
I
sing it.
do with think or two is just the time that we can speak. Being God free. Do 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 do. Do. That's what I think when I see you
Well,
all the time in
Oh
my
my
life.
now that
God.
we
Yeah.
have the theme song, we're ready.
I got you. I'm still working on it. I got to hire your son, but I got like pull out 4 different jobs to get him, even though he rewrote the history of K-pop and everything. So I gotta, I'm working. I got $3 out of my 3 million retainer fee to get him. So
Okay.
Don't do it,
Bash, if you can
Hajima.
come up, Thinker was asking you to come tell that story. Um,
Yeah, I was. That's why I was getting ready to ask him.
all right.
I don't
Well,
know
I'm
if
gonna
he.
take off, y'all. Y'all have a good time. I was just coming
Me
for the
too.
stuff.
Me too,
Wait, what was you
Chicago.
coming?
Nice talking to you.
Thank you,
I don't
Mama
know shit.
Bash.
I'm over here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all so much. I've enjoyed the conversations this morning. Thank you, Fee, and also.
Thank you. Much
Love you,
love.
Mama
Bye bye.
Bash.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Good morning.
Bash. Good morning. How are you?
Hey,
Doing pretty good.
Bash.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hey, can you tell us
Or
your idea of why you think Yahweh killed Jesus?
Oh, it's the bad guy hypothesis. I never told y'all this.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Okay.
did, but I can't tell it. I was trying to retell it, but I can't tell it the way you.
Oh, okay, okay. All right.
Yeah.
So it's basically you have to start in Revelation with, well, I think it's Second Peter, where it says that Jesus was slain before the foundation of the world, right? Which means that this idea, this plot to slay him existed before there was an earth, before there was a heaven, before there was a sin, before there was a man to do it for. Period. Right. There was nothing. Right. So that was his plan, was to get rid of this son. And in order to make that plan, okay. Well, I got to go back. I believe that Yahweh likes to do bad things, and he likes for people to be happy that he does bad things. Right. The reason that I believe that is because I see that he does bad things and people are happy that he does bad things. That makes sense so far? I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So I believe that's his whole purpose. You go back to the whole idea of not knowing what good and evil is. He liked it that way. And the reason that he liked it that way is because he likes to do bad things and he likes people to not think of them as bad. Okay. So his ultimate bad thing was to slay the perfect man for no reason at all. He slain it before the foundation of the world. So he sets it up. He sets it up and he says, okay, I'm going to get rid of this guy. And here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to unalive him in front of the whole world in broad daylight. And they're going to thank me for it. Okay. So boom, what he does is he Adam and Eve in the garden, right? Sets the tree in the garden, knowing that they're going to eat from the tree, right? And the thing that he does is he takes away the tree of life from them, right? He takes away the tree of life from them. Says, all right, now you owe me. I'm going to take away the tree of life. And every now and then he asks, hey, can I do a bad thing? He asked Noah, hey, Noah, can I do a bad thing? Can I get rid of everybody on earth? Noah goes, yeah, that's fine with me. He goes, all right, you'll be my friend. So he gets rid of everybody on earth. He asks Moses, can I get rid of all the Egyptians? Moses said, yeah, fine with me. All right, Moses, you'll be my friend. He asks Abraham, you ever thought about I don't know, killing your son? Abraham goes, man, that's fine with me. He goes, all right, you'll be my friend, right? He asks David, hey, can I kill your son? David says, yeah, fine with me. He goes, all right, you'll be my friend, right? No matter what bad David does, it's cool. It's okay. You let me do something bad, I'll let you do something bad. Boom, boom, boom. Fast forward. He gets all the way down to marching Jesus in the middle of the earth, in the middle of the day. And says, okay, I'm gonna do it, right? He does it. And then he asks the rest of the world, are y'all okay with that? And if you're okay with me doing that bad thing, you'll be my friend. If you're not okay with me doing that bad thing, you'll be next. That's the bad guy about this.
And that is wild because I feel like that's what we see, right? The whole idea of like what we see today. You can't speak against what they're doing, right? Or there's you're ostracized, people losing jobs, you know.
Because ultimately you're going back to his initial plan in the garden, which is not knowing good from evil. That was the point, right? And in this the point of like when you're saved, you are quote unquote redeemed from the curse of the law. And Paul tells you that the curse of the law is that where the law is, you know that you sinned. You know you did something bad, right? So wherever the law is, now I am aware that wrong exists. I had no sin without the law. So the curse of the law is to know you did something wrong, right? So to be redeemed from the curse of the law is not to know that you did the wrong thing. You just don't know what good or bad is. You just have no clue of what good and bad is. So ultimately, no matter what you see that's evil, you don't know if it's evil or not. You have no clue. And as of right now, you really can't know because you don't know if God commanded it or not.
And it seemed like that they only don't know whether something is good or evil when it comes to people in positions of power, or that might represent the God. But like if they look at us as non-believers, they will call us evil. Like they'll invoke their ability to
Well, they can
decide,
call it
right?
evil, but 9 times out of 10, whatever you did ain't even evil, right? They don't know. Like
Right.
they'll call something evil, but they don't know if it's good or evil. They just call it evil. Because what have you done that's so evil, thing?
No, what I'm saying is like they'll tell us that they cannot decide good or evil when we're talking about something that the God did,
Right,
or in the book or in life,
right,
right? That if they say, well, that was the will of God, and we'll be like, well, that's evil, that's immoral, and they'll say, well, that ain't for me to decide,
right.
right? They'll say, I don't have the ability to decide. They won't even call it evil, but when it comes to us, they will call it evil. They'll
hmm
invoke that ability. All of a sudden, they have it now. to where they
Yes.
could say a non-believer is evil,
Well,
or if they
thanks.
want to, if somebody hurts them, like if their husband or their friend does something wrong to hurt them, that they can call evil.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? Like
Yes.
they're really
Selective.
yeah, selective in their ability to call a thing, but they
Yes.
will not do it when it has to do with the God or the system itself
Yes. Yes.
of this God. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And so they've ultimately been redeemed from the curse of the law. Right. Like in that regard, it has worked. But the thing that you give up for that is the ability to know a good or evil thing. You just call stuff evil when you're ready. You just right, or you just don't call stuff evil when you think God said it, or right. But your mechanism to know a good thing from an evil thing is gone.
Well, that's because the line between morality and obedience has been blurred.
Yep.
I think it ultimately just apply. It seems that following the rules from the God is what makes you good, not assessing whether or not that directive is good or not, or actually moral. When we know, like to Nigger's point, just on a human to human perspective, we know that morality comes from reasoning and empathy and ethical judgment. But when obedience starts to get treated as a measure of virtue, then critical thinking goes out of the window, as well as personal responsibility and moral growth. But we see that over and over again, even in the things that they say about, God's goodness. Like we can't determine if God is good because he's outside of our judgment. Well, then how are you using your judgment to say that he's good, or his measurement of good is different than ours because he's divine? So if it doesn't apply to him, how can you use it to judge him? You completely neutralize the need for this God to be good, and the only thing of importance is to obey, and that's not moral.
I think yesterday when that young guy was on the stage and he was saying that Jesus didn't have to do the sacrifices because he's God, and that there was parts of the law that he didn't have to do because he was God. And when I asked him the question, well, what parts of the law is God subject to? And that was the moment that he realized that there really shouldn't be any part of the law that his God is subject to. And then when he said that if his God killed in cold blood, he would have to rethink his faith. And when we read the quail story to him, I think the reason why he left is because he knew that there was absolutely nothing that he would say that the God did would be wrong, right? And so thinking that Jesus had to follow the law and follow it perfectly while also holding the belief that he's God and he can do whatever he wants, I think
Hmm.
it like kind of fucked with him. And so he started blaming me and saying that I was being disrespectful to him, and I hadn't even done anything. Like we were having a good conversation, but I became the enemy
You're the
because
evil
his
one now. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. You did a bad thing. I lately I've been thinking of, like I said this the other day, and it really something. You say something, you be like, wait, I should think about that again. I think of this whole idea like playing bumper bowling, right? You ever play bumper bowling? Anybody
Mm-mm.
not that good at bowling, they put the bumpers in the lane, and it really doesn't
Oh
matter. You ever played that?
no, I've never played it.
They're good. You just got damn bowl like me.
I know
This
what
is
it is.
different. Just try it. Um, but if you ever go to if you go to a lane where they for kids, a lot of times they'll put these little like pillows in the gutter, right? And it basically keeps the kids from rolling gutter balls, right? And no matter what they roll, they'll hit something. Right? No matter what you roll, you'll hit something for the most part, right? And I think that this ideology works that way. And the things that you do is you go and you take that bumper out, and then eventually you start going gutter, and you don't understand. Like, wait, I've thrown this same thing the same way before and hit something, but it's because no one went and removed that little bumper from it. Like, okay, if that's how you think this goes, then what about this? And it's like, oh no, that doesn't work, right? You run into a gutter, and so you stop playing because you're not as successful as you would be if you just let me have my bumpers in the lane. And so I'm mad with you for taking them away because my score dropping. You get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like that's how this works. Yeah. all of a sudden you're the
I can
bad
see
person
that.
because you took the bumper away. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. It's wild as heck, and it's frustrating too because it's like what? Because I was like, how the hell you just gonna blame me? And then when I asked him, I was like, well, what did I do that was disrespectful? He just kept talking and giving his goodbye, and I was like, wait, why are you getting ready to leave? Like, what did I do that was disrespectful? And then he just dropped. Like he wouldn't even tell me what I did, but he like I'm talking right now. Bash like just be like, I'm getting ready to leave, I'm about to drop. Like he didn't want to hear my voice, and you could kind of tell. Like he just kept saying, I'm about to go because you're being disrespectful, and thank y'all for letting me come up. And I'm like, wait, what did I say? Like if you're gonna say I disrespected you, stand on that. Like what did I say? And he just kept giving his goodbye, and then he dropped. And I was like, what the fuck? And it irritates me because we get blamed for so much. We get blamed for their cognitive dissonance all the time,
Mhm.
and be where we are made out to be their imaginary enemy, the devil. And just like we don't necessarily see a devil in this book doing the things that they believe the devil wants to do to them, but it's the God doing it to
Mhm.
them. It like we get a bad rep just like that character.
Yep. Yep. And but it has to kind of remain that way. Um, one of the things that kind of led me to deconstruct was one day I just happened to be reading the story of Abraham, and I don't know why I was reading this story again, but I just was. And I called my mom and said, "Mom, if God told you to sacrifice me, would you do it?" Right? Because if it's one somebody who I just believed, it was my mom. You know what I'm saying? So whatever God would ask her to do, I believe that she would do it. You know, because she's just that kind of person. And I called my mom. I was like, "Mom, if God told you to sacrifice me, would you do it?" And she said, "Oh no." And I was like, "Wait." That shook something in me because I know how, like I just know how my mama is. You know what I'm saying? Like that really shook something in me. And for the first time, I was able to think, wait, there is something that God could command that she wouldn't do. And I wouldn't do either. Like I just wouldn't do that. There's no way I would do that. And I would think that God was wrong for doing that. And once that hit me, once I realized that this God could be wrong, oh, that was it for me. Right? Like, but and I think if more people went through these kinds of like being able to do it amongst friends or amongst family, like having somebody. That's why what you do is so important. Being able to do it amongst friends, amongst family, amongst people that you can trust helps this work out so much better. Not that you can't do it alone. Lots of people have, but I think having somebody to really, walk through that with is infinite because you feel attacked. You feel attacked if the person is adversarial to you. You think, oh, this person just don't believe, and you go to your defense. Right? They don't believe, they going to hell anyway. They evil, blah blah blah. But if it's somebody that you know and trust, and it's like, oh wait, I'm not crazy for thinking this. Oh, okay, maybe there's something to it.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I like that topic. Asking why did the God withhold the knowledge of good and evil from Adam and Eve, and was it to control or to protect them? Because, like, for me, I wanted to understand from a believer's perspective on why they like what answer they would give themselves as to why their God wouldn't want them to have a moral conscience on their own. And the conversation shocked me because I didn't really think that there were that many people who didn't think that who thought that just having the mind of the God and not deciding good and evil on their own was the way to be. Like it was a lot who didn't think that they had the right to even decide that.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
yeah.
shocked me because like yeah, it literally when Joe Black said that if his God told him that he wanted all the babies in Chicago to die
I remember that.
and
That
to
was
go to
disgusting.
Walmart. Yeah. Like that fucked me up.
Yeah.
And with all confidence he said it, and the way that he was like, you're crazy for being mad that I said it. And then he said society would be better because I'm trusting God. And that is the most scariest shit.
Yeah. 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 That's pretty wicked. Right? Like that's pretty wicked. And then sometimes when you see it play out, I think the strangest thing is every time you see something like that actually play out, where someone confesses, or at least they say, "Hey, God told me to do this thing," then of course it's like, "No, He didn't." Right?
Right.
No, He didn't. But you said that you would do it if God told you. Right? Like you said that you would, right? But when you see it happen, you like in reality that doesn't work. Like when you take the bumpers off the lane, it doesn't work. But in the theological mental, mental playing with yourself, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, I do. Man. In reality, that don't work. That's because none of this works in reality.
Right. Michael or Michael?
Yes, Michael. Good day, everybody.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. Um,
Uh,
I was
can I get your
listening.
your age, please? And are you a
I'm
believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm 54. I'm a believer, and
Okay. And
like
what are your thoughts on the topic here?
I don't know, because the sister to the right of me, she just told the elder that was up when she brought up about how many people were slain. The sister to the right had said, "Hey, I had a dream about you." I believe so.
What sister to the right? Yeah,
The
you talking about
sister,
El Joso? El
yes,
Joso, right? She hadn't
yes.
said anything the whole life.
No, I'm sorry. Then somebody asked
She was
the
just
elder.
talking.
The elder that
No,
was
she
up here a
wasn't.
few minutes ago that brought up about the 250 million or the two what the disciples were supposed to do. That
Mm-hmm.
sister. All right. So somebody up on the panel has said, "Well, I had a dream about you leading people to water or giving them knowledge or something like that." So the
No,
reason
not
why,
giving them knowledge.
or
I
helping
didn't say
them,
giving them knowledge.
I'm sorry,
She
helping
showed them
them,
where there was a hot tub, and she
right?
was helping them escape. She was helping
Okay.
them escape, and there was a hot tub in the dream. I didn't say she was leading them to the water
Well,
or
I'm
giving them
sorry.
knowledge.
Where I interpreted her helping somebody and water was involved. So I'm sorry. Um, so I want to see if I can get some clarity about some things that's going on with myself. The reason why I brought up the dream is because something happened to me, and I'll try to use as much TikTok language as I can remember. But I got a fitness company. I put Philadelphia on a diet in the year 2000 when it was one of the fattest cities with Sandy Weston from Western Fitness. So I was modeling, I was making a bunch of money, I was getting popular and stuff. So through the fitness. So something had happened where I went to pick up my client, and whatever he had done before I got there, these people came back and they went to unalive everything. Um, I don't know how or why, but it was a lady and her 3-month-old baby, my client's wife and her child, and I thought that I only helped them by jumping in front of the situation. I went back to do a TikTok, and the individual was like, came outside like, "Hey man, you saved my life." And I'm like, "Huh? I'm looking for your sister. Where's your sister?" And I found out she's passed away, but the little girl's alive. She's thriving. So the brother was telling me about what really happened, because I couldn't remember everything because a lot of stuff was going on when people are pew-pewing at you with assault rifles and hand cannons. So I got hit with a Desert Eagle close range. I woke up 2 months later. So before this, I went to sleep the way that I did. I pretty much was in the middle of my city on my back, begging not to be unalive because I had just had a daughter and I really love my child. And there are some situations that happened that I wasn't responsible for, and I wanted to make right with it. I wanted to apologize to certain people. So I'm on my back. I am begging out, crying, but not tears, just like, what's going on? So I had a conversation with, I believe was or is my savior, Jesus Christ. I'm like, man, no, I said to God. I said, what part of the game is this? I said, I'm special. I make music. I'm doing everything I believe to be right. Why am I getting ready to leave here? I used to be a Muslim before. I know how to speak a little Arabic. I know how to write it.
Give me just a second. Sweet Beast, don't tell me what to do. You don't run this space.
Uh,
Are you getting ready to like ask a question that pertains to the dream that we talked
no,
about? Like,
I'm trying to get clarity on what it is that is going on with me based on how the prompt is and what was being said and what you guys stand for, because you said you have like a community. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on with me, plus a little bit, not the dream,
uh,
but I just want to know if an individual like me came to you and said, listen, I was in the street and I was on the line. I beg to be here because I prayed what we believe to be praying. And the things that happened to me, I saw it happen before it did. I've had people wake up and call me on the phone and tell my fiance, hey, we seen this happen to him. So I did what I was showed to do. I prayed in the middle of the street and I asked to be here. So I need insight on what do you guys think that is? How is that? How is this stuff possible like that? Because I'm telling you, I did pray. And I know the medical field is incredible, but coincidence are one thing, but some of this is a little strange for me.
I honestly don't know. I'm an atheist. I'm not a believer.
Mm-hmm.
And like I think that if like anybody that would tell you that because you prayed, the God saved you, even though there were doctors involved in your recovery, while ignoring the fact that there was a woman named Sonia Massey who did pray and had a gun blow her head off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's selective healing to me. And I mean, one would have to like explain to me why a God would, you know, come and save you and not Sonia Massey when both of y'all had guns, you know, pointed at your bodies close range.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between Sonia Massey and you is that you were able to get to doctors and she wasn't. Right? So like there were doctors involved in your recovery and none in hers.
1 second. When the doctors tell your mother that we don't know why your son is still here, it's something to be questioned. Because they
I
don't
mean,
know
doc,
what they did
they.
their job, but they
I
let my
mean,
mother know we don't know why your son is still here. I coded six
like
times. So
the a doctor saying that they don't know why you're still here
mm-hmm.
when they most likely had you on life support, right? You were in the hospital. They kept you on fluids. They checked your vitals. They kept you on medicine. They kept you um, comfortable, right? That doesn't make any sense. And then if you are like this miraculous thing, like doctors are going to write about that, right, in a medical journal.
I got
And
that.
so, what medical journal are you in?
I don't know, but I know that my growth studies been dictated to me. I didn't get a chance to get all that, but it's in the study
No,
though.
I'm talking about a medical journal that is
That's
published.
published.
So
I
other
know.
Doctors,
It's I
yeah.
had one.
What's the? I'm sorry.
It's
Like, please
published
don't talk
by
while I'm talking. Please don't talk while
okay.
I'm talking.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is the medical journals are published for other doctors,
Mm-hmm.
right, to read and study in case they have the same type of situation, so that they would know what to do, what they did, what went wrong, what didn't work, right? How long you were, I guess, like in a medical induced coma.
2 months.
No. I'm not asking you that.
Okay.
I'm saying that would be in the medical journal, right? And so when I was 3 months pregnant with my last son, right? I had internal bleeding, and I went to the doctor, and the doctor had to do emergency surgery. Right during the emergency surgery, they were doing emergency exploratory surgery because they had no idea why I was bleeding. So they stuck the trocar in and accidentally nicked my intestine. So they had to do an emergency bowel repair. So it went from them doing laparoscopic surgery to them having to cut my abdomen open to repair my bowel. And when they went in there, they said I had lost my baby. When I woke up from the surgery, they told me about them accidentally nicking my bowel and that I had lost my baby. And I remember saying, "Give me my baby back," like in my head, right? Like I couldn't talk because I had tubes down my throat. But I remember one tear coming down my eye and me saying in my head, "Give me my baby back." So I was in the doctor's in the hospital for 2 days. The doctor was sitting, came and sat. When I woke up, he was sitting next to my bed, and he was rubbing his chin. And he goes, "I'm baffled." And I said, "Why?" I said, "Is the cancer back?" And he said, "No." He said, "I think you're still pregnant." And he said, when a woman loses a baby, her hormones rapidly decrease, but yours are increasing at a rate that we don't understand. He says, "So I'm going to draw your blood every hour for the next 24 hours to see if it's not a fluke." He said, "Don't get excited." He said, "Because it's probably a fluke." So they did that. The next day, the nurse comes and gets me and starts walking me around the maternity floor so I can get, start working out the soreness. And then she goes, "Did they tell you?" And I said, "What?" She said, "You're still pregnant and we don't know how." Okay, now keep in mind, like the doctor had already said, I'm baffled, right? He said your hormones are increasing and is at a rate that we don't understand, right? And then the nurse is giving me the news that my blood test has come back the next day, and my hormone levels were increasing every time they did it. And she says, "You're still pregnant, and we don't know how." She said, "When we opened you up, there was no baby." That's what she says, right? And she says to me, she's like, "This just helped my faith," and blah blah blah. And I'm at this point, like I'm a believer too, and I'm thinking like, "Oh, thank you, Jesus," blah. And then come to find out, I had a subchorionic hemorrhage, right, in my womb, where my 3-month-old fetus was hiding under the hemorrhage. And so I had to carry him like that the whole pregnancy. And they were saying that there was a chance that he would be that he would have Down syndrome or be autistic, or that he could be a dwarf. But they told me that I had lost the baby, that there was no baby in me, right? But reality is that the doctor just didn't see the hemorrhage and didn't see the fetus under the subchorionic hemorrhage. And so a doctor saying, "I don't know why your son is here," or a nurse saying, "I don't know why your son is here," doesn't necessarily mean that they don't know why, right? Like people call things miracles or happenstance, right? Or you just have to wait and see time. We have to wait and see what happens in time. What is his body going to do? But at the end of the day, you had medical intervention, right? Like you were not just sitting at home without tubes connected to you, right? And then you just miraculously came back to life. You had machines connected to you, nurses caring for you, fluids being pumped into you, right? Your heart didn't just stop working for days and then you just miraculously came back. Right, that's
Okay.
the difference between you and Sonia Massey, is what I'm saying. Sonia Massey called on Jesus,
And
and
she got
that didn't
pew
work.
pew right in the face.
Yeah, can you not do that? Okay, because I'm very neurodivergent, and I've asked. This is gonna be my second time asking you not to do that. Sonia Massey called on Jesus, and you're right. The gun. What are you laughing at? What's funny?
I
What's
think you hear
funny?
me moving around make you think it's funny. I'm moving around, so no, nobody's laughing at you for what? I'm listening. I'm
Oh,
learning.
usually when I tell a man not to talk over me or interrupt me, they get very immature.
That's too bad
Because
for them. I'm not
the
immature.
you're doing it now. Do you see? That's the third time. That's the third time. But as I was saying, Sonia Massey called on Jesus, and she didn't have doctors there. The police officers tried to some I don't know. The police officer says that he tried to help her or call the ambulance, but they didn't get there in time. But you did, so I don't necessarily see anything where God did anything in either situation, and so that's what I would say.
Okay, so the one study was written. It's by Dr. Ross of Cooper University, Camden, New Jersey. I don't know what title it is, but it's in there from one of his studies. Also, what I was really trying to find out about the situation is, all right, we can explain the medical stuff. So I don't know if you were in a
No,
coma
no,
or
no.
not.
Hold on. This isn't like this live isn't about that, right? Like this is not that type of live. And I usually don't allow testimonies. I'm not
I'm
a
not
spiritual
doing.
leader. I'm sorry. There you go again. I'm setting a boundary. This is not that type of live. Like I'm not a spiritual leader. I'm not here to tell you that your Jesus healed your body. Like if you believe that a God healed your body, great. The topic is who has the right teachings of Jesus. Like goodness. And then I knew that you were like doing all of that smirking and shit because I asked you not to talk over me and you kept doing it, and that's why you left, because you did it again. And you lied and said, "Oh, you hear me moving around."
They do not like boundaries.
Thinker, correct me if you think I'm wrong, but isn't the background tell me if my testimony real?
No, and the only reason why I allowed it because he had brought up the dream that I had told Mama Bash about, and I was trying to see what the connection was.
Hmm. Yeah.
Oh, look, he now he answered his phone. What they? I swear, the fucking gaslighting with these people. I fucking cannot.
It doesn't drop you when you answer your phone. It puts you on keep though.
Exactly, they just lie so fucking freely for no fucking reason. And then when I cuss their asses out for lying and trying to fucking rewrite my reality because that's the shit that I don't fucking like, then I'm the bad person. I'm not nobody to lie to. Says the person who's fucking lying right now. Higher level hair, Ted Washington. Eric, I don't think you're in the box on purpose. You never are. I know non-crazy cat lady said if she's ever in there, it's never on purpose. I don't think Ted is. Ted is never in there on purpose. Higher level hair, are you in the box on purpose? Oh, I know. He's lying for no damn reason. Like none whatsoever. Let's see. Freed, did you request on purpose or on accident? It's still connecting on TikTok Studio. I don't know. Maybe they canceled their request. I ain't gonna lie. Like I thought, because of what the doctor said, that's what I thought. And then when I I was probably like 4.5 months pregnant, almost 5 months pregnant when they saw the subchorionic hemorrhage. Damn. All right, y'all. We still have an hour and a half left. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing from that God, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open, 21 and up. And this is not testimony service. The topic on the screen says, "Who has the right teachings of Jesus?" But I think y'all see why when we are having like a side conversation on stage, why I don't allow people to come up from the chat and just randomly, piggyback off of
Mhm.
that. That's exactly why. But when he had brought up that dream, I wanted to see what he was trying to connect to that.
In other words, you had a chance.
Yeah. Like every fucking time I give grace, they remind me why the fucking boundaries exist in the first
Mhm.
place. Logic Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine.
How
Um,
old are you? And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
um, I'm 34. I'm an atheist, but still deconstructing, I would say.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I actually enjoy this topic because I feel like it matches up with the times that we're in right now. And I totally, um, let's see. I feel like everybody have the right teaching of Jesus, whether it's right or wrong, because the Bible, it contradicts itself tons. You'll find some passages where Jesus preach about peace and this, loving thy neighbor, but as you said before, that it's loving the Hebrews, and it's like and then when it comes to the supremacist part, is the separation between, the chosen people and everybody else, and a lot of people that believes in Jesus and the God of the Bible. I think that's what's been really destroying our community to the point where we can't even come together as a people to go against supremacy. Because even now, like, with the Charlie Kirk situation, a lot of black folks are saying, like, the what's that group, all right, well, I'm gonna just the conservatives. They more like push the white Jesus ideology, right? And black folks, we like to think that Jesus is black, and just right there is a separation between us coming together as a people, right? So the whole ideologies is set there to separate and destroy. And I believe that the elites actually love that majority of our people follow Jesus in their own way. It's because of that separation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. It's the Bacon's rebellion that I was telling uh pure peace about. That's exactly why they created that divide, so that they could just, handle their business and not have to worry about what we're doing or a sneak attack on them because we're too busy fighting amongst each other over stupid shit like skin color
Nah,
or
that's a fact.
who, yeah, or like who's putting their penis in another man or who's licking somebody else's kitty cat. That ain't gonna affect us, right? Like we argue about the most mundane shit. so that they could, you know, continue to push their agenda and fight amongst each other about who controls what, how much power this one is going to gain on, you know. That's exactly what they did with Bacon's Rebellion. That's exactly what the God did with the Tower of Babel. And that's the plan. Divide them. If they're working together, you have to create some type of confusion so that they do not come up against you and destroy you and
And
make you obsolete.
nah, that's the whole fact because it's funny. I was just telling my wife last night, because you know her feed on her Facebook is nothing but Charlie Kirk, all this, you know, all this craziness, right? And I heard some of his speeches where he was just saying like he was real big on LGBT, real big on, you know, the black community and stuff like that, and he will always push that Jesus white supremacist ideology, right? And I was just saying, I'm like, what is that ideology really consist of? It's about like you said, mundane bullshit. Like it's all about being like not being gay, um, being this certain type of husband, being the head of the household, all the little shit, right? But when we talk about the overall view of the world, it's like that stuff is very small compared to genocide. That stuff is small compared to, you know, just us being better human beings, you know. And it's just like they, like you said, they trying to distract us with all that little stuff. Is because in America we're so privileged we have a privilege to focus in on the little shit because, you know, they conquering the world with this shit, you know. And it's like instead of focusing coming together and focusing on the all the genocide and try to stop that, we want to focus on the little stuff that distracts us. And man, I'm I'm so glad that you know you pushing against this evil because it ain't too many people doing this. You know, I listen to a lot of activists, right, and they'll say a lot of true stuff about white supremacy, a lot of true stuff, right, and then they'll go around and say something like, "Oh, well, God ain't put you on this planet for you to be servants or to be oppressed by these people." And I'm like, "No, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong." Like that's why activists like it kills me when they do that because it's a lie. It's not true. It's not true that God don't want them to do genocide because He does. And so it's like you will say so much true, and then you will fuck it up. You say, "Oh, well, God told you to fight against white supremacy." I'm like, no, God wanted you to join the supremacy. God is the supremacy. So it's like, I'm really not understanding when our activists that say we're pro-black and B1 and FBA and ADOS and all this stuff, like you said earlier, that's really just black supremacy, right? And it doesn't benefit us because the white supremacy, the whole Jesus supremacy is like we're only saying it's black supremacy because we're black, but really it's up under the white supremacy, right? And it's like it's disguising itself, right, to us because in a way we telling on ourselves when we try to paint Jesus black because we see something wrong with it, right? When we see a white Jesus. So you basically telling on yourself. You're like, shit, I gotta find some way to twist this so it can be more palatable for me to follow this rhetoric. And it's like, no, if you have to change something, then that means something that's a alarm system that something is wrong. And you need to do more investigation. So, man, I'm so like it's so hard because I have been in so many lives where I go into a lot of pro-black lives where you know a lot of people be speaking, a lot of activists or whatever, they be speaking on you know just black power and stuff, and I'm with that, but to an extent, not to an extent to where we become the same supremacists that we oppose. you know. And it's like they try to put you, either you got to be this way or that way, and I'm like, no, let's be the human way. Like, let's be human. Like, everybody want to be something special, like, the chosen people. And that's really what's messing us up, is because instead of just recognizing history, looking at history, studying history, and trying to learn from that so we won't make those same mistakes. What we like to do is, like, we like to plug ourselves into that book, the Bible, to say, oh well, I'm this, I'm that, that's me. And it's like, at the end of the day, those people are evil, and those people genocide people because they had a difference of belief, and man, I salute you, and I've been listening to you, man, for almost 3-4 months now, and I'm so glad I found your channel. And I just want to give you your respects, give you your flowers, and tell you, keep pushing, man, because I'm noticing people waking up, but it's still, what is like 83% of our people is stuck in this religion and this whole God concept, and it seems like we starting to make a step ahead, but people still caught up in the whole God thing. And then it's funny because, like, they'll say, oh, I don't believe in the Bible, but I believe in the God of the Bible. And I'm like, that don't even make any sense. Like,
Right. Oh, I believe in Jesus, but I don't believe in the Bible. Where did you get your Jesus from then?
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That is nonsense. And it's like, it's called Stockholm syndrome, and it's like you want to get away from it because you see something wrong, but you can't quite get away because you don't know how to get away, because that's all you know in your whole life. And it was me at once. Like, I was a Christian, but and to a point where you start dealing with stuff in your life. My mom always say this: life will teach you the best lessons, and once you go through life and you start seeing stuff, and you start dealing and having your own experiences, and you start being honest. See, that's the thing. People don't be honest with themselves, right? Like, we like people, when people call your channel, and they be like, oh well, God said this. I'm like, you ain't being honest. That's not being honest, man. Like, you have to be honest, and once you be honest, then you realize, like, wait, that ain't no God. That's me the whole time talking to me. That's me. And it's like, and then once you figure that out, you're like, oh, it'll be easier to walk away from this stuff. But once you keep lying to yourself, and I was a football player, and one thing I learned about just being an athlete alone is called muscle memory, right? So once you train your brain to have this muscle memory, to believe, no matter what facts come your way, believe, don't matter how bad the God looks in the Bible, or not even looks, but all the bad that the God do in the Bible, until your muscle memory comes the cognitive dissonance, right? And then that's when you start to push all the rhetoric like Charlie Kirk pushed, and then you got these black folks out here defending this guys, because it's all, and that's the crazy thing. The only reason why black people is defending Charlie Kirk is because they're Christian. You know what I mean? Because if Charlie Kirk was if Charlie Kirk was a Satanist, man, he'll be the worst to black people. He'll be the worst to everybody, right?
They would
And that,
be making like TikToks. Like, if something were to happen to a non-believer, right? They would make a TikTok and say, "See, told y'all, like, oop, God done got him." Like, they would literally do what they are afraid to do to Charlie Kirk, and it's because they see their God when they see Charlie Kirk, because their God is white supremacy.
facts.
And what when you were talking about the activists using God, sometimes I wonder if they do it because they know that it's the motivator for the people to make them do, because they don't know how to do unless somebody is telling them what to do. Because I don't want to call them sheep, but it's like you have to say go, or you have to have the rod and you have to direct them, right? And I don't know if the activists may be using the belief in the God as the rod to get those people to go, because they do have that belief. But it also, to me, feel like, I wonder, like, why would they use the very thing that would paralyze them if you were in war? Because as soon as they think that a god is telling them to do something, or that they're going to get in trouble if they do something to God's chosen or whatever, not something to them, but like they speak against like who they think is God's chosen or has authority, then it paralyzes them. And then you're fucked because you've kept that fear instilled in your fucking soldiers. And like, what can you do? And so I don't know. I get the frustration with that, right? When it comes to activism. And I don't know yet. Like, I don't know if they're using it as a motivator or because they believe and they're reinforcing that freaking fear. Does that make sense?
No,
What I'm
that
saying?
makes that. No, I understand what you're saying because one of my friends actually said something similar to what you're saying. Right? It's almost like we know like I said that I'm not sure. It's just ballpark. 83% of our people follow this guy. Right? So if you're trying to get people, if you're trying to educate people, because one thing about black folks or just the black community, if you don't got God involved, our brains shut completely the fuck off. Like, it's like
Mm-hmm.
if you just came out and said, I'm an atheist, right? And you start speaking truth to them, it will make sense to them, but at the end of the day, they won't follow you because there's at the end of the day, they will demonize you somehow. They'll be like, oh well, the devil must be gave him this information and making me and trying to convince me into, and it's like they come up with these reasons. So like, I understand what you're saying. The rod is the God, right? It's like, look, they go, look. But here's the truth. Let me give you the truth. What they say, when you giving a kid medicine, like you give them candy with the medicine so they can take it because it's good for them. But
Yeah.
you
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? So like, I see what you're saying with that, right? But you also is right. You also right for saying that, well, if you're doing that, all it's going to take for that supremacist switch to be cut right on, because like you could start a whole revolution, right, on tricking the people, but giving them the truth. But when they're faced with the supremacy, right, and they got to really go against it, all it would take is the years of programming for them to revert back to what they know. You know what I mean? So like we'll be on the battlefield and we all ready and we're going against the supremacists, right? But soon as they can make a hologram of Jesus and be like, oh look, it's Jesus, and then all the focus of the liberation would just go away because now
Mm-hmm.
our focus is right back to the Jesus, right back to the supremacy. And it's like, no, like you can't do that. We got to be honest. In order for us to be liberated, we have to be honest with ourselves. And being honest is telling the truth and knowing the history and telling the truth about the history. The history is that um the church sanctioned slavery, right? And through that, we were kidnapped, and some say we were sold, and then we ended up in North America, and we worked for free for hundreds of years. And and what I'm trying to say, get point to, is that politically, black folks, we're distracted, right? Right now, we're worrying about Charlie Kirk, and I'm starting to see a lot of these white supremacists talking about race war, right? They want to have a race war. They want to have a civil war, right? And it's funny because they never flag these people that's talking about, oh, we're pro Civil War, Trump, let us go, let us have this Civil War. First of all, that's treason. That's treason. That how are you talking about starting the Civil War against your own country? Against the Constitution and everything. So it's like, it's funny how they making people are losing their jobs by saying that they don't have no empathy for Charlie Kirk, but then yet these people are not losing their jobs for saying that they want to genocide their own people in America. That's insane to me.
That's
So
insane.
that's insane, right? It's like, hold up. So because I have a difference of opinion about this dude that was legitimately a fucking supremacist, And then this guy get to say, I want to kill people. And that's okay. So, it's like, it's insane, man. We live in a crazy world where it's like, you know, I always try to push, because I'm a humanist, right? I'm not only just the atheist, but I'm a humanist. And I push humanity first, because we all we got, right? We all we got. And at the end of the day, if we just out here dividing ourselves up because of ideologies and religions and gods, and then we're not focusing on us, you know. And like, I really think that these activists, instead of pushing the whole God rod, let's start being more human. Like, say like, what's good for humanity? What's good for you and your family? Not what's good for the God. You know, because we put ourselves on the back burner for this God and Jesus. And to the point where we're at where we're at because the burner ain't even on no more. It's always on for Jesus and God, but we don't value ourselves. We don't value each other. And that's the whole supremacist movement. Is to value the movement, value the supremacy, value the words of this God, value the God, but it's never value you. And I think that's the message that you're trying to push, is that value yourself, value your kids, value your family, because you brought up a bunch of scriptures where Jesus say, "Oh, hate your mother, hate your daughter," and all this crazy shit. And it's just like, bruh, that's the supremacy right there. Put the supremacy before your family.
Yeah, it's got some black people in such a chokehold. One of the nerds had some JWs come to her house, and she told them she was an atheist, and they took off running.
That was hilarious.
Damn.
As soon as she said she was an atheist, like they had on the long skirts, the Bible in hand, like looked like holiness. As soon as she said, "Oh, I'm an atheist," man, boy, and I tell you, they turned around and took off running.
Mm,
Like, who going to war with that?
But the thing is,
exactly.
like you were saying, Logic, like religion shapes the
I'll
minds
be
with
back.
like
I gotta go to the bathroom.
stories and obedience, not critical thinking. So it's never going to be a successful or effective tool in resolving real world conflicts. Like it just tells people what to believe. It grows on lies. It grows on accepting things that we know don't comport with reality and then ignoring that and even defending it when someone speaks to it. So how are you going to are going to use a tool like that that's crafted in deception, that's crafted in specific ideologies and very lacking on truth and accuracy to resolve the issues that we see in the world? Like, I agree with you. I feel like I was talking to a coworker of mine because we got a directive from our higher ups to be careful about what we post and have a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. And I took a minute, but I had to write a response to that because no, I'm not doing that. I'm absolutely not doing that. And the imbalance with to the point that you brought out about you have people out here calling for a fucking race war over some shit we didn't have anything to do with. Like, this is not
Facts.
our man's at all. And they can say that publicly. So, no, I'm sorry. You're not going to tell me what to think religiously. You're not going to tell me what to think politically. And I'm going to push back every single time you try to perpetuate this BS and pass it off as truth. Because the reality is, this God hasn't resolved any problems for anybody. It's been a tool for controlling and keeping people complacent and waiting, as opposed to doing what the people in Nepal did and just saying, no, fuck this. We're sick of living like this. Let's get to it and resolve some problems. That's the only thing it does. And the one thing that I think America and American government is really successful at doing is dividing the people who are at the bottom levels and in instilling in them a very deep-seated belief that the folks at that same level are the reason that they're in the positions that they are, while ignoring the fact that you've got people buying $1 million jets and boats and taking vacations and streaming this shit online, and then go so far as to have the very people at the bottom worshiping and idolizing those folks who live a life they'll never have access to because of the way
Amen,
the system
sister.
is constructed. Make
Amen.
sure it makes sense.
Amen. Like it's crazy because I try to tell. I told my wife the other day, right? I was like, if we want to stop living like this, having to have like, I think it's ridiculous that we got to pay rent and mortgages every freaking month. I think it's ridiculous that we don't have universal health care. I think it's ridiculous because all this stuff is against humanity, like I was saying earlier, right? So I said, if we want to end all this, then we just have to stop the system. And what is the system? The system is us. It's us. We are the system. We're contributing to our oppression, right?
And we're funding it.
Yes, thank you. We're funding it. Like we pay our taxes, right? We go to work every day. I'm like, if we always sitting up the black community, we would literally sit up here and talk about all the issues in our community and how the government fucked us in the ass, right? And it's like, well, why are you still contributing to the system? And it's like, if we all came together as a community all over North America, or whatever you want to call this place, and we all came together and said, we ain't going to work no more. We ain't paying our taxes no more. You know why? Because the police is killing us, right? And we paying our taxes to fund that. So we don't want to do that no more. We have the power. We make up the government, right? We getting our kids, we sending our kids to the military, and I think it has some benefits, but it's within the system that it have benefits, right? But if we can lose this system, and that's the real protest. It's against the system, and we just stop, right? Then the system won't be powerful no more.
And it
All of
wouldn't
our
take
sons,
long.
yeah,
It
it
would
wouldn't
not
take
take a
long. It
long
would
time
change
for
in a
that to.
day. It would
Yep.
change in a day.
Because the reality is our currency and our attention, our consumerism and our attention are the currencies that keep this system moving. And the fact that we can't get through one conversation about an issue without trying to point to somebody else as being the source of the problem, and that we're pointing on a parallel line when it needs to be going up, because this isn't new either. This is an issue of the haves versus the have-nots. So when you think about the different revolutions, when Bacon's Rebellion, let them eat cake, the Boston Tea Party, all of these were examples of the masses, people saying, hold the absolute fuck up. I am paying my taxes to go to a government that does nothing to support me, that criminalizes homelessness. I saw a TikTok the other day of this young lady that looked like she had two kids, and it was one of those where they record the kind of like random acts of kindness or whatever. And I kind of got a mixed, I have mixed feelings on those types of videos. But my point is that this woman was like, I got into this situation because I was in an abusive relationship and my mother did not raise a punching bag. And this guy gave her $1,000, right? And that was going to be enough to put her in a hotel. She was like, I just want to work and take care of my kids. That's not too much to ask. It is not too much to ask. And the reality is, from a fiscal perspective, it would be much more cost effective to provide housing for people who find themselves temporarily or even long term situations of unemployment or struggle. It's easier to do that than police them and criminalize them, and people with mental health issues to just leave them abandoned somewhere. But we live in a country that is not run by the people, it's run by corporations. They don't have a need to invest in people, they have a need to invest in corporations because they think that corporations, or they know that they gives them the competitive edge. We don't live in a country that cares about the folks that live here. And we have been tricked into thinking that our fellow neighbors are our enemies because they don't look like us, or they don't worship like us, or they don't speak like us. And that's just not the case.
Or
Yeah,
that
man.
they're too lazy to try to be successful within a system that is absolutely set up to, create inequality. And we we have been brainwashed to believe that we can reach that goal, right? That American dream. And when we don't, when people throughout the system try to and they don't reach it, then those at the top say, you're lazy, that's why you can't reach it. all while knowing that that's the game, right? Like they have to have inequality in order for the system to work, in order for them to even have the power, the status, and the wealth that they have.
Yep. And convincing themselves and it's even basic common sense things. Like you say that immigrants in this country are the issues because they're lazy, but you're going to their places of employment to raid. Are they lazy or are they contributing and paying taxes? Which one is it? Because it can't be
Right.
both. They don't care. They it's an easy scapegoat. It's an easy way to not look at our individual choices that led to our current situations. And some of them are outside of our control. I was saying earlier, we don't have any control over which families we're born into. We don't have any control over what nationality we're born into. I mean, that is a product of biology. But we can stop for a second and look at the system and see how it's structured and realize that the people whose posts that we're liking on Instagram, who's living lavish lives and this penthouse and that penthouse, they are the issue. The fact that they have enough money that they would not be able to spend it all if they lived 7 lifetimes, but we think it's okay that we cut school lunches for kids whose parents can't afford to feed them. How is that okay? How is that humane? And you've got people who are supposedly Christians, and even social justice Jesus that are supporting these efforts. I don't get it.
Yeah. Man, I just want to give y'all flowers, man. Keep pushing the message, because at the end of the day, man, it's like humanity come first to me, right? Like I help people because I see myself in them, because that's the human part of me. I'm not helping people to just because something else, or I'm thinking I'm going to get a reward in the end. Because I've been noticing that a lot of people that come on your platform that say, "Oh, I helped this person because Jesus told me to do it," or God told me to do it, and this is like that's not human, right? And it's like we gotta we I can't even say we got to get back to that, because I don't see nowhere in history where we kind of demonstrated that, especially in America, right? So it's like we have to rewire our brains to value each other, right? Instead of valuing, like you said, the corporations, or the religion. Like all that stuff is a misnomer when it comes to just life in general. And um, one thing y'all should check out, it's a Jubilee episode.
Jubilee makes my skin crawl.
Mine too, so very much for so many
Hello?
reasons. Yeah.
Yeah. I said Jubilee makes my skin crawl.
I know, and it has been, especially been these new episodes where, but this one episode, it's this billionaire, and he's talking to all these people. And it was just like he was a Christian billionaire, right? And he was just saying how, I think he made Morgan and Morgan is his company, and he was just saying how he got, he tried to help out the poor and pass legislature when it comes to like marijuana and stuff like that in Florida. And it was just like they almost put him like on this pedestal over everybody that had questions for him. And he was just like, "Oh, well, that's not me. I'm not that type of billionaire where I don't help out people." And I'm like, "Bro, you literally a billionaire, and you saying that you, because you're a billionaire, you help out a few people." And it's like, bro, like, no, you contributing to the system. You the biggest pig on the system, right? And it's like, it's no reason why we should have billionaires, right? It shouldn't even, that stuff shouldn't even exist, right? Where you a billionaire and it's millions that's going without, right? And it's not based off of, like you said, it's not based off, like we can't control what families we're born in. Like, it's like, it's crazy that we don't recognize this stuff, or we do recognize it, but we're so selfish, because that's another thing we are. We're selfish, right? And I mean, that's a human trait, but still at the same time, you have to like put yourself aside and say, all right, this system hasn't been working. It never worked since we landed on this, since since we landed in the North Americas as slaves, the system showed us then that it's not working, that it doesn't work, you know. And it's just like crazy after we got liberated, some in a sense, that we think, oh well, now this system is going to have our best interests at heart. Now that they freed us, and it's like, no, we actually had to fight to get out of slavery. We actually had to, you know, die and you know, and have all types of movements even afterwards, you know. And it's like crazy how Charlie Kirk get to sit up there and talk bad about Martin, MLK, and it's like now he talk. I mean, before he talked bad about MLK, but now people talking bad about him, and it's like, oh well, you got to lose your job now, you know. And it's like crazy, man. This is a hypocritical system. This is a hypocritical world, man.
And I think it's the education system too. Like this is huge. It is hugely at fault because people don't like, even with the concept of a billionaire. Like I firmly believe that there are no ethical billionaires. There couldn't be. And I think realizing the difference between a million and a billion, most people don't realize that. Like a million minutes would be 2 years. A billion minutes is 1,900 years, like to give you a scope of how big of a difference. And you have people with multiple billions of dollars that are fighting to cut aid to folks who's making $7.25 an hour. What are we saying? Like, what are we actually saying? And we live
And
in a
saying that
society
they
where
got beside themselves asking for too much. Like, that's crazy.
insane. I will never understand that. And I agree. Whoever put it in there, I really think that the resolution is going to be through the pocket. If we all file exempt, they don't get money. But it's going to take a collective effort and realizing that all people are not going to be on board. Like I said, Harriet had to leave some people behind on the plantation. And if you don't want to be part of the movement, okay, that's fine. But until we figure out a way to collectively take our attention is their currency. The fact that there's a new, I don't know, I don't even want to say point of drama, but there's some new catastrophe every single day, and it's like a tennis match. Our attention is what gets them money. That's why these algorithms are coming up the way that they do. They want to know what people pay attention to. Our eyes, our time, and our attention is what becomes their currency. And until we take that away, as well as our tax dollars, nothing will change.
I agree.
Oh,
I agree. Yeah, he dropped. But thank you for coming up, Logic Mark. That was a great conversation.
That was actually just me on my backup page. You're welcome.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for all you do, also.
I'm a
And
mirror to
Toso.
society.
Toyoso. Did he tell you I named him
No.
Toyoso?
Where'd that come from?
He is.
Tariq, myself, and somebody else.
Wait. Is this Yaju Judah's wife?
Yeah, my name's Arch Revolution.
Are you in here to promote your husband?
No, I'm here to answer the topic and what you guys were talking about.
Okay. As long as we stick to that, okay? Give me just a second. I named him Toyoso because he calls himself Tariq, and then when he was doing Tariq's voice, he sounded like McCoy. And and then also, so with Tariq, McCoy, and also I named him Tokoyo.
Okay,
That's his
that
other
works.
name. Arch Evolution, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing good. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah, so the topic says who has the right teachings of Jesus? And the Bible really tells you, is mentioned that Christ is the one who is the only one that's worthy to unseal the scriptures in Revelations 5. I'm not sure if you read it already, or if you want me to bring it out.
Yeah, and I think you're talking about when Isaiah was saying that he sealed the scriptures for the Israelites, right? And I think you're trying to say that your husband is the one that can unseal the scriptures.
Well, I'm not trying to bring in Yaju because obviously I know you
But
guys
that
don't
is what you
believe.
teach, right? But that's what you teach.
Yeah, of course. But like I
Yeah,
said,
but we're not.
I'm
I don't
bringing.
think I asked like who. I did not ask right who can unseal the scriptures. I asked who has the right teachings of Jesus.
Well,
The words that Jesus says in this text, right? I want to know if the white supremacist or the pacifist has the right teachings of Jesus. I think it's really odd for your husband to claim to be the Christ and then to claim that nobody can unseal the scriptures, but expect people to believe that he is the Christ returned in the same book that he says is not the word of God. So, like, again, I don't want to talk about your husband. I want to talk about the topic up there.
well, I'm not bringing up my husband. You are. That's what I'm
You're
saying.
you're you're slickly doing it, and every time somebody from y'all's cult come in here, y'all slick try to do it, and I'm gonna call it out
I
every
never
time.
brought up his
So
name not once.
I know what you're doing when you went straight to Revelation. Revelation doesn't have anything to do with my topic. The
Okay, well
topic
then we
is
can
who
talk
has the
about
right teachings of Jesus. Is it the supremacist or is it the pacifist?
none of them. Christ is
It's
the
one of
word.
them.
The Bible said
Jesus was an Israelite supremacist. Jesus
that's
was an Israelite supremacist. The Israelites were superior than all other humans on earth. They had privileges in their laws. They had discrimination in their laws. They enslaved others. They could not be enslaved. Jesus was a part of that. Jesus taught the Torah. Jesus also taught his followers to be pacifists, to be nonviolent, right? To turn the other cheek. So there are characteristics of a pacifist Jesus, and there are characteristics of a supremacist Jesus.
okay.
So
So
which one of them is right?
it's none. That's my answer. But like I was saying, that Christ is the word of God. It's mentioned in the scripture that his name is the word of God. It doesn't say that the Bible is the word of God. That's where you
What
get
it
that
says he is the
understanding from
logos.
Christians.
First off, logos is a Greek term that came from Heraclitus, a Greek philosopher, and then Philo of Alexandria took it and applied it to the God of Israel, and then the writer of John took it and applied it to Jesus. The logos literally just means the divine critical thought, the human's ability to critically think. And Heraclitus, who was the first to even mention logos, said that every human has that in their DNA, except your Jesus. And if you want to say your husband is stealing the logos of regular humans and making them fucking ignorant,
Well,
right?
you guys are
But I didn't. But I don't want to. I did not want to talk about that. I want to know if the supremacists, right, are worshiping, are following the right teachings of Jesus, or if the pacifists. But if you keep trying to bring your husband in this, then I'm just gonna keep.
nobody is bringing him up. I'm trying
Yeah,
to answer
you
the
are
question.
literally. I know what you're doing. I know
Why?
what you're doing,
But
and I
why do
know
you have this
because
energy?
y'all do
Because I'm
this
not coming with
every
this
time.
energy.
For y'all do this every fucking time. Every time a y'all Judah person comes in here, y'all slick try to do this. I'm asking about the supremacist ideologies in the text or the pacifist ideologies in the text and Jesus in the text.
You have a perception of what you think Jesus is because you read it.
I'm
Like
asking
you're,
about
like you're,
the
but can I
supremacist.
finish? Can I finish my?
Was Jesus an Israelite supremacist? Yes or no?
No,
Was Jesus an Israelite?
he's the head of the Israelites.
So
He's
he
the
was. So
leader
the
of
answer
the
is yes.
Israelites.
So the answer is yes. He was an Israelite.
You can say that, yeah. He's the
Okay,
one
not
who
I can
he's
say
the
that.
one who brings in
Not I
Israel.
can say that. Not I can say that. That's what he was. He
He's
was
the
an
one who
Israelite.
bring he's the one who
Were the Israelites chosen out of all humans on earth?
no,
Yes or no?
all humans on earth are not Israel. As it says in
I'm
scripture.
sorry. That's not what I asked. I'm going to say it again. Were the Israelites chosen out of all the humans on earth by this God?
What do you mean chosen by all the humans? No, it's not all the humans.
Out of Do you know
Out
what
of the
out
live,
of?
yes, out of the
Out of
living,
all the humans on earth were the Israelites chosen by this God.
yes, out of the living
Okay,
humans.
that is called superiority. That is called exclusivity, right? That is a characteristic of supremacy culture. Was there a hierarchy within that culture?
Yes, there's a hierarchy.
Okay, that is also another characteristic of supremacy culture. Was there privilege for the group members within that culture?
Correct.
That is also supremacy culture. Did they dehumanize people who were not a part of that culture?
No,
Yes, they did.
no, they denounce their lies because
Did
they're
they
teaching lies to the
dehumanize
other
them?
masses.
Did they dehumanize them? Did they call
No,
them evil, inferior, unclean, dogs, vipers, bulls? Did they enslave them?
if they're teaching lies, and that's what
I don't give
that's
a
their
I don't give a damn
title.
what your reasoning is for. Did they do it?
If that's their title, yes.
I don't care if you justify it. I'm asking, did they do it?
Can I mention something before you keep
No.
asking me
When I'm
questions?
done, since you wanted to pretend like you didn't see the supremacy in the Bible with Jesus, when I'm done going down the list, then yes. Like we could have had a conversation, but you kept wanting to go to Revelation. You kept wanting to prove about who can reveal the scripture. So now we have to do it this way. So did they dehumanize people who were not a part of the cult?
No, they came in with love.
Oh, so enslaving foreigners,
Love means exposing the lie.
enslaving foreigners for life is loving them, and
Exposing the
while
lies is love.
not enslaving an Israelite, discriminating on the basis of ethnicity on who can be enslaved and not be enslaved. That's love.
Ma'am,
Like
the
that's
whole
love.
world is
Is that
still
love?
under enslavement. That's what you don't
Is that
get.
no? But why are you like obfuscating the question? Like
I'm
why are
not.
you
I'm answering
running?
all your
Why
questions.
are you running? You are running away from the question.
No, I'm not.
Israelites enslaved people who were not a part of the cult on the basis that they were not an Israelite. That is called dehumanization. That is called discrimination, and that is a characteristic of supremacy culture.
A government has slaves. Is that
But the
correct?
fact, let me ask you a question. What's the reason that you don't want to admit that supremacy culture is in this book? Explain that to me. Why
Because
don't you want to admit
because
that?
because everything has order.
Oh, yeah. So
There's
everything has
when
order,
you
but
go
does
to
it
a
have
job
anything to
when
do?
you go to
Does
a
it have
job.
anything to do? Does it have anything to do with like it would be stupid as fuck for you and your husband to claim to be going after Rome for what they did to the black community when you claim to be the son of the God that set the shit up? Is that why you don't want to admit? Is that why you don't want to admit that supremacy
The
culture is in this book?
sis,
Right?
why are you
That
coming up with that?
that your God,
Why
that
can't you
your
talk to
God,
me?
that
Why can't you talk to me like a
because
human being though?
because you are not answering questions. If
You're
you would
not
have
letting
came up
me
here and
answer
answered, if you
nothing.
would have came up here, I tried to have a conversation with
No,
you,
you
right?
didn't.
You kept trying. Yes, I did, and I told you not to bring up the shit that you and your that cult that you and your husband
So
are
you
doing,
should have just
and you
not brought
slick
me up
tried
because
to
you
do
don't
it,
want me
and
to
you slick.
talk.
I didn't even know it was you until I looked at your fucking bio.
Okay, all right, sure. But can I at least
Like
have a
what do you mean?
statement?
Okay, sure. What do you mean? Okay, sure. When I looked at your bio, and I saw Judge the Roman Empire, I said, "Oh shit."
So what's the problem of judging the Roman Empire? Because
Are
you
you
guys were
fucking kidding
just
me?
hold
Like
on, because you guys
this
were
is what
just
I'm
talking
talking
about the
about.
government that's connected to
How
it.
the fuck are you gonna claim to be the people? How are y'all gonna claim to be the son of the God that set the bullshit up and
We
then
didn't
go
set it
after
up.
Rome when
They
they followed
stole.
that shit?
We did
Like,
not set
you're
anything up.
literally saying they stole it, but it's supremacy ideologies in this book. The God of this book created that shit. Israel is unique to the lifetime chattel slavery. Israel is unique to setting the structure up for slavery based off of discrimination. How the fuck are you gonna put on the suit of the shit that you trying to go after and then
Is
call yourself the son of that shit? And then
is
you go around and you indoctrinate other black people into some bullshit ass cult with your husband sitting on live with his fucking shirt off. Like, why the fuck does the son of God gotta be on live with his fucking shirt off talking about salvation? Talking about going after the Roman Empire. This is all for fucking status and all for fucking power, and it's yet just another motherfucking cult to fuck our people up. And then you talk about somebody who can't, who has to reveal the scriptures, who has the power to reveal the scriptures. All you got to do is fucking read. All you got to do is fucking research. Look at history. But y'all stop motherfuckers from getting knowledge. That's what the fuck y'all do. Y'all stop motherfuckers from getting knowledge so that y'all can fucking lie to them. How the fuck you gonna go out the wrong? How you gonna answer this question for me? How the fuck are you gonna go out the wrong when your God is the one who created the shit? Even so much so to the point that you can't even acknowledge that the shit is there.
So can I answer now?
Yeah, answer that.
Okay, so the people who had the Bible first, the scrolls before it became a Bible, they had a throne of David, which is in Ethiopia. Okay, this is part of.
Are you trying to say that the Ethiopian Bible is different?
No, I'm not trying. No, I'm not trying to say that.
What is Ethiopia? I want to know. Hold on. No. And I asked you a question. I don't care nothing about no throne of Ethiopia. Like, y'all keep talking about Ethiopia. Ethiopia ain't got shit to do with what's going on in America and y'all West African asses. You aren't Ethiopian. You aren't East African. Your ass came from the transatlantic slave trade. You came from because you were trying to go after Rome for what happened to West Africans. And if you weren't trying to go after Rome for what happened to West African, Ethiopia ain't got shit to do with you. So why in the fuck? Not in America. Not in America. Not in the America. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Our ancestors came from West Africa.
That's not true.
From West Africa, and y'all keep bringing up Ethiopia like West Africa ain't got shit to do with you. While West Africa is running in your fucking blood, and Ethiopia don't want your ass.
Sis,
Ethiopia ain't got shit to do with you.
Because you can't even have a decent conversation.
Because you are not answering my question. I didn't ask you shit about Ethiopia. I did not ask you shit about Ethiopia. I asked you, why in the fuck are you going after Rome for what they did to our ancestors in America while you putting on the same fucking suit of the God that set the shit up? That's what I asked you, and Ethiopia ain't got shit to do with that.
Okay, so I recently made a video about the UCC1 documents. That's part of Rome. That's part of the Vatican. That's part of United States.
What the hell does that have to do with the question that I asked you?
I'm trying to explain it.
That is not the question that I asked you.
They use the word Jesus Christ. They use God as
that
their
is not
authority for
the
them to have.
question that I asked you. The Hebrew scripture. No, because you're not answering the question.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not. The Hebrew scriptures justified slavery. The God of Israel in the Hebrew scriptures, in the Hebrew text, justify slavery, condones slavery, establishes the slave system that was executed in North America. I want to know why you are trying to put that suit on. Whatever the hell. Yes, you are. You are claiming. Your husband is claiming to be the Messiah. Your husband is claiming to be your husband. Stop. Your husband is claiming to be the Christ return. He's claiming to be the son of that God. He's claiming to be. He's claiming to. Listen. Listen. Your husband is claiming to be the son of that God. I want to know, how the fuck are you gonna go after Rome, putting on the same fucking suit that Rome put on to do the shit in the first place? That's what I'm asking you. You talking to me about Ethiopia? Stop. You talking? Stop. You asking me about? You talking to me about Ethiopia? You talking to me about Ethiopia ain't got shit to do with the question that I'm asking you. You talking to me about them using the name Jesus Christ ain't got shit to do with what I'm asking you. I'm asking you about the Hebrew scriptures. I'm asking you about the Hebrew God, the God that you are claiming to be a part of, the one that you tried to say was all about love. I want to know about that. How are you going to claim that and claim to be going to fight against Rome with the same fucking suit that they put on? That's what I want to know.
Okay, Christ is the one who comes with the government on his shoulders. So he's going to remove all governments that are
Girl,
obviously
you
enslaving
don't
our
have an
people.
answer.
Yes, I
You
am.
don't have
You're
an
not
answer.
letting
No,
me
you don't.
finish.
I'm
You,
sorry, Fee. Does it sound like she answering the question that I asked? Is it me? Am I the problem? Am I not
yeah, you're the
communicating?
problem. You're the
Am I
problem.
not communicating well?
You're not. You're not communicating at all.
Can you
Fee,
repeat?
am I not communicating well?
No, I
This is
think if
not a
you
conversation.
hang on a second, Arch.
This is not a.
What is hang on a second. What is Thinker's question? Can you repeat the question before you answer it? Are you here?
She asked, how are we going to judge the Roman Catholic Church if we're putting on the same suit that started this whole mess? That's what she's asking.
And what's your answer to that?
My answer is
Well,
that
hang on 2 seconds before you answer it. You do recognize that this type of slavery, chattel slavery, was started in this book, right? So the things that you all recognize.
a book can't keep you in slavery. A people can.
Can I finish my sentence?
A
And
fish
this is
can't
why
fly. A bird
this is
can.
why I was yelling, because she keeps interrupting people and not answering questions.
So the reality is that Thinker's question is about how are you all embodying the very thing that you say kept our people down? How does that even work?
And I'm saying that we're not embodying it because even in the Constitution, you can overthrow the government. How do you overthrow the government is the answer that I'm trying to give you, the solution of the problem. All y'all want to do is talk about the problem, make TikToks every day about the problem, but don't have no solution for the people.
Well, I do.
You don't know what the fuck we do. You don't know what the fuck we do. You don't know what the fuck we do. And y'all motherfuckers talking about that y'all are going after Rome.
So what are you doing then?
For Rome? It ain't none of your fucking business.
Oh, okay.
It ain't none of your fucking business. I'm not out here building a fucking cult.
No one is building a cult.
Yes, you have. Literally, your followers have named themselves Yaju Judah. Your followers have named themselves after your husband.
Christ is a title.
You are literally claiming that your husband is Christ's return. You are literally you just fucking called him Christ. You are literally saying that he is Christ's return, that he is the Messiah. They've been in my lives preaching this shit.
Christ is a title for a leader. It's not something.
Christ is a Messiah and it's an anointed one. It is a Meshiach. It is a Christos. It's not a term for a leader. It is an anointed one. It is a chosen one
that leads the people.
But they are anointed and chosen. Stop fucking playing with me. I'm not one of your dumbass followers where you can be vague with words. No, look, I haven't said that I was chosen for shit.
Okay, so why are you so
angry? Because first off, you keep talking because I asked you not to fucking bring the shit up, and you slick did it twice like I'm fucking dumb. You slick did it twice. You slick did it. Yet you don't have to bring up his name. I know what the fuck you were doing when I asked you not to do it. I know what you were doing. And every time y'all come in here with that bullshit, and I try to give y'all the benefit of the doubt, try to let y'all participate in the conversation, but y'all always try to push that Yaju Judah bullshit. And I'm not going to help you grow your cult. I'm not going to help you promote your cult. That shit is dangerous as fuck.
And I also think, it's worth mentioning, I don't know how many other lives that you go into, but there are some of us who are rejecting the idea of needing a Messiah. I think that the concept or the archetype of needing a Messiah is what keeps us from moving forward. This book talks about salvation coming through one man. That doesn't make it true. And the reality is, if most people sitting back trying to look to some archaic hierarchy that didn't work then, that subjugated women then, are not going to be the thing that will not be the thing that we look to for revolution or salvation or help now. I don't need your husband or any other person who's putting themselves in a position of being God's messenger to lead me anywhere. What I want to do is to be able to do research, read and understand myself, look at society's problems, and figure out how we can lock arms and resolve them. So you talk about us not talking about solutions or proposing solutions, and that's just simply not true. You don't know what we're doing in our community. But
So then
hang
I
on
have
a
a
second.
question
Let me
then.
finish. Let me finish. But abandoning one controlling religion for another, whether no matter what you call that religion, is not going to be anything that many of us will be willing to sign up for. I know I'm not.
That's fine. And I didn't come up here for you to force you to believe what I believe. No one is forcing you to believe that. But I have a question. If you want to band together, how are you going to band together? Are you just going to agree all at once? There's never going to be a leader for you to even have a order and structure.
How do you
You
think that
always
order?
need order and structure
Like
to
what?
build anything.
Like band together to do what?
What do you
Band together
mean?
to do
To get
band
you out
together
of the
to do what?
to get you out of the
To
captivity that you in, which is
I'm
America.
not in captivity. I'm not in captivity.
Okay, so all the wrongs that's going on with our people, the black community,
That's
all
happening
communities that's going on.
to the black, exactly, to all communities,
To all
but we're not
okay,
in
to all
captivity.
communities.
We're not in
What is the
captivity. We're
solution?
under corruption. We have a corrupted ass government.
Okay, so
We
what is
have
the solution
that's
for the
we're not
corrupted
in
ass government?
captivity. The solution one is to organize and to boycott,
And
to
how do you
and then
organize?
on top of that, hold on, I'm not even getting ready to do that for one, because people TikTok ears be listening.
How do you organize?
What do you mean? How do you organize?
Yeah, how do you organize?
You don't choose an anointed one.
Exactly.
You don't
Okay,
choose a
if you
Christ.
don't
You
choose an
don't. You don't choose
anointed,
a
if you
Christ.
don't choose an anointed
You
one,
don't
what do
choose
you
an
do?
anoint. You don't choose an anointed one that people call their fucking Christ.
So if you don't do
And
that,
that's what.
what's
And that's exactly what y'all are doing.
if you
You
don't do
y'all.
that,
You
what's the
are literally
solution
like this.
then?
Is why the fuck I yell. Because for some reason you think that both of us should be talking at the same damn time. You do not. First off, a fucking cult has never ever succeeded. Yaju Judah ain't the first motherfucking cult leader that has lied to black people and told black people they are his fucking messiah.
So if you don't choose in a Messiah, what is the next step then?
It's humans, Arch.
No, I'm not even finna. I'm not
Macarena,
even finna do this with her ass.
What do you mean as
a Macarena,
humans? Oh well,
a
then
Macarena,
thanks for bringing me up. Peace to y'all.
Macarena and cheese,
Like, but
macaroni salad.
like to Thinker's point, when has this system ever worked? Like perhaps humanity's insistence on needing a messiah is exactly what stops us from moving forward. Like how you can think that, and then choosing an anointed one. How weird is that statement in and of itself?
Black people always need somebody to fucking worship. They always need
Exactly.
somebody that they think is higher than them. Like, what the fuck?
Has there ever
Like
been a
there's a
period?
difference between saying, "Hey, you have this skill set, you lead over this. Hey, you have this skill set, you watch over this. You plan for this. You look over this." But choosing a motherfucking anointed one, telling motherfuckers that you are the Christ return, all you're doing is indoctrinating them into another motherfucking cult.
Yep. I mean, saying that humanity can't move forward without an anointed one is like saying a sports team can't win unless there's one superstar. And that completely ignores the teamwork, the practice, and the strategy that goes into winning any game. Human progress usually comes from collective action that is rooted in education, empathy, and critical thinking, not pointing out some shirtless dude on TikTok who thinks he can liberate or bring down Rome. What are we saying? And it's this type of infighting that keeps us stagnant. It's the fact that people won't let go of archaic systems of operation and trying to apply those archaic systems to modern day that keeps us on this hamster wheel. And no matter how much you talk, like the other lady who said she wasn't part of the like Hebrew Israelites, but still spoke in that same detached, like delusional way. Like push against that. I will never understand that.
I haven't had a Yadu Judah person in here since the last time I told them not to bring their asses in here, and there was another black lady that tried to do that slick shit the last time. Like, y'all don't respect boundaries. I told you no. You can't come in here and push that shit in here. I told every time you come in here, I tell you no. You're talking about going and taking over Ethiopia? Like, are you like listen to what you are indoctrinating people into?
Yeah. And I mean, it's these types of conversations that, I'll feel like a little hopeful, and then this will happen. It's like, God damn, like, where's the island?
They want to say, why are you angry? Look what the fuck you doing. Like, now we gotta focus on like deconstructing people from Yadu motherfucking Judah. Like, y'all don't know what Yahweh did? All these other cult leaders did? Like, god damn. That just irritated the hell out of me. And I should have taken her down as soon as I realized it was her.
I think this obsession with needing a Messiah is what's keeping us from taking responsibility ourselves. Like, everybody's like, and you see it in movies. You see it. I mean, this whole idea of, people are oppressed. They're needing for this one person to be born or show up to save them. Like Star Wars, Dune, like in so many movies. Avatar, like, it's just this storyline that you, as a society, we are constantly bombarded with, so that it seeps into like almost the fabric of who we are as humans, and thinking, oh, this is the only way things will change. No, the fuck it's not. Like, look at Nepal. I keep talking about Nepal. They've picked a new prime minister on Discord because the people
Gen Z.
Yes, exactly. Like, their nepo baby children of their political leaders are living this lavish life, and the regular people are struggling paycheck to paycheck, if that. And they got tired of that shit. They didn't have to wait for a leader. They collectively band together and said, no, this is how our government runs. Find those weak points and let's mobilize. That's what affects change. Not sitting back waiting for one individual who wants to amass power and prestige and people to look at them as they did Jesus. What the fuck are we talking about in 2025? That makes no sense.
I shit is crazy. Like, this just makes me think about what Logic Mark was talking about when he was talking about how activists still want to hang on to the very thing, the very God, right, that is wrapped into white supremacy. And now you want to claim to be the son of that God. And then you can't answer why supremacy ideologies is in your daddy's book, is in your daddy's laws.
You take the book, change the characters, and then call it divine. Still the same fucking story. Somebody's still being subjugated. Somebody's still being oppressed. So what? You just wait another however many years for the cycle to continue, where it's retribution from those people, just like you feel like it's retribution for our people. At what point do you stop and say, we don't have to live like this?
And then what would stop, like they give one man or one woman all power? Like, how is that any different than a pastor who abuses this power, this influence today?
It's not. It's not at all. And it's never worked either.
Right. Even in a corporation, the CEO don't hold all the power. The CEO don't make all the decisions. Mm-hmm. Like, why the fuck would you funnel all power to one person? And how do you think that's going to work? It has never worked. And the black community has a lot of people with different skill sets, with different levels of education, with different accesses to resources. Then what you need to do is utilize that. Split it up. Use your resources. Use your power that way. Stop trying to make a name for your fucking selves.
Yep.
Because if it's all about you and it's all about your fucking brand, it's all about you getting praise. You ain't about liberation, motherfucker. You about subjugation.
Exactly.
And all you trying to do is become the black white man.
And
That's
then
it.
recognizing too, like in my community, the efforts that we take for the goal that we collectively share may look different. How we approach that may look different. And it's almost that mutual respect that has to be foundational for any movement to gain traction. But if I'm too busy wondering who's getting the attention, the money, the prestige, and all of that in another community, and they're not looking to me, everybody just needs to buy into this idea. If not, they're lost. What are we saying? Like, it's the same shit that was used to oppress us. I don't get it. And leaving one religion like Christianity and dissecting that one to ultimately do build to bear with your own by changing the characters, it doesn't fix anything for humanity. It just positions you in a position of power. It positions you to be the one that's up on the pedestal. My point is, break the fucking pedestal and let's figure out how to get this shit fixed together.
It's just crazy. I'm trying to figure out how the God told them to go after Rome when Rome said the God told them to do it in the first place.
Exactly. Exactly.
This is why I say, like, how do y'all know y'all got who got the right Jesus? Because all of y'all are saying Jesus. All of y'all are saying God. All of y'all are saying Christ, and y'all all reading the same damn book. Y'all just using different color crayons.
Yep.
Actually, I do hate to be that guy, but I did recently marry a man who can actually unseal the scriptures, so I'm a little bit different. No shade, no tea. I'm just letting you know.
And the crazy thing about it is that I honestly, this is my second time talking to her, and I think the first time we talked to her, we got into it. Like the first time she ever came in here when I first started doing the lives about 2 years ago, and I genuinely said after that live that I feel sorry for her because she seemed like she's a really nice person. Like she doesn't seem like she's a very combative person.
Yeah.
She seems like
Hmm.
she's really nice, but she's, I don't want to call her brainwashed, but she's indoctrinated. Like I don't.
She
I
got
feel like
got
that would be, huh? Like I feel like I would
she
be
got
offending. Like yeah, yeah. She's been manipulated because she seems like
hmm
she's a really sweet person. Other
Yeah.
than crossing my fucking boundaries and trying to slick that shit in anyway. Like I don't know what the fuck they over there teaching, but I really feel sorry for her because and that there are a lot of women who get sucked into these cults, and this is why when I be bringing up how Jesus had women following him and they were paying for Jesus, um, they were providing for him out of their own resources. There was a guy who built a cult. Man, his documentary is on YouTube. I mean on TikTok, Netflix. He built a cult and he had the daughter of a major corporation so brainwashed she was funding everything that he was doing. Like he was traveling, he didn't have no money, he was broke than a motherfucker, but she was so brainwashed in this cult that she was funding everything that he was doing to the point to where
hmm
she had built a whole compound where he had built an army. I think next to him, yeah, yes. And I'm watching that documentary, and all I can think about is Jesus and the women that was following Jesus and funding Jesus out of their own resources. Like,
Yeah.
why do they have to pay for Jesus? And he the Son of God. He can walk on water. He can make coins pop up in the mouth of fish. And why are these women spending their own money on Jesus?
He
Like it
couldn't go
never,
miracle for miracle or something. Like I hook you up
right?
with some food, I hook you up with a miracle.
He turning two fish into 5,000, but they got to come out of pocket.
mean, and it kind of like makes me wonder, like, why, if her husband were truly the son of God, why would he need to recruit? Why would he need TikTok? Why would he need a platform? Like, why would you not utilize miraculous feats to reach people? Demonstrate your anointing, demonstrate your power. But if ultimately your anointing is only evident by the number of people you can recruit, that makes you indistinguishable from any other cult leader. Show me what's different. And I agree with her that constantly, like, just chewing on the issue and circle jerking about the problems is not going to resolve anything. But don't assume that that's what we're doing. She doesn't know how active we are in our community. She doesn't know what organizations we're a part of. She doesn't know what type of movement we are engaging in. So and understand that it's never going to, for me, I can't speak for everybody else, but for me, it's never going to be one that elevates one person and looks to that person for guidance and direction as though they are special or chosen, because that's what's got us into the situation that we're in right now. So if you're promoting that or you're positing that, is going to be a hard pass from me, because I think that collaboration and the ideas of all people, of all groups and all demographics is only going to be the thing that's going to resolve the problems of the world. We're way too diverse for it to be such a myopic resolution.
That's why I say, don't look at me like that. I'm a fucking human. I'm a fucking human. I may say some shit you don't agree with. I hope you can say, hey, I ain't agree with you. And I say, I'm sorry. Okay, we cool. I didn't mean to offend you. Right?
And
Like there was somebody on YouTube who said, hey, the day that you said Ethiopians ain't black, that offended me. I'm sorry. I was told that the Ethiopians over there wasn't black and that they don't identify as black. But if you identify as black, sis, then you black.
Yep.
Please forgive me. Right? I had several people reach out to me about that. I'm sorry. Here's where my understanding came from. I'll take the education that you gave me and I will do better.
Yep.
But I'm human.
Yeah. And like, I think real revolutions and actual leaders that want to affect change and not collect praise welcomes dissent. I was in the Discord earlier. There was a couple of people I had a difference of opinion with, and I told them, like, this. I'm not saying that I am right and you are wrong. I'm saying here's another way of thinking about it, but I'm welcoming their perspective as well. I think that's how you change. But trying to replace one leader, air quotes, for another anointed leader is not it. And the fact that someone sees things differently, you automatically ostracize them, or you automatically say, oh, well, that's why you're lost. No, you're doing the same thing that's been done to people throughout history. Why would we buy into that? It doesn't make any sense.
None whatsoever. And we just gonna keep on trying to fit into this fucking book. Into, like, I don't know when we'll realize that the book is the fucking thing that's keeping us stuck in place, keeping us in a cycle. And then we end up becoming our own oppressor.
Yep. Revolution starts when enough people start pretending that the old ways work and stop trying to use the old templates that have been utilized to have us in and keep us in the very positions we find ourselves in. Throw the template out. Build a new one. Communicate with people and stop trying to be this messiah that you've looked up to for so long. It's crazy to me.
The messiah that keeps us pacifists, right? We're pacified because, like, let's be real. Let's be real. Before they decided to make the West Africans here lifetime bond servants, lifetime slaves, they were indentured servants, just like the Europeans. And the Europeans didn't want to do that shit no more, and they kept running away. And every time they would, and they were only in 6-year contracts, and they didn't want to fucking do the whole contracts. So they kept running away, and the bourgeoisie, whenever they would get caught, they would have to take them to court and extend their contracts. And for every day that they were gone, they would add 2 days to their contract. So that got expensive for the bourgeoisie. And then they kept impregnating the women. And the slave owner would have to take care of the babies that the Europeans was popping out and not able to father. And so they would have to extend their contracts if they didn't pay them 15 pounds of tobacco to recoup the money for the midwife and taking care of the mother and the child. Or they would just lose their rights as a father. And most of them just gave up their rights as a father. But they got tired of that shit. They got tired of that shit and they rioted the king's court for 6 fucking weeks. You know who stayed in place? You know who behaved?
Who?
The West Africans.
Mm.
We behaved. They rioted the king's court for 6 weeks and got their fucking freedom. They got on the bourgeoisie's nerves so fucking bad. Fuck the king's court up. And when they had a meeting, they said, well, what we gonna do? They said we can't enslave. We can't keep extending their contracts. We can't enslave a Christian for life. The Bible says that Christians cannot be Christians for life. And then one of the bourgeoisie was like, well, what about the West Africans? They're not Christians. Surely we can enslave them for life. And that's when they decided to not let our West African ancestors who were over here on indentured contracts, who came over here as blacksmiths and lawyers and teachers. That's when they decided not to let them out of their contracts and enslave them for life. Because their asses rioted the king's court. What do we see them do? How did America get their freedom? A revolution.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And it wasn't pretty. It never is. But it is ultimately, and it's always, like, if you think about it, it's always been the haves against the have-nots. It's always been those in power, those with prestige, those with money, taking advantage of those without. And until those without say, no, we're not doing that. So I think, again, history is doomed to repeat itself when we don't learn the lessons the first time. And we see this cycle. And I think it's worse in America because of our educational system. The fact that, yes, history has been whitewashed, but yes, there are ways to find the real story. Yes, there are ways to find the actual happenings of what went down. And I think that because that requires effort, most people don't want to take it. And because all of the trauma and the hurt that's still present because of the way that our ancestors were treated in this country, yeah, it makes like the revolutionary act seem more appealing, for sure. I get that. But we also, I think, need to be strategic in that. We need to think about what tools are we utilizing. If we're utilizing the same tools that were utilized to oppress us, how much progress will we really make? You can't just remix the Bible, put yourself in it, change the narrative, and then like hit reset on the game. That's not how this works.
They don't, like, a lot of the stuff that we should be learning about, they don't necessarily teach in our schools. Like the divine right of kings and delegated authority. What got rid of that? What got rid of the king's authority, the monarchy's authority?
Yeah.
A revolution.
Yep.
Right? The authority was taken away from the king and given to parliament. Like it.
And I think I didn't, when I was in school, I didn't give a shit about history. I mean, I was a Jehovah's Witness, so we didn't care about government. Like, I knew nothing about it. It wasn't until like my very first job as an interpreter, I was an educational interpreter, interpreting for this young girl who was a junior in high school, and she took social studies, civics, or something. And I had to prepare in order to interpret that class. So each week I had to read through the lessons to be able to, accurately interpret what was being taught. And I realized then, God damn, I don't know anything about this country I live in. I don't know anything about the formation of this country. I don't know anything about what people went through before me. And that started the deep dive. And it also started the shift in me, which is why, going back to what we were talking about before, having space for people to grow, leaving space for people to learn new things and adjust as they learn those new things. Because if we continue in the bubbles that we have become comfortable in, we can't ever see the world any differently, and things just remain the same. But if we want to affect change, we've got to expand our minds.
And we have to, that's the thing, we have to expand our minds. And Jesus, we're gonna have to kick Jesus out of them. Because
Is she telling us that we
unfortunately,
should revisit our exes?
What? Also,
no. Oh, so she
so
didn't
Oh, okay.
say exes.
Oh, okay.
She didn't say no.
I
It
did
sounded like
not.
she
She
said
didn't.
leave the door open for him or something.
No,
No, she didn't say go call Toya.
Oh,
She
okay.
didn't say that.
I
put the
just I
phone
needed
down.
She
there.
didn't say call Taisha. She said expand your mind.
I just
But
curious.
yeah, but for real, like this is when I be saying, like, to me it feels like Jesus is like the doorstop, right? The thing that stops people from seeing what actually is happening and what needs to be done in order, to enact the change that they want to enact within reason, right? Like with logically, and like you said, strategically, not doing anything messy, right? Anything that's gonna cause people, like cause more harm. Like we talk about Nat Turner and what Nat Turner did. The reality is they don't teach you what the aftermath of that was, right? They gave that to you, as inspiration. They, like, it's mythicized a lot, but they don't teach you the aftermath of that. That you learn from your history, learn from your ancestors. They tell you that they demonize your ancestors and tell you that you're supposed to forget about them, because if you honor them, and honoring them would be reading their stories, passing their stories on, learning from their lives, right? What to do and what not to do. But they tell you that to do that, right, is demonic, to honor them, to sit and think about, right, what our ancestors went through. It's demonic. But you're supposed to sit and meditate on Abraham.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're supposed to sit and meditate on Jacob and Isaac and Jesus. These are somebody else's ancestors. Like, why is it okay for you to honor the ancestors of an entirely different group of people, but you can't do the same for your own? You can't learn from your own,
You want me
who,
to
by the way, suffered for you.
literally, like, you want me to find inspiration in the story of Job, which is basically this all-powerful God getting him fucked up, and I'm supposed to pull something from that? I'm supposed to feel kinship to people from Mesopotamia who dealt with a God who fucked them up repeatedly? No, that's not inspiring to me. But how
Look at
our
this shit.
ancestors, what?
The answer is because they were different. They were people who had God. Like, not even realizing that you are literally trying to say that either my ancestors didn't have God because they're black, or because I don't know if you are black or white. Like, you have an anime PFP, but you're either saying that my ancestors didn't have God and so they're not worth sitting and meditating on their life because they're black, or you are a black person who is saying to yourself that your family roots, your history isn't worth it because you don't have God, that you don't come from God or the good thing. Like, do you hear yourself? Like, y'all got me fucked up. Oh, you're not black. You got to be white. You got to be white, and you're here to just be racist. I never, like, why do y'all want to sit amongst us if y'all hate us so fucking much? Yeah. Like, I never understand the mind of a racist. Like, you don't like black people, but you are constantly where black people are. Like, you're like some fucking what is it? The things that, like, gotta um feed off of shit just to thrive.
A parasite.
Vampire? Oh, probably that.
A parasite, is that what it is?
Yeah.
A parasite, a leech. Yeah, like
A
you
lamprey.
can't, a succubus.
Yeah.
You scared your hate gonna die out because black people, like, we ain't where you are, right? Like, we're not following you around talking about white person this, white person that. So you're not getting what you need to feed your hate, so you go to where black people are so you can sit and just fucking hate. And that's fucking ridiculous. That's pathetic as fuck. It's pathetic.
Yeah, I think that is really true though. They do like to, I don't know, they love to kindle their hate, and I don't know what the obsession is, but I don't know. And it's the fact that like they come up on panels and sometimes they try to disguise it, other times they just come right out with it. But like I don't understand if my presence is so fucking uh disgusting you can't stand to be around me. Why in the actual fuck do you spend your voluntarily free time being around us so fucking much? Like it just doesn't make any sense.
It don't make sense. And it's like, we want segregation. We want segregation. What the Negroes up to? Let me go sit in their live. Like, and then you
Mm-hmm.
following you want segregation everywhere but on TikTok. Everywhere but
Yep.
on Instagram. Like what?
Damn, Rose
Like
Mom,
make
appreciate you.
I keep saying it's like going to a restaurant that you know specializes in spicy food when you hate spicy food. Why the fuck do you go? You're not gonna like it there. It's already been determined that's not your palate. Don't go. Like, why are you here?
it's like Yahweh going to the Satan and saying, "Hey, I got a somebody for you to fuck up," and then saying, "Why did he do that?" Like making yourself like you went looking for the shit. You asked for the
Hmm.
shit. And then all of a sudden the Satan is wrong for doing what the fuck Yahweh hired him to do. Like now you the victim.
Yeah, mm. There's a lot of things that aren't very cohesive in terms of the hatred that they carry around. Um,
I mean, hate is illogical.
Go ahead, Fee.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, hate is illogical, like because it's usually rooted in ignorance. It's usually rooted in misconceptions. Like, if your average, like, bigoted person, you sat them down and you asked them, okay, tell me why you hate this entire group of people, not a person. Like, if it's an individual and that person is
right,
doing
right, right.
wrong, that makes sense. But to apply that to an entire demographic of people, you move way past logic to be able to hold on to that.
Steampunk. But hold on. I think that's why like you can't be a logical person. Like you kind of have to be ignorant in order for that type of hate to fester because I think that's the type of mindset that like allows evil. Like I don't think so many evil acts would be able to survive without that low level of logic and knowledge or willingness to even apply knowledge.
That's why I
Yeah,
pushed back against the guy in Christina's live yesterday saying that non believers are just as likely to commit atrocities as Christians. He was like, we're more similar than you think. And we're not. Well, I can't say we're not. Like, but I think people who think logically and critically are not because they weigh the pros and cons. They weigh whether or not what they're thinking is rational. They think through their feelings instead of feeling through their thoughts, and those are two completely different vantage points. Like I may feel something, like if I have some thought that pops up that is not kind, I can feel it, but then I got to stop and check myself. Where did that come from? What is it rooted in? You don't have religious people doing that. So I hate that he dropped so quickly, but I felt like that pushback was why he dropped because he couldn't substantiate that claim.
Yeah, like he
yeah,
even
he
said,
was
"I'm
really
not gonna
smart.
Google it." Like when y'all was asking him for facts, like for to
Hmm.
back up what he was saying, he was like, "No, I'm not gonna Google it." Like then why are you saying it? Like you just want us to accept it because you're used to people just accepting shit that you say and you not having to back it up. And now it's offensive to you that we're asking you to back up what you're saying with facts. Now all of a sudden we're the devil, like we're the evil ones because we're asking you to back up what you're saying.
Exactly.
Steampunk. Steampunk, are you there? I'm mad
Might have
she
been
made me
accident.
go off like that because I literally asked her not to bring that shit up. I'm literally pissed about that conversation.
Like going to Revelation first was just, I mean, she showed her hand immediately there.
Yeah, 100%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. G. Hello, G.
Did you know that your name is the first letter of the word God?
Like he came up to show us how you pray in capital G. I really wanted that Megan person to go up and answer that question. If you are a nerd and you're in the guest request box, please remember that unless I see a comment from you, I will not bring you up. I don't know if
Hello,
you're in there on
friends.
accident. Pity, please. How are you?
I'm doing well. And holy hell, how dare that last person say what they said? Oh my god.
I don't
What?
allow people to come up and respond and comment on previous conversations.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
apologize.
that's okay. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Oh, yeah, no. So I grew up Catholic, and I am no longer so.
So you're an atheist now, or are you deconstructing?
So I deconstructed.
So are you an atheist?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that'd be the hardest question for people to answer, don't it?
Not
Yeah,
normally
no.
atheist, though.
Isn't it difficult sometimes?
I have a feeling about this guy. I'm just gonna be honest.
Like sometimes when you're deconstructing, oi,
Yeah,
you're
I got a
Uh,
putting the
feeling
you're
about this
putting
guy.
the piece of you're putting the piece of puzzles together, right?
yeah, deconstruction is a difficult, it's a hard journey. It's, it's not easy. Um, what are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, oh, let's just say, the I got to put my thoughts together. I didn't think I was going to be brought up this fast.
Well, I can put you back in the comments. We don't have that much long in the show until Ria goes live. So I am going to bring up someone who
Okay,
is ready
yeah,
to
that's fine.
talk.
That's
Okay.
fine.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one. Did you see any nerds come in and say that they're in there on purpose?
I did, but let me scroll back up and see if I can see that. There was
Former
one.
President Barack Obama.
What happened?
Barack Obama's in the guest request. Thinker, you want to bring him up?
Hope waits.
Who is Barack Obama? I don't see Hope Waits in the guest box. I don't
The
see that
president?
person in the box. I don't see that person in the guest box. But they're not are they like, oh, so that's not a nerd, right? That's a fan member. Do you see what I mean?
So like, well, for us it shows like host subscriber next to it.
It shows what?
It
For
shows me
Hope?
like host subscriber, and then the other one would say fan.
Yeah.
For Hope?
I don't see Hope in here at all
Oh, I
either.
don't see Hope at all.
Yeah, I don't see
Okay.
her in the box either, but is she a nerd or is she a fan member? Like
Oh,
that's what
she
I'm
said
trying to
I'm
figure
not
out.
in
It
the.
says nerd. Huh?
I see nerd too, but she just said, "Oh, I'm not in the right place to request." I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
Hold
but
on.
I don't think that she's a nerd. I don't think she's a
Hope
subscriber.
waits.
So she doesn't get stage
She's
priority.
not.
This is what I
She's not.
Okay. This is what I don't like that TikTok did cuz TikTok made everybody a nerd now. You see what I'm
What?
saying? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
so I have to
what
figure out how
shows
to
I'm
the
pretty
tell.
sure it's gonna
subscribers?
change. I'm pretty sure it's gonna change. But if you click on their profile, the heart would be that they are a team member, and then there would be a third column where the subscription would be. So like I think
So I'm on the profile, but I just see the nerd badge. I don't see the.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't tell me. It like um. Who am I looking at right now? Hold on. Damn. Katie Weddy. I know Katie Weddy is a nerd, but it just says joined
Hmm.
your fan club in 2024. So Katie Weddy is a dragon, right? But it doesn't even
Hmm.
say that she's a subscriber.
Yeah,
It just
I
says
think they're still changing some stuff up.
mm,
I don't think it's going to stay this way.
I hope not because like, mm, that gets confusing. Um hold on. Did anybody else was there a nerd that said that they requested or no? Was Hope the only one?
The Hope was only commenter that I saw. It's like two other folks in here with host subscriber badges that I see, but I can't see the name.
Yeah, I see Maddie. I see Eric.
Eric doesn't show as a subscriber for me.
Oh, he was on the other page. Unless he just have to hit. I think to get their subscription reactivated, they have to send a heart me. I think you're
Probably
still a
so.
dragon. It shows you as a dragon. The only way to become a dragon is to be a subscriber for at least a year.
Or be really good with genetics.
God damn, I'm mad.
Don't worry, it won't last. You'll only be confused for a few days.
Do y'all hear that?
It's like a baby echo ring.
Yeah.
It's something they watching on TV. I don't know.
Hi,
Freebird.
how are you guys?
Good.
Thank
How are
you.
you? Hello.
Oh my God, am I here?
Did you come up on accident or on purpose?
I did. I am so sorry. I keep getting requests and it's going crazy. I'm at work, but
That's
yeah,
okay.
it's an accident. Thank you, everyone. I'm deconstructing and I am learning so much from you guys. I appreciate yous,
You're so.
all
Oh,
of
I love the way
yous.
she said "use." I appreciate yous.
Yeah, I'm learning so much. I just love you guys. Thank you for all you do.
You're so welcome. Thank you. And I see that you are a nerd as of August, right? August the
Yeah, I just
yeah.
joined. Yep.
Well, welcome to the community, and I look forward
Thank
to
you.
getting to know you.
I
You're welcome.
appreciate it. Okay,
All
have a good
right.
day,
Have a
everyone.
good day. All right. You
Okay,
too.
bye bye.
Bye bye. I don't think Maddie's in there. Tris, are you in there on purpose?
Will it go open anymore?
Might have been. I think
Hey,
I stopped.
hey, did you join on purpose or on accident, Tris? Hello, Tris. I think they joined on accident.
Okay, let's see if I can.
I saw them comment and say I am. So I don't know if they were saying they are a nerd or that they joined on accident. Maddie, are you here? I know Eric didn't.
Is that Eric that came to Florida with us?
Uh-uh. No, is it? I don't know. I don't think so.
I'm
Where
surprised.
has he been anyway?
I don't know. I haven't seen him lately or in Discord. I need to reach out
Who?
to
Hey,
him.
it's me. I'm back.
I
Who
don't
we
know
talking about?
you. I don't know.
You don't remember? You said last time
Oh,
you I
wait, you
will
got in
remember
trouble.
you.
Yes. I remember. Your dad didn't want you
Yeah, my
talking.
parents were like, I
Yeah.
want to hear you arguing.
Is he? You're good to
I'm
have a conversation today. Your
Yeah,
dad's
I
not
am.
gonna.
Yeah, I
Okay.
like your topic is way better now. I like your topic better
Do
for
Do you know
today.
what I'm asking? Do you know what I'm asking?
I mean, maybe not, but I just am saying that if you're asking like among denominations, like
No,
um
not among denominations, just period, right? So the entire question is talking about like who has the right Jesus right now amongst the conversations that are happening regarding Charlie Kirk and whether he was actually a man of God or a follower of Jesus. Have some people are saying yes because he was teaching and preaching Jesus's messages, and then some people say no because he was teaching hatred. um and so I
I
want to
see.
know,
So
like,
it's a bit
how
different
do you
than what I
know?
said.
I want to know, like, how do you know who has the right Jesus, and whether it is the supremacist or the pacifist?
I don't know. Well, can I just get like what is your take on Charlie Kirk?
That, what does that matter? I think that Charlie Kirk spewed a lot of racist shit. I didn't like him the first time I saw him. I blocked his ass. But the conversation isn't about Charlie Kirk. The conversation is about how do you know who's teaching the right Jesus, and whether it is the supremacist Jesus or the pacifist Jesus.
Okay. I mean, I know about like who's teaching the right Jesus, but I don't know what you mean by like pacifist or supremacist.
So there are people who have supremacist ideologies, whether that be white supremacy, Christian supremacy, black supremacy, male supremacy. There are people who have supremacy ideologies who claim to be following Jesus or following the word of God, right? There are people who are against the supremacist ideologies that some Christians, denomination supremacy, there that some Christians preach or claim, and they say Jesus would be against that. Jesus would say, "Love your neighbor." Jesus would say, "Turn the other cheek." Jesus would say, "Resist evil," and that is the non-violent, war is unjustified Jesus. That's the pacifist Jesus. So who has the right Jesus is my
I think
question.
I see what you're
According
getting at
according
now.
to
I think I understand.
according to the Bible.
Okay. So, somebody in the comments said denomination supremacy. So, is that something that I can say?
Yep. If you think that it's that, yeah. But remember, don't respond to the comments when you're on stage.
Oh, okay. Um, yeah. Well, I'm like I said before, I'm an Eastern Orthodox, so we believe that we're the only denomination. Like all the other denominations are wrong. So if you want to say denomination, quote unquote, supremacy, you could say that. You could argue it like that. Like we're better than the other denominations because those ones don't exist. That's how we understand it, at least. But
What do you mean they don't exist though? They clearly exist because they have organizations and people following them, right?
well, they exist, but like they're like, as far as like they're like because they're incorrect, like they're seen as heresy, so they're just seen as wrong. So because they exist, yeah, you're right. I guess they exist, but they're may as well, in the eyes of an Eastern Orthodox, may as well not like exist. I guess it's exaggeration, but like because they're so heretical.
And do you think that aligns with what Jesus taught, like supremacy, denomination supremacy?
Yeah, but a lot of people will say that's like a development or something like this, but we will say it's the original because it's not necessarily like if you're asking just specifically of Jesus, well, like Jesus like didn't really say very much, but like if you're actually wondering, like the apostles are the ones who kind of wrote most of the stuff or surrounding Jesus. I'm sure you know.
Yeah, but according to what they taught in the Bible, it say, Jesus inspired them to write. Do you see the supremacy culture, supremacy ideologies around the denomination, the justification for the your denomination to be superior to all others?
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't use the word like supremacy, but you could say that like we definitely believe that we are like the only denomination. So like other denomination could see that as like supremacist, but like we would just say like that's the only one that like like it is the only true denomination. That's the right way to word it. So yeah, they would probably see it as me saying why it's supremacist, and you're wondering if Jesus would support that. And I would say yeah, I think Jesus would support it because we believe that with the it's really with the apostles, though, with the apostles, because Jesus had his 12 apostles, and that established a church.
But don't y'all believe that in Eastern Orthodox, y'all believe that Jesus is for everybody?
He is for everybody, but it's within the Eastern Orthodox denomination. Because if you get the wrong in our belief, if you get the wrong conception of Jesus, you could be like going into heresy. Like not everyone is necessarily seen as like a heretic, but we do have like in the early church, we do have councils where people were named under anathema, which means like if they don't repent, they're gonna go to hell, basically. Like for example, like the Protestant denomination, not everyone under the Protestant denominations are considered heretics, but like people teaching outright heresy, like for example, there's a apologist named Gavin Ortland who's a Protestant apologist. Like a lot of Eastern Orthodox will say that he's a heretic because he's teaching Protestantism and he's saying that Eastern Orthodoxy is wrong. So like anyone, or like Mormonism, or anyone like another denomination that says like the Eastern Orthodox denomination is wrong and their teaching is right, then we just see that as heresy.
Yeah, so a heresy is just basically teaching something other than what's been approved by the leaders, right? The doctrine that was created by the leaders. And so essentially, the leaders of your organization or your denomination is claiming to have the ultimate truth. And if anyone who's not Eastern Orthodox would be considered unclean or worthy of being put to death if that was still the case, right? If people were still being killed for their beliefs, which was the justification for the why the fuck do I want to call this war the crossroads? What?
The crusade.
The Crusades. Oh my god.
Still got Bone Thugs on the hair, huh?
Harmony. Bone thugs and heresy, I guess.
Not necessarily, because the Crusades were actually called by the West, so that was the Catholic Church at the
But the
time.
reason for it was heresy, right? And those that were going against the chosen people getting their land back, right?
Well, that was within the Catholic Church, not the Eastern Orthodox Church, but
But
they
I'm
were.
saying, the justification for killing people was heresy, right? In the Crusades.
There was, yes, there was a lot of like fighting between the Catholics and Eastern Orthodox, like fighting each other. But yeah.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. What I'm saying is basically the supremacy of the Eastern Orthodox, in your belief, is that anyone who went against the teaching of the organization would be deemed a heretic. And if we still lived in that time where people were being killed for their beliefs, heretics would either be killed or jailed, right? Or excommunicated for believing something different.
Yeah.
And okay. And the question that's being asked is, does that align with the biblical teachings of Jesus, right? And I'm gonna say yes, because I think that the Bible is based portraying Jesus as a supremacist. Whether if you wanted to put Jesus as an Eastern Orthodox, which is wild because Jesus never said anything about Eastern Orthodox, but if you want to say that Jesus was an Eastern Orthodox in his teachings, he would excommunicate anyone who rejected him or rejected his teachings or his suggested way of life or his suggested truth, right? So I think that people who have supremacist ideologies and say that they are believers of Jesus, I think they are the ones that have the true faith. And then I think because we really only see the pacifist Jesus in like Luke the most, and it isn't the main consistent characteristic of Jesus, I would say that the pacifist Jesus is Jesus's way of gaslighting his followers so that they won't reject him or give him pushback on the stuff that he was saying.
Yeah, that's interesting. Is there anything like positive you would say like you like about Jesus? I'm just wondering.
I mean, he took words from other places, like the concept of taking care of those within the cult, right, and making sure that the people that joined the cult could eat, could sleep, right.
It's hard for you to find.
He made wine
Well,
at one
because
time. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, wine is
yeah,
good.
after he talked bad to his mama,
Well,
um,
can't win them all.
and then like being expected to, like, I don't believe the miracles happen, right? Because one, for a person to have faith to believe that a miracle happened means that the miracle didn't happen. It's kind of like a magic trick to me. I shouldn't have to believe you did a miracle if you actually did the thing, right? And so whenever he would talk bad to them for not having enough faith, to me that's like I see the gaslighting,
Yeah.
you know. But I think the things that he said, people can definitely reinterpret them to find hope in them, like love your neighbor as you love yourself. That's a good principle, right? Like there are some things that he did say that are positive,
Yeah.
but it doesn't necessarily like outweigh the bad. I've met some people on this stage who have a pretty decent belief in a Jesus that they have kind of constructed from the scriptures, where they've cherry picked the scriptures, but it isn't necessarily the Jesus in the book, if that makes sense. So like picking out the love your neighbor as you love yourself, feed blessed are the poor in heart, for they shall see God. Sell all you have and feed the give it to the poor, like stuff like that. And that creating a person who respects life, right? Who sees someone in need, and if they have it, they will help that person. But they also have like a balance of not creating hardships for themselves. Like they know how to say, well, this time I don't have it, and then they're not beating themselves up and feeling like they're not worthy of something. Like I've met a couple of people who've been able to like cherry pick it and build a Jesus like that. And usually those people who have that type of Jesus are kind of chill. They're not out saying you're gonna go to hell because you like dick. Like those type of Jesus are usually they have Jesus because they just genuinely want to they genuinely think that Jesus wants them to just like help people, not condemn and judge people or save people's souls. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So
and
I
well,
yeah,
sorry,
that would
can
be
I
the
speak
what I
or you?
find.
Okay. Yeah, what you just described, I mean, that's kind of how I try to, live. I don't think that's the right way to do it at all, to go out and be like, you're going to hell, all those street preachers or anything like this, or even just normal people that are just like, you're going to hell. Like, that's not the right, like, way to think about it at all. It's more like, it's supposed to be like a healing thing, even though, like, you might think that that's not what the Bible teaches. Like it can definitely, if those people like see it that way, I mean, it can definitely be a helpful thing. Like, for example, like the people who are, if you read like the lives of certain saints, it's very inspiring, I guess, and you can see how they gave their entire life just for helping people, even if you don't see it as necessarily for being for Jesus.
But you did come up here and say that anybody who isn't Eastern Orthodox are heretics and that they don't exist. Like so saying that what do you say, Fee?
Oh no, I was saying I was about to say the exact same thing.
Yeah. So this is what I'm talking about, right? Like saying that does not negate the fact that you actually do believe that you are in the denomination that's right and only y'all are right. Hold on for a second. Do that. Is everything okay? Do that. Do that.
Can you hear
Hold
me?
on. Yeah. Is everything okay?
Well, I got word from one of our community members that another community member has been harassing them in the comments and on other deconstruction lives. And so I want to make the announcement that it doesn't matter if you are a subscriber, a follower amongst, across other platforms. If I see you harassing another community member, I'm going to talk to Thinker about it and block you. If someone tells you not to respond to them or not to speak to them, don't do it. It's going to get you blocked out of Discord and off of Thinker's Live. So stop the harassment, and you know who you are, but I'll have a talk with Thinker and address the person specifically. But this goes for everyone. And also, if I see a non-melanated person in the community using the acronym "Shut Your Black Ass Up," I'm gonna have a talk to you too, and Thinker,
Oh, I thought that
and
meant shut your
decide
bitch
what to
ass
do.
up.
Yeah, me too. I thought the name
I
was
thought
shut
it
your
I
Well,
mouth.
thought it meant
some
shut your
people
bitch
use
ass
it.
up.
Some people use it as "Shut Your Black Ass Up."
Oh, I've seen people use it for shut your bitch ass up. I've seen it both ways. Um, but yeah, like I usually see it for shut your bitch ass up.
Yeah, I've seen it as "Shut Your Black Ass Up." So be specific. But I'll talk to you about it after you've gotten some rest, Thinker.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I
Um.
needed. Hi, everybody. I'm dropping.
Hey, do that.
All right.
How you do that?
Thank you, do that. I just want to say that just remember y'all like just respect people's boundaries, right? Like that y'all know how big I am on my boundaries. And I'm sure you wouldn't want anybody to cross your boundaries. If somebody says, "Hey, don't at me again," just respect their boundaries and don't add them. Like the main thing is making sure that the space stays safe Okay, I don't like conflict, y'all, and I swear, the moment that conflict is where I'm not gonna do it. I don't fucking like that type of conflict. So please don't bring it. Let's just respect boundaries. Bums, go ahead. But like, what do you um she didn't say other people's space. She's talking about in here. I can't. I can only talk about what happened in here. I ain't got nothing to do with what happens in other people's spaces. Dudette is a mod in other people's spaces. Uh, so I'm not. I can only this space here is what I'm responsible for, and I don't want conflict in this space. Bums, how do you square that? What you saying that you don't condemn people, but you just came up here starting off condemning other denominations.
Ah, I see. Well, we see that as like a loving thing to do, not condemning, but in the same way that like we are condemning, but like for example, if someone says like we have the concept of anathema, which just means that it means like return to the true teaching, because like we don't want those people to be led astray to go to hell. So we want them to, you know, come to the church where it's the healing is administered. That's how we see it, because the church is a hospital for sinners. That's how we see it.
A hospital for sinners. Like, this is why I say the pacifist Jesus is a problem, right? Like, you just said that telling someone that the denomination you chose is the only right one, and that their faith does not exist, and that they're heretics, is love, right? And you're no different than any other believer who would come in here and tell us that we're going to hell because we don't believe, and then when we say, hey, don't try to push your belief on me, and they say, well, I'm doing this because I love you and I don't want you to go to hell. Like, you're not, your denomination isn't any different.
Well, there are like differences in the denomination's office, obviously, but like you're saying, like in the way that we were get quote unquote gaslighting people.
Yeah,
I see.
calling that love is wild as hell, and that's what, like, do unto others as you will have others do unto you, and that's usually what they use. They'll quote that, right? I'm doing this. This is how Jesus said, do unto others as you will have others do unto you. If I was in a burning house, I would want somebody to pull me out. I would want somebody to take me to the center hospital.
So that's what we're doing, right?
That's gaslighting. That's the
Okay,
problem.
but like, what if gaslighting is just like a modern idea? Like,
It can't be modern because your Jesus does it. It's
well,
all in
like
this book.
the term is a
Like,
modern
honestly,
idea.
Moses gaslit the fuck out of them when they were in the desert, and they were asking for water, and he's like, why do you tempt God? They're like, we thirsty, stop tempting God. Like, that is a straight gaslight.
What if like it's just because like he's God and like we're not, you know? So like we need
You're
some
not supposed
respect.
to ask for water.
I mean, maybe
They
not.
didn't even ask. They didn't even, hold on, is Moses God? Because they asked Moses for water, they didn't ask the
Oh,
God
okay.
for water.
Well, Moses was like an intermediary. Yeah.
And so what, he's God.
No, he's not God. I said he's an intermediary, so he interceded for them like a saint would.
No, they went to him and just asked him for some water because they was about to die of thirst in the desert, and his immediate reaction was, why do you tempt the Lord your God for asking for water? And then he had to go to the God and be like, hey, the people thirsty, man. What you want me to do?
Yeah. So that was him being like upset about it probably, and then he was like, okay, now I gotta go ask God and see if he's chill with it, you know.
Is that a normal reaction? Is to get upset because people ask for water?
uh, Maybe that was just because of how much he respected God, he didn't want to bother him or something.
What? Huh?
Maybe he was like, I don't want to bother God to ask for some water. He's like,
But why? How is that tempting the God? Like, why did he blame them and tell them they was tempting the God? That's what I'm talking about. That was the gaslight. How
I
are
mean, to
they
be honest, I haven't
tempting?
read this specific story, but like in regards to like you saying the sinner, I could talk more on like the sinners, going to hospital for sinners thing. Um, like basically, like it's like this, right? Like you're saying that if somebody, maybe I'm wondering if this is what you're getting at. Like if somebody like said, oh, like he hurt you, and then he said, oh, I'm gonna take you to the hospital to heal you. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, no. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like for example, let's say like somebody this is really strange, but let's say somebody like hurt you on purpose, and then they're like, I'm gonna save you, but they're like the one that hurt you, but
Oh
then they go and they put you in the hospital, and then they're like, I saved you, but they're also the
no.
one that like hurt you. Is that kind of what you're saying?
As far as what, gaslighting, or
Yeah, is that what? Wait, what is gaslighting again? I'm sorry.
when changing someone's reality, or shift blaming, um, blame shifting, dehumanizing, like when someone is when you are trying to get someone to accept something as truth, and that person pushes back and they start asking you logical questions or rejecting what you're saying, then you shift the blame, right, that from you and to them, and you start telling them, oh, you're not smart enough to understand what I'm saying, or you're not an Eastern Orthodox believer, so you can't understand what I'm saying. You don't have enough faith, so you can't understand what I'm saying, type thing, because they're rejecting it, or they're answering. Like, you remember when Jesus started talking about drinking his blood and eating his body in the text? Do you
Yeah,
remember that? And a lot of his disciples, a lot of his followers left him because they was like, this motherfucker crazy. You remember
yeah.
that? What did he say about the ones that was like, this is too hard, everybody finna eat his body? What did he say about the ones that left?
He said, I think it was like the ones that understand, let them understand. The ones that don't understand, let them leave. Basically, like that.
Hold on, I'm finna bring it up.
He said something else too, but that was like the first thing he said initially. He said, "This is a hard saying."
He he was like, oh, I knew they were gonna leave anyway. I knew they were evil from the beginning, right? And then he turns to his other disciples and he like, well, y'all gonna leave me too like they did? Um, hold on.
Jesus pulled an Eddie Kane.
That's what it sounds like, don't it? Um, let's see.
This is one of my favorite passages, but I don't know. I don't have it memorized.
Okay, let's see. Okay, we're going to start right here at 41. He says, then the Jews began to complain about him because he said, I am the bread that came down from heaven. They were saying, is not this Jesus the son of Joseph, whose father and mother we know? How can he now say I've come down from heaven? Jesus answered them, do not complain amongst yourselves. No one can come to me unless drawn by the Father who sent me. So like that's the first, like you're not an Eastern Orthodox, right? Like, why are you talking amongst no one can come to me unless drawn by the Father who sent me, and I will raise that person up on the last day. It is written in the prophets, and they shall all be taught by God. Everyone who has heard and learned from the Father comes to me. Not that anyone has seen the Father except the one who is from God. He has seen the Father. Very truly, I tell you, whoever believes has eternal life. I am the bread of life. Your ancestors ate the manna in the wilderness and they died. That's because he overfed them. This is the bread that comes down from heaven so that one may eat of it and not die. I am the living bread that came down from heaven. Whoever eats of this bread will live forever, and the bread that I will give for the life of the world is my flesh. The Jews then disputed amongst themselves, saying, how can this man give us his flesh to eat? So Jesus said to them, very truly I tell you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. Those who eat my flesh and drink my blood have eternal life, and I will raise them up on the last day. For my flesh is true food, and my blood is true drink. Those who eat my flesh and drink my blood abide in me, and I in them. Just as the living Father sent me, and I live because of the Father. So
I
whoever
love this
eats
passage.
me, huh?
This is like my favorite passage, one of them.
uh will live because of me. This is the bread that comes down from heaven, not like that which the ancestors ate and they died, but the one who eats this bread will live forever. He said these things while he was teaching in a synagogue at Capernaum. When many of his disciples heard it, they said, this teaching is difficult. Who can accept it? But Jesus, being aware that his disciples were complaining about it, said to them, does this offend you? Then what if you were to see the Son of Man ascending to where he was before? It is the spirit that gives life. The flesh is useless. The words that I have spoken to you are spirit and life. But among you there are some who do not believe. For Jesus knew from the beginning who were the ones who did not believe and who was the one who would betray him. And he said, for this reason I have told you that no one can come to me unless it is granted by the Father. So he starts saying to them, like, you think this is hard. You offended because you got to come by the Father. Like, you ain't been chosen by the Father. Like, that's that you ain't chosen. You're not an Eastern Orthodox, right? You're not called type thing that we get from believers when we ask like logical questions, or we say that shit's wild, right? Then he says, because of this, many of his disciples turned back and no longer went about with him. So Jesus asked the 12, do you also want to go away? And then, of course, Simon Peter was like, where we going to go? You have the words to eternal life. We have come to believe and know that you are the Holy One of God. Jesus answered them, did I not choose you, the 12? He's like, yeah, y'all chosen, y'all special. Like, I knew y'all weren't going to leave. And then he goes, but one of y'all is the devil. And he was speaking about Judas, of course. But do you see what I mean? Like, if they push back, right, then all of a sudden it's the reason you're pushing back is because you're not chosen, right? You didn't come through God. That's why you're pushing back on this very like the Israelites and their law were taught not to eat the anything of the life force. But here's Jesus saying, you're gonna eat my flesh and drink my blood. And because they didn't go he like, oh, you ain't chosen.
Well, also it's important to keep in mind that Jesus is Christian. Well, we believe Jesus is God, so he's speaking on the authority of God. Well, not on the authority of God. He is God, but also the Father. Like he said, the abide in the Father, and the Father abides in me. Like you just read. So when he's saying that, it's not just about him gaslighting them. He's actually saying that like with his like knowledge that he knows.
But here's the thing. If that is the case, then why the hell did he say it to all of them in the first place? Like, he didn't say it until they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then he noticed that they're like, what the fuck is he? Like, is this boy okay? And he like, what y'all complaining for? Like, if this was supposed to be only for those that come through his father, because his father calls those that are chosen, and only those that are chosen can come. Like, why is he saying this to all of them and not just the 12 that stayed with them?
It's out of humility because he became man. So like his biggest thing
No.
is
What? Do you know what I'm asking?
like you're asking why he didn't say it to all of them, right?
No, he did say it to all of them. Why did he? Like, if it's he says no one can come to me unless drawn by the Father who sent me. They're already there with him. And he's saying, y'all gonna eat my blood. Y'all gonna eat my flesh. And his followers like are like, what the fuck did he just say? And then he's like, what y'all complaining about? Like
Well,
y'all offended? And then he says, oh, it's all right. It's all right. Don't complain about it because can't nobody come to me unless drawn by the Father anyway. And then he goes on and talk about this is life. My blood, my body is life. Your ancestors ate manna and they died in the wilderness, right? And then he says, his disciples was like, this is too much, and a lot of them left. So then he says it again, right? And then he looks at his 12 disciples. He go, "What y'all gonna leave me to?" If it was supposed to be, if no one could come to him unless the God drew them to him, why did he say it to everybody? Y'all gonna eat my flesh and drink my blood. Why didn't he just say it to the 12 that he knew was gonna stay anyway, like he said?
because the message is still for everyone who's willing to accept it. But yeah.
No, it's not. He said it's only for those who his daddy got for him.
Well, he's talking about in the end, like in the end when people who accepts it and who didn't accept it. Like, but the message itself is for everyone who's willing to accept it. Like when he's talking about in the end, like when everyone will like resurrect, you know.
No, he's not. He says, no, he says, when they said, is not this Jesus, the son of Joseph, whose father and mother we know, how can he now say, I have come down from heaven? And Jesus answered them, do not complain amongst yourselves. No one can come to me unless drawn by the Father who sent me, right? And I will raise that person up on the last day. It is written in the prophets, and they shall all be taught by God, right? Everyone who has heard and learned from the Father comes to me. Not that anyone has seen the Father, except the one who is from God. He has seen the Father, right? So like he kind of puts the God's authority on what he's saying, and then he says it again here. Like, he's not talking about in the last day.
Well, he said from the prophets, so he's talking about the prophecy.
Not when he said that.
It says right
Not when
there,
he
and
said this.
when
Nope. Verse 44 is his answer to them. And he says, no one can come to the Father. No one can come to me unless drawn by the Father who sent me. And then he says, and I will raise that person up on the last day. That's
right
a
there, I
period.
will
That's the
raise him
end
on
of
the
that.
last
Hey,
day.
that's he says, and I will raise that person up on the last day. But his response to them, like murmuring amongst themselves about Jesus saying that they gonna eat his flesh and his blood, is don't complain amongst yourselves. Like y'all, nobody can come to me unless they drawn by the Father anyway. And I'm gonna raise that person up on the last day. Like it's special status, right? And you got to be chosen. But if that is the case, then why
I
is
think
he
you're picking it
saying
apart
this to
because if
people
you
who
just
are
read
not
it as the
chosen?
whole context.
Of course, you're supposed to read it as a whole context. You're the one picking it apart.
Well, the
Like,
whole
I mean, you're the
context
one
is
cherry
the
picking
no. The
it.
whole context is the resurrection. He says, "I will raise that person up on the
I'm
last
ta-
day, according to the law and the
cool.
prophets."
Okay, cool. He is saying that he's gonna raise them up on the last day, but he didn't say this until they was like, "Fuck no, we're not eating your flesh." And if it's that nobody can come to him unless his daddy brings them to him, then why is he saying this to them?
Wait, can you say that more clearly? Because that was unclear.
If I say to you, Burns, you gonna eat my flesh, and then you say, no, I'm not, and then I say, that's all right. Like, don't get offended because can't nobody come to me anyway unless God bring them to me. This is for the chosen. Why did I say you gonna eat my flesh anyway to you if you ain't chosen? And I don't tell you that you ain't chosen until after you be like, I'm not doing that shit.
Where does he say I'll eat it anyway?
I didn't say that you're gonna eat it anyway.
You just said that.
You can't. I said you can't eat it anyway because you have to be chosen. But I don't tell you that until after you say I'm not eating that shit, and I say, oh, that's all right. You can't eat it anyway because you got to be chosen. That's what
Because he
Jesus
had the
did.
foreknowledge.
Foreknowledge
He
of
had the
what?
foreknowledge to say that they're not going to be chosen. That he knows that they're not going to be chosen.
How is that foreknowledge if he didn't say it until after they started complaining about what he told them? That's after
Because
knowledge.
they weren't. They're not. They're not aware of it though. They're
They're
not
not
aware
aware of
of that
what? They're not aware of
because
what?
they're not aware of the resurrection, the end time resurrection.
But this don't have anything to do with them being aware of the resurrection. They are
Yeah, it does because it says, "I will
rejecting.
raise him on the
Hold
last
on,
day."
hold
That's
on,
what.
hold on, hold on. They are rejecting eating his flesh and drinking his blood. Right? He says to them, um, this. He says to them that they will. I am the bread of life. They are rejecting Jesus being the bread of life. Right? And then they say, he says, I am the bread that came down from heaven. And then they're talking amongst themselves, like, what the fuck did he just say? Like, how is he the bread that come down from heaven? Ain't that Mary's son? Like, they're saying this while he's saying, I'm the bread of life. I'm the bread that come down from heaven. Right?
Yeah,
And then they're asking, like, how did he come down from heaven? Like he sounds like he's in psychosis is what, right? Like that's something that we would say, like, dude, you're in active psychosis. And then he's like, all right, don't worry about it. Don't complain amongst yourselves. Then he says, no one can come to me unless drawn by the Father who sent me. Right? And I will raise that person up on the last day. So why, if no one can come to him unless his daddy draws that person to him, why in the hell is he saying this to people who he is now saying his daddy did not choose?
because he still wants to give them time to repent, to come to him.
Repent for what? For not wanting to slop up his blood?
Yes.
For asking questions? Like, okay, if somebody came to you right now and told you that they are Jesus, they are Christ's return, and they say you gotta eat my flesh and drink my blood, you just gonna slop it up? You're not gonna ask no questions?
I probably would ask if it's a couple questions, but I mean, if he died and resurrected from the dead and I witnessed that, then I probably would believe him.
Has he died and resurrected from the dead here?
No,
No. So why would you add that? They didn't have that. He hadn't died yet. He was someone claiming to be the Son of God.
Because he still had to fulfill all the prophecies.
But that he has not. He hadn't fulfilled. First off, he didn't fulfill any of them. But here in this time period, he has not fulfilled any of the prophecies. Right? So he's telling them that he is the Son of God, that he is the bread of life, and that they are going to eat his body and drink his blood.
And
Them
you're
saying,
wondering,
wait, why is he saying that he came down from heaven? Like, ain't Mary his mama? Ain't Joseph his daddy? Like, why is he saying he's the bread of life? Like, what the hell are you talking about drinking his blood? Like, why is that? Why is Jesus's response to those very logical questions? Don't worry about it. Don't complain. Don't get offended because nobody can come to me unless the Father draw him anyway.
well, because he came by the Holy Spirit.
I don't think you understand my question. I swear, sometimes I feel like I speak a whole nother
Well,
language.
you ask like different
We are
questions,
talking.
multiple different
This
questions
is
at the
the
same time.
same question. I've not changed my question once. This is the same question.
Okay.
But I think, Thinker, this is a perfect demonstration of what happens when you start from a position of I am right. You figure out a way to justify everything. You figure out a way to validate things that are not validatable, and I don't even think that's a word. And it starts to, even if it's unintentional, you justify prejudice, you justify discrimination, you justify, or vilify curiosity or caution in this regard, because that's what she's talking about. Jesus hadn't died and resurrected. So it's very much within the realm of these people to say, wait a minute, I'm not fucking eating you. But when you read it because you feel like your understanding of these scriptures through the Eastern Orthodox lens is correct, you have to find a reason to make it right. And that's the problem with starting from a position that you are already right. And not only you are right, you're the only one who's right.
Wait, I actually have a better idea. What is this exact verse? It's John 39.
What are you going to respond to what Fee said?
Oh, which you want me to respond to, you or Fee now?
Fee was the one just talking to you. Are you going to respond to what she just said?
I mean, it was a statement, it wasn't a question.
Do you know what she said? Were you listening to her?
Yeah, I was. I don't know. Like, what do you want me
What
to
did she say?
say?
What did she say?
She said that we find a way to justify anything, and that there's we find ways to justify discrimination and our position basically. And I'm just like I mean,
No, that's not what she said. She said you're
basically,
vilifying questioning. You're you're not listening. You didn't listen to her.
all right,
She
sorry.
said because you come with your preconceived position of already being right, right? It's stopping you from seeing that the people in this story had not witnessed Jesus dying yet. They had no idea that Jesus was a Messiah. They're seeing this man that they knew from a child. They know that his parents say, "Oh, that he came from heaven," and now he's saying that people are going to eat his body and drink his blood. It's very logical for a human to be like, "What the fuck did he just say?" Like, what do you mean you came from heaven? Are you okay? Like, are you in psychosis? Who's going to eat your body and drink your blood? Those are logical reactions to a human saying that. And because of your position that you are Eastern Orthodox and you are the only one who has the right interpretation of the text, you cannot see that Jesus vilifying them for asking that is the gaslighting tactic that Jesus used.
Because I saw
I
somebody I knew in my neighborhood pregnant give birth to a child, and then 30, however many years later, they're like, I came from heaven. I'm like, bitch, no, you didn't. You came from your mother's stomach. And that's a logical response. But your belief system coupled with the fact that you believe your belief system is the only one that is right, requires you to justify this. It requires you to overlook the gaslighting that was being done.
I mean, I don't see it as gaslighting because I believe he's God, so he can do whatever he wants to do, in my opinion. Like, I just have the humility to be like, okay, like, he's God, so, like, I respect that.
You have the humility while
What?
simultaneously thinking that you're the only religion that's right. Think about
But
that.
you just said that anybody could walk up to you and claim to be God and tell you to uh drink their blood and you would do it. Like without asking questions. You're literally saying that's the reaction that is warranted in a situation like this. And you're calling that humility. And you're saying that is the thing to be rewarded. But taking a pause and saying, hold on, motherfucker. Like, what? This isn't in our law. You are human. I saw you born. I know your mom and daddy. Like, what do you mean? Like, you demonize logical thinking, critical thinking, right? And what Jesus did, he demonized that, and then you reward. I swear, I'm trying my best not to use like the most offensive words, but that's ignorance and that's pacifism. Is that what it's called? Is it pacifism?
You mean like what do you mean?
Passive,
Like being a pacifist? Like not
yeah,
violent?
is it? But the system of pacifist, is it pacifism?
Pacificosity.
Shut
It
up.
I think it is pacifist. This man said pacifist.
Like just passiveness, passivity. Thank you. Passivity. Goodness gracious. You reward passivity. Are you there?
I'm here. Sorry. What was I clicked off for a sec. Was the audio, like, not working?
Yeah, when you leave the app, we can't hear you. Did you not hear me
Oh, I
talking in
didn't
that?
know that. No, I did hear you talking. I heard everything. Yeah. But if you're wondering about this passage, um,
You didn't hear any. You're not gonna respond to anything we said.
well, here's the thing, all right? Technically, I shouldn't be talking about the passage. It should be, what do my church leaders say about the passage, in your words. So, um,
What? Like if you can't talk about it, then why do you come in here? Well, your church leaders ain't in your head. They ain't in neither one of these boxes, right? So like, why do you come in here if you can't talk about the passages?
well, I can talk about it, but it doesn't really matter what I have what I have to say about it. What matters is what they say about it more, because that's what I submit to. So I mean, I'm sure they'd have an answer to your question.
No, I want to know why you demonize it. Why do you demonize asking questions, and why do you reward not? Like that
We
that
definitely don't
that type
demonize asking
of you
questions.
did. You just said you literally just did. When they are asking him, when they're saying, "Wait, you came down from heaven? I saw you born. I know your mom and daddy. Like who how are you the bread of life? Who finna drink your blood?" And then when they say, "No, this teaching is too difficult." That's a logical reaction to any human going up to another human saying, "Hey, you about to slob on the knob, like you about to drink my blood." You gonna pause. Well, you not. You said you wouldn't. That's not normal. That's
I see
not
what you mean.
normal.
I think I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Well, why do we demonize the questions? Well, because I think it's because he's God. So like, we don't want to question God, you know.
This is a do you realize this is a human, right, claiming to be God to a group of other humans? So
After that, yeah.
if today a human came to you and claimed to be Christ returned, mind you, there are many on the earth today who claim to be Christ returned. If that human came to you and said that they are Christ returned and they said, I gotta circumcise you, pull out your dick, you just gonna do it? You're not gonna be like, what the fuck you talking about?
Uh, nah, I would probably be like, what the fuck you talk about?
Exactly. There was a guy named Yahweh ben Yahweh who convinced a bunch of men that he was the son of Yahweh and that he was supposed to circumcise them without anesthesia. He had no medical training, and I think he circumcised like 88 men. 88 men,
I mean,
gave
that's
them
kind of a
all infections,
miracle
and they
without
just whipped it out.
anesthesia.
What? No, he killed a lot of people. He gave them they got infections. Like he made a lot of people sick.
Oh, never
But
mind.
they didn't ask questions. They believed, right, that he was this son of God, and they just whipped out their things and let him cut the tip off.
Well, oh, I can answer your question in regards to the demonizing questions. Um,
Are you looking at it on Google?
am I
Because I want to
looking
know
at?
why yeah, are you looking at the answer? Are you looking for an apologetic on Google? Because I want to know why you wouldn't question.
I mean, you kind of have me like. You kind of have me at the end of my road. Like I'm just tired. I'm sorry.
All right, I am too. I've been on since 11 o'clock last night. All right, have a good one, Bums.
All right, see you. Have a good one, you too.
All right,
Bye.
that's crazy.
So about to take back his
It,
Discord comment now.
huh?
So it's about to take back his Discord comment now.
What Discord comment?
He was saying that dude wasn't, he was decent to speak with, but I don't know if he still feels
Oh,
the same.
I think Logic hit him, and that's what he mean. He's tired. I don't know, because like it doesn't make sense. Like you wouldn't let somebody else walk up to you and be like, "Hey, I'm Jesus. Come eat my meat and drink my blood." Like you're gonna be like, "Huh?" You're like, "Dude, no, you're not. Like you don't match Jesus. The scriptures say this." Like, and then to demonize the people in this book who did the same thing and say, "Oh, it's because they're not chosen." It's hypocritical, and it's crazy to me that they can't see that they're doing. It's crazy that they can't see that they're doing that. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Is real life? Is real? Did real go live?
Hold on.
Huh?
I think I
Hold
saw
on.
it.
Let me just check. I know one thing. If she ain't right now, too bad, so sad.
Who is live? Quan live? All right, y'all. Is it Mini Quan is live?
Yeah. Man,
Am
Quan.
I? Yeah, mini.quan. If you're looking for more deconstruction content, we'll be back tonight for Maddie's Hour, 11 p.m. Appreciate y'all so much for all the gifts, the likes, the shares. Damn, I just noticed how many coins I got. Thank y'all.
Let me
Did
borrow,
that
huh?
happen? Huh?
Borrow me a
When
humble.
did? Shut up. Did that happen when I blacked the fuck out? Because I think I blacked out, y'all. No lie, and I was over here feeling so bad. I think I blacked out. Is that did that happen then?
I don't even see your coins. So I'm not sure,
Yeah.
but I didn't see when it came through.
I didn't even see
Yeah, I
no
think it
gifts
was when you blacked
flying.
out.
I
They
didn't
was
see any
doing that
gifts
though, because
flying.
you was in the zone.
Oh,
That's why.
I black the fuck out. I gotta go chill. But I appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all tonight. Thank you to the YouTube. Thank y'all. Make sure that you're following us on Arc Thank you in case TikTok goes down tomorrow because they still talking about they gotta they're close to a deal, but they haven't finalized it. So follow us on YouTube Art ARCH. Thank you. Love y'all.
Love y'all. Bye.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye.